This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate what if Naruto Sasuke and Shikamaru travel back in time. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
The rain continued to fall. Like a curtain of water falling from the sky, it poured down in torrents. Some people thought it was lovely, but one young blonde, who was looking down at his friends' graves, didn't agree. Rain is said to be the tears of angels grieving the loss of good beings from the earth, but as Naruto Uzumaki wept, he questioned whether their sorrow would be comparable to his own. Not in his opinion. Grief. Dullen cerulean eyes moved to gaze at the battlefield. Naruto shivered as he saw the blood stained ground and quickly turned away, only to find himself looking at the graves once more. He pictured each of his friends, bloody and in agony, as his eyes passed over each grave. His eyes began to well up with tears once more, but before he could cry, he purposefully turned around and went back to meet Sasuke Uchiha and Shikamaru Nara, his only two remaining friends. His mind drifted to the past as he was walking. 3 months prior, the 5 nations had united to defeat Madara. They fought long and hard, and 2 days ago they prevailed. However, that victory came at too great a cost. His precious bonds were all dead. His cherished village had vanished. Only 3 of them made it out alive. He had no idea what to do now. Victory had never seemed so empty to him. Naruto came to a halt in front of a cave and entered. His 2 friends were sitting around a crackling fire inside. When he walked in, they both looked up. With worry visible in his obsidian eyes, the raven head questioned, "Where have you been, Dobi?" "Relax, Sasuke, at least give him a chance to explain himself," Shika sighed. Instead of responding, Naruto sat down close to Sasuke, leaned on his shoulder, and closed his eyes. Naruto felt the tension release even though he couldn't see Sasuke's face, and he was confirmed to be correct when Sasuke sighed. "Damn it, Naruto, don't scare us like that." The Nara paused but went on. "Did you speak to Kurama?" Shika added, "You were supposed to be back hours ago, what took you so long?" And rather than respond, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at his companions. To most people, Shika and Sasuke appeared exhausted, which was understandable given the war, but aside from that, they appeared to be fine. However, Naruto was not most people, and could readily see that the anguish of loss and grief was etched into their eyes and souls. After taking a deep breath and straightening up, Naruto answered in a gentle tone. Yes I did." The first part of his question was momentarily forgotten as both of his friends froze. "And he said that he can perform the jutsu." He waited to see how his words would be received. Sasuke's mouth hung open unceremoniously as he took a sharp breath, making his skin paler if that was possible. Shika, however, sat up suddenly upon hearing this and struck his head against the low ceiling. When Naruto laughed in spite of himself, Sasuke slapped him on the head right away. Naruto scratched his head and whimpered, "Ow, what was that for?" In response, "For being a callous idiot," was said. Shika simply smiled and sighed. When Naruto stopped smiling and spoke in a serious tone, the playful atmosphere was shattered. "Kurama says he can perform it provided we don't have any doubts about it at all." Naruto raised his hand in response to his friend's perplexed looks. "I think it will be better if I let Kurama explain," he replied. Shika and Sasuke sat in a meditation position, closed their eyes, and nodded. Naruto closed his eyes and put a hand on each of his friends' shoulders. He was in the landscape of his mind in a moment. A serene lake meandered by, the air smelled of crushed pines, and the scenery resembled a lovely valley with an abundance of flowers. A single elm tree stood in the middle, swaying to the sounds of an unidentified tune. The 3 of them noticed that the ancient seemed to be sleeping beneath this tree. The silence was broken by Naruto's voice saying, "Kurama, we're here." Kurama rumbled as he opened one eye. "Back so soon? I thought you were going to stand in the rain and stare at your friend's remains for at least another day." As his friends gazed at him curiously, Naruto scratched his head in shame. "There was just so much to think about after talking with Furball here, so I went there to clear my head," Naruto concluded sheepishly. "And to brood," was a helpful addition from the kitsune. Naruto snarled, "Shut up, damn it." Before the arguments could get out of hand, "Naruto," Shika began, "you don't have to look for excuses to visit our friends, you can do so anytime. Yeah, just don't do so for long uninterrupted time periods, or I'll skewer you." Sasuke laughed. Naruto grinned and opened his mouth to speak, but Kurama cut him off. "Brat, aren't you here for something or did you have a random urge to have a party with me?" Sasuke interrupted Naruto as he was about to respond after rolling his eyes. We really don't have time for your bickering, Dobi. Fine, Naruto said grouchily. Furball, tell them that we have a chance to save our friends by traveling through time. Before saying, yes, what the brat says is true. The jutsu that I told you about earlier, I can perform it. Kurama opened both of his eyes and carefully examined each one. The fox demon appeared to pause, but he went on. But there are certain conditions which must be met for the process to be successful. Sasuke asked softly, avoiding eye contact with the ancient demon, but didn't you say that this technique was too old and without sufficient explanatory data for you to use it? Shutting his eyes, Naruto prayed that his partner would have the self-control to control himself. Given Kurama's advanced age, weren't elderly people expected to possess wisdom? Kurama glared at the Uchiha with amber eyes. Yes, I do remember saying that, but then how could I forget, after you, not so subtly, accused me of orchestrating the death of your comrades. Still want to destroy me, brat? Or did someone beat some sense into you? Apparently not. Shika simply let out a sigh. He hoped to avoid this circumstance, but it's obvious that fate had decided to forsake him once more. To be honest, though, he couldn't blame the old demon. Since he was present when the fight started, he was able to recall every detail, in part due to the actual fight and in part because it took place immediately after they had won but lost. He had a clear memory of the scene. There was a strange stillness over the battlefield, corpses littered the ground, blood saturated the soil, and the air was infused with the smell of blood. Naruto's quiet sobs were the only sound to break through this silence. Normally stoic, Uchiha sat on the ground, a living corpse, not moving, not talking, not blinking. Shika did not close his eyes, instead, he just stared, feeling the presence of the people he had killed, their accusing gazes, their blood-stained faces, and their dead eyes as they taunted him. There was silence. Hold on. Silence, his mind asked, but then, Shika quickly turned his head to locate Naruto before the thought could complete itself. Shika sighed with relief when he discovered his leader exactly where he had been, but his mind whispered, but something is different. He chose to appease his mind and turned back to Naruto. Naruto had ceased weeping and was looking thoughtfully into space. Naruto? Shika asked hesitantly, what's wrong? His voice was hoarse as he turned to face Shika and whispered. It's Kurama, he wants to speak to us, Shika scowled. Why now, so soon after the battle? What did Kurama want? There was a problem. Did Naruto say anything? Shika nudged. The young blonde gave a headshake. What are your thoughts on this, Sasuke? Shika turned to face him and asked. Shika sighed and ran a hand through his hair, but the raven head was still motionless. Looks like he's out for the count, I'll deal with him later but for now. Can you call him out, Naruto? Or are you exhausted? Instead of responding, Naruto started making the necessary hand signals, and almost instantly a shadow clone appeared next to him. This particular clone was unique, though, it had amber eyes and red hair. Kurama easily stretched and straightened. He uttered the words, ah, it feels good to be able to move, with a satisfied tone. Furball, did you come here only to see how flexible I am? Dryly, Naruto asked. Brat, what do you call this flexibility? Kurama snorted. Even a piece of cardboard is more intelligent than you. Naruto gave him a fierce look. Mud with flea infestation. What a fool. Egocentric jerk. What an immature fool. Tail-licking diabolical. Before he had to put up with any more of their imaginative name-calling, Shika butted in. You two, stop it. When you're not worn out and depleted, and when I'm not close enough to listen, you two can argue all you want, Shika concluded. Kurama merely rolled his eyes in response to Naruto's grousing and tongue out. Shika grinned in spite of their antics because he hadn't seen his leader smile like that in too long. War had ruined their lives too much, too many deaths, too much suffering. When Naruto's voice cut through his mind, he retaliated. So, why are you here, Furball? After the battle, I assumed you were too exhausted to talk to me. Kurama let out a sigh. It didn't seem possible, but the 9,000-year-old demon appeared to pause before saying, Brat, I think I might have found a way to save your comrades. Kurama concluded by looking Naruto in the eye. You're right, I was drained, but while sleeping I found something. Almost instantly, Naruto's face lost all of its humor and took on the gruesome hue of a corpse. Surprisingly, though, Shika lost command. Are we puppets, in your opinion? That we have no feelings at all? Or are you merely teasing us? Shika shuddered in rage. Calm down, was the quiet but firm words of Shika, Naruto. The Nara clenched his fist but was able to calm down as he turned his bloodshot eyes to meet ocean blue ones that were swirling with pain and tears. Suddenly, his anger was gone. The red-haired partner remained unresponsive as the blonde turned to face him. "What do you mean, Kurama? Would you please refrain from making jokes about me? Are you able to do it?" One tear trickled down his cheek. The amber orbs were filled with a flurry of emotions before they finally decided on one: resolve. "I'm not sure, Brad, but if you agree I'm willing to do it," he said. "What is this way that you discovered exactly?" With his eyes still burning, Shika asked. When he was done, Kurama raised his eyes and said, "I think I've discovered a jutsu that will let us go back in time." Shika staggered in shock. Naruto appeared on the verge of fainting, and even the Uchiha awoke from his reverie to gaze at the redhead. "But that's impossible," was the last thing Shika mustered to say. The words, "There are many advantages to living as long as I have, kid," were spoken by Kurama with a ghostly smile. "How, though?" With a frail voice, Naruto inquired. Kurama shrugged. "I am not really sure, but if I had to wager a guess I'd say I picked it off from an era that existed far before yours. The era of Rakudo Sennin, and because it's so old I probably forgot about it." "A time travel jutsu? You forgot about it?" Shika asked, his surprise evident in his tone. "You think it's easy keeping track of memories worth almost 9,000 years, do you?" huffed Kurama. "I tell you, it impairs our memory when you combine that with the dreams we tailed beasts see, and after that." "Kurama." Naruto gave him a stern look. The old kitsune admitted, "Oh right. So what I meant was that this jutsu is old, even older than me." "But what did you mean when you said you weren't sure? Is it possible to save them?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Naruto asked, but his eyes showed his intense desire. The old demon's lips were pursed. "I said that because I can't find any data regarding its nature, plus the jutsu itself is very old, therefore I'm not sure if it can." "Shut up, demon." Shika and Naruto both turned their heads to look for the source. Sasuke was there, trembling with anger as his Sharingan swirled. He spat, "Shut up before I destroy you." Kurama just blinked, stunned. "Beast. What's wrong? Are you unable to speak?" the head of the raven mocked. Knowing what this meant, Naruto leapt in between Kurama's twitching left eye and uttered, "Sasuke, calm down, let's hear him." However, Sasuke took hold of his shoulder and leaned in. "And what, Naruto? Do you not see? You are completely unimportant to him. He is a demon. He's merely playing with us. Actually, I believe he wants to murder us." After Naruto's eyes widened, he was shoved aside by Kurama before he could respond. "Sasuke Uchiha. Why would you say that?" Kurama's amber eyes were smoldering, and his voice was deadly calm. "Exactly what I said. You probably wanted revenge for all those times humans fooled you. Maybe you've never been our ally at all, maybe." Kurama was dangerously encircled by red chakra. With the protection of his own chakra, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "No, I won't. Why else would you have told us about this jutsu, especially when you're not even sure it works?" "Damn it, because I care," Kurama growled. "You're a fool for allowing your pain to blind you. Why would I ruin the first person to accept me in a long time?" There was a brief moment of uncertainty in the Ravenhead's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. "But you don't think you can do it, do you? Despite your wisdom, you might kill us." "Dead you?" Kurama snorted and looked Sasuke in the eye, saying, "In your heart, you are already dead, in case you haven't noticed." Kurama stiffened as Sasuke growled and advanced. However, Naruto and Shika threw themselves in between before the fight could begin. "Sasuke, please calm down," Shika reprimanded, positioning himself in front of the Raven's head. No attempt was made by Kurama to object when Naruto said, "Please leave us, Kurama." Sasuke growled, and Naruto raised a hand. "We're all not prepared for this. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Kurama. Go now." Kurama nodded and vanished, his red chakra fading, without bothering to respond. "This is so troublesome," Shika sighed. Where the ancient kitsune had stood, Sasuke frowned. However, Sasuke pulled himself free from the Nara's hold and did something very Uchiha. He ran away before Naruto or Shika could speak. The normally placid Uchiha stomped off toward the surrounding forest, which was almost comical. Shika felt a hand on his shoulder just as he was about to follow. The blonde, looking worn out, said, "Let him be, Shika," adding that, "Pain can do strange things to people." "I guess you're right," Shika said, taking a deep breath, and smiled. "Naruto, when did you become so intelligent?" "Hey, It's not my fault that you took so long to realize how intelligent I am, Naruto said amiably. Shika grinned. Naruto always made him laugh. He looked up. How is Kurama doing? He asked. I'll speak with him, as I mentioned, but not right now. Perhaps tomorrow. Let's just find a place to stay for the time being. It appears that it will rain. Blue eyes gazed up at the sky. As for Sasuke, the blonde looked toward the woods. Naruto grinned piteously and said, he just needs some time alone. He'll be back to his grouchy self by tomorrow. Shika sighed. It was becoming annoying, and he wondered how many more times he would have to sigh. The fight had exhausted all four of them, physically and mentally, so Shika hoped he wouldn't have to see a reenactment. As advised by Naruto, the two of them had made camp nearby and waited for their comrade. When Sasuke finally arrived after hours of waiting, it took both of them to fully appease him. By morning, Sasuke was back to his usual self, or as Naruto liked to say, the Ice Princess is back. Naruto then went off to talk to Kurama, and now they were together. For the umpteenth time, the lazy genius let out a sigh and contemplated whether he should disregard his two unruly teammates. However, what followed startled him out of his reverie. I apologize, a soft voice murmured. Everyone's pupils widened to almost comical proportions as they gazed at the raven head, including the ancient demon. He said sorry. Sorry, said Sasuke. Naruto was now practically yelling. Ah! The end of the world is imminent. Dobi, stop talking. Flustered, Sasuke muttered, you know, I can also apologize. Instead of responding, Naruto approached his friend or rival and gave him a scowl. All right, so tell me about yourself and what you did with the real Sasuke. DIOT, I am the real Sasuke. Shika interrupted Naruto before he could respond. Guys, that's enough, I think we've relieved enough tension for now. Sasuke sighed. But, I have to say, Sasuke, that was pretty uncharacteristic of you. Kurama, who had been rolling his eyes, now stood up. Last night after I came back, I remembered something, and that helped me to see my mistake, sighed Sasuke once more. Sasuke lifted his onyx eyes to meet the fox's amber ones and spoke, ignoring Naruto's knowledge and Shika's inquisitive looks. Kurama, I admit I was wrong, it won't happen again. Amber's eyes met Onyx's and she burst out laughing. Even after 9,000 years, you humans still surprise me. All right, brat, you have my forgiveness, but don't do it again. The red fox flashed a fiery smile. Sasuke stayed stoic, Shika sighed, and Naruto flashed his signature smile. Everything was back to normal. Now that we've fixed all of our problems, Kurama, would you mind telling us about that jutsu? As he patted Kurama's fur, Naruto said. The fox in question glared at Naruto and swatted his hand away. In case you forgot, brat, I wasn't the reason for the delay. The blonde simply gave a cheeky smile, and Shika had to step in once more. Guys, could you please stop your bickering? We're not arguing. With a sigh, Kurama said, the Nara kids got a point, we really don't have much time left. When Kurama saw the three about to step in, he released a burst of chakra. Don't interrupt me, brats, because I am going to tell you everything I know about the time flicker jutsu. Jutsu time flicker? Is it, perhaps, comparable to the body flicker technique? Shika asked. The body flicker method? With bewilderment visible in his eyes, Naruto asked, what's that? Sasuke turned to face his friend, his obsidian eyes displaying disbelief. Are you implying that you were unaware of this widely used technique before becoming the Rokudame? Yep, was the astute response. Not so brightly, you really are a true idiot, Baka, was the response. Shika decided he would have to step in once more before his teammates could start a verbal argument based on Sasuke's words rather than his own. Sasuke. The Nara began. Let him off the hook, would you? You heard what Kurama said, we don't have time. The final Uchiha complained but obediently stopped talking. And Naruto. The inept genius went on to say. The body flicker technique is a high-speed technique that allows a ninja to move short to long distances at an almost untraceable speed. What? Was Naruto's astute response. According to the Raven Head, Dobi, he means that this technique basically lets you move from place to place at great speed. Naruto blinked. That's all, really, however, how is that related to time travel? Shika remembered his unanswered question and quickly closed his mouth after opening it to respond. So I remembered at last, huh, brat? You still don't know a thing about the very thing you learned about, said a deep voice. With a gesture of embarrassment, Naruto scratched his hair. Sorry Kurama, we kind of forgot about you. after rolling his eyes, the ancient kitsune. What did you find confusing about, don't interrupt? We don't have time, didn't I say that before? All three of them managed to look sheepish this time. Okay, I'll begin again, but if you interrupt again, sighed Kurama. It was only once, Kurama, so please don't do it again. Swear, Naruto urged in a youngish tone. At the blonde's antics, the ancient demon simply shook his enormous head. As for your question, Nara, the answer is no, they're not similar. The time flicker jutsu may seem to bear semblance to the body flicker technique, but in fact it is to the flying thunder god technique that it bears an uncanny resemblance. You mean the flying thunder god technique? The indolent genius appeared to consider it before nodding. Yes, I see the connection. Gazing at his bright friend, Naruto wondered if he had finally lost it. Look, Shika. Even the usually stoic Uchiha was looking curiously at the pineapple head, making a vain attempt at subtlety, but before either of them could speak, Kurama cut them off. As expected of the Nara and the idiots, the ancient kitsune went on before the angry shouts and grunts could damage his ears. The flying thunder god technique makes use of a special seal or technique formula to mark an intended destination, after which the user can enter a dimensional void at will that instantaneously transports them to the location of the. Your father was known for this technique, Naruto. The blue orbs glowed with recognition, and he nodded to his partner to proceed. This technique is able to affect anything that is in contact with the user or somehow connected to their chakra. The time flicker jutsu essentially revolves around the same concept. Can you give more details? The head of the raven asked, a little reluctant to ask for help. Shika was the one who responded this time. Simply stated, the flying thunder god technique enables the user to travel to a desired location where they have already implanted a seal or a portion of their chakra. In other words, the chakra that remains in the form of the technique seal serves as a sort of anchor that makes it easy for the user to access the dimensional void. Isn't that correct, Kurama? The slothful genius turned to face the fox, who merely gave a nod. The time flicker jutsu works similarly, except that here the desired location is not limited by the reins of time, or in other words the user can make himself, herself appear in both the past and the future, wherever the user finds more similar chakra. As anticipated, he was met with perplexed looks, so Kurama turned to the Nara rather than respond. Brat, do you think you understand this? Shika let out a sigh. I'm not sure, but I think your statement means that the user cannot just time travel anywhere and in any period she wishes to. The user must have a counterpart chakra at the receiving point, which will perform the same job as the technique seal. Kurama clarified after nodding. One can travel only to those era where one has her own chakra acting as the anchor. The more similar the chakra is, the more efficient the entire process would be. However, Kurama, that doesn't really restrict the method, does it? Naruto asked. I mean, we could always use our clan's ancestors as this anchor. Yes, we could. But you forgot my last statement. The more similar the chakra is, the more efficient the entire process would be. After giving it some thought, the blonde in question tilted his head and said, You're implying that we might not be successful if we utilize an ancestor's chakra signature? His companion snorted. That's the mild way of putting it, time travel is. The enormous Biju paused, his amber eyes darkening as though to make his point more clear. Is not something to be messed about with. Without proper knowledge and implementation, one could very well end up losing her soul in the vast currents of time. There have been many who have attempted this particular jutsu who became crippled for life or worse. When the ancient kitsune saw that Naruto appeared thoughtful, he stopped. What is it, brat? Have you got a query? Naruto blinked after being apprehended but subsequently recovered. Kurama, do you recall telling me that if we want to travel through time, we should be certain? Even though I only partially understood what you said. This caused the fox demon to grunt in boredom. I think I understand now what you meant. Amber eyes lifted their heads to meet sky blue ones. Isn't the goal to strengthen our chakra? To improve the clarity and stability of our chakra signature so that it can traverse the tides of time, correct? This time, all three of his friends looked at him as though he had grown a second head. Even the lazy genius appeared surprised, which was amazing given that the only other time the man had displayed any emotion was when he had been given the responsibility of watching the nursery kids, also known as the children from hell. Thanks to Tsunade for being too uncaring. What are you all staring at, anyway? The unaware blonde inquired. All three of them were startled out of their reverie by this. Brat, nothing is wrong. We were just taken aback by your wise statement. For once, the Avenger mused, grinning. The Rokudame merely glared at them while puffing out his cheeks. Kurama went on, essentially disregarding his partner. Yes, what Naruto said was right, but I'll elaborate once again. The currents of time are strong, and if you have any doubts in your resolve, your chakra will be unstable, and thus so will be the process. But there's one more reason to maintain a strong resolve. But before that, let me ask you something. Will your chakra signature and that of your younger or older self be the same, or will it be different? The young shinobi appeared surprised by the question, but Shika still spoke up, albeit a little reluctantly. I guess, since chakra signature is used as an effective means of identification, the chakra signature will remain the same for the person regardless of the age or state. What about you, Uchiha? I think only the quantity may vary, but essentially I agree with Shika, it will be the same. After giving them considerable thought, Kurama turned to Naruto. And you, Naruto? The blonde in question scratched his head and answered. I don't know anything about these chakra signatures, but I do know that when I was younger my chakra was darker, almost sinister, different from now, so my answer is that it will be different. When Naruto looked up, he was a little taken aback to see amber eyes staring at him with an odd expression on their faces. Kurama's eyes shot upward almost instantly, leaving Naruto to question, was that pride? Although all of you are right in some regards, it is Naruto who gave the right answer. Observing the curious looks, Kurama went on, you see, it is true that a person's chakra remains essentially the same during his lifetime, but like Naruto said, our chakra is affected by our emotions. Although it is not a major change, so shinobi continued to find chakra signature reliable in identification. But this jutsu is a fine-tuned technique, hence this jutsu does takes this point into consideration. Now the reason I said to strengthen your resolve was to make sure that you don't get stuck. After noticing bewildered looks in his eyes, Kurama went on. According to what I said, the chakra natures of yours and your younger self will be slightly different. Now, suppose you perform the jutsu and find a suitable chakra and you start the process. You will be using a slightly different chakra as your anchor, which would lead to instability, and suppose you have doubts in between, what would happen? After a brief pause, he went on, your being, which is in the process of teleportation, will get confused between the desired location and the present, meaning, you lose yourself, forever. So we have to be utterly confident of our intentions downright to our thoughts? Shika asked. The old Biju gave a nod. There is one more danger that you must be aware of. When you time travel, you can end up anywhere, depending upon where you find the similar chakra, and once you do reach somewhere you have to conquer that slightly different chakra of your past self to match your current one. Meaning if the host has weak body we have to train to make it stronger. No, you just have to match the types, not the amount. If your past emotions are darker, then you will have to get rid of this darkness and establish your chakra instead. Light and dark cannot coexist. And what if we don't succeed? Two selves cannot stay in one body, one of them will cease to exist. So if I get transferred to my 25 years old self, I have to take over my body? Essentially yes, and what would happen to our present selves? That is still unknown. Whether you will disappear or will your time period will remain stagnant, nobody's really sure. This is an ancient, almost non-existent jutsu, after all. The three shinobi all kept quiet as they took in this new information. But this technique finds matching chakra on its own, right? So what if we get sent to the future instead? Wouldn't that beat the whole purpose? It would have, but this technique allows you to specify your choice regarding the time period using specified hand seals. Shika, who had been quiet the entire time, finally spoke. But why haven't the people of the past used such a powerful technique? Kurama responded quickly. Every action will have an opposite reaction. No power comes without a price. Your ancestors chose to have faith in the future than to change the course of time, and more importantly, nobody's sure if it has been used. He took a moment to process what he had said. No one knows who created it. Besides its hand seals and vague assumptions, nothing about it is clear. It is truly shrouded in darkness. So I ask you again, are you sure of your paths? Three sets of eyes flashed with uncertainty, but they quickly solidified into a single emotion: determination. We are going to bring peace to the ninja world. We are going to save everyone. We are shinobi of the allied shinobi force. Something as trivial as a time travel jutsu isn't going to stop us, Naruto laughed. Sasuke added, his trademark smirk working full time. You are too loud, Naruto, but you are right, this is not the time for doubts. It's going to be troublesome, but I can't just let you knuckleheads go on your own, now can I? Shika chimed in. The blonde practically shouted, now that we've got that part cleared, Kurama, when are we going to do it? Kurama complained, brats. War sure hasn't worn down your cockiness, but his eyes betrayed him, they were dancing with amusement. This jutsu requires the users to be close to their real self, and that's why I said that we have to hurry. One is closest to one's real self only when one is close to death. Only truly wise humans are aware of this. Your brother belonged to those few, Uchiha. Sasuke turned his head away from this. Well, why are you surprised, furball? Itachi was one of the greatest heroes the Leaf ever had. Of course he would be awesome. Right, Sasuke? Naruto asked, grinning. After a moment of staring at his best friend, Sasuke grinned. Of course Dobi, he was a proud member of the Uchiha clan after all. Shika grinned to himself. Although he was referred to as a genius, he could never match Naruto's ability to elicit warmth and unity in others. Naruto genuinely had a unique yet priceless gift. Since all of you have seen death many times in this war and felt the grief and utter desolation death brings, I think all of us are well in sync with our real self, but we have to hurry. Time is the greatest healer, and the more time passes, the more you forget your real self. Kurama went on, so we're going to do it tonight, precisely at midnight. Before you ask, it's going to be at midnight because midnight is the time when a new day begins, new hope arises. It's the perfect time for such an important jutsu. Kurama got to his feet. Now leave and wait for me at your comrades' graves tonight a few minutes before midnight, don't disturb me till then. After giving a nod, the three shinobi walked away. Well, 5 minutes before midnight, a few hours later. Gazing at his friends' tombs, Naruto. This time I will not fail, I promise. As they gazed at the graves, his two companions made a silent commitment to preserve what they had previously been unable to do. There are 2 minutes left. Guys, Kurama wants to speak, I'm changing with him. Naruto's eyes were amber in color when he opened them after closing them. Brats, quick, arrange yourselves in a circle and hold your hands. He rolled his eyes when he saw their sudden embarrassment. Make it quick. I'm not asking you to marry each other. I'm asking you to hold your hands, and listen. Don't let go, no matter what, no matter what. When they nodded, Kurama went on, and don't worry about the hand seals, I'll be performing them and I'll be the one supplying the main chakra. I'll be using yours too, but not in large amounts. After taking a breather, he went on, you guys just close your eyes and brace yourselves. When you open them next time, you might not find each other, but don't panic. My chakra will ensure that all of you will end up in the same timeline. Just 1 minute left. I am going to change back with Naruto. Don't forget about what I said, and concentrate. He tightened his grip and focused as his blue eyes blinked and then instantly closed. There are 30 seconds left. Shika could sense Kurama performing the hand seals as his red chakra enveloped him. Mi, Tora, Tatsu, Ushi, Nei, there are 10 seconds left. Sasuke sensed the strength of the jutsu coursing through him as it developed. Itachi, I'll save you, 5 seconds left. Naruto heard a sound in the back of his mind. This is a pitter-patter-patter. Rain? This time I'll make them tears of joy, not of pain. I'll save them all. Just 1 second left. The night sky became dazzlingly bright, as though a young star were descending from the sky, intent on blazing his own trail. Peace returned a moment later, and the graves echoed in quiet. After that, they vanished. The rain continued to fall, creating another beautiful curtain. The side of Naruto, chilly. He was extremely chilly. He felt the chill bite him. As he floated passively, Naruto couldn't help but shudder. Wait, floated? Naruto awoke with a start, his blue eyes instinctively looking around him. Darkness. His sense of sight was drowned by the pitch black darkness that enveloped him. It appeared to be a void with no entrance or exit. His body was rocked back and forth by invisible currents. However, he felt a connection to this place for some reason. It feels familiar, but how? With both arms outstretched, Naruto attempted, but was unable, to sense his surroundings. Where am I? What happened? However, the currents abruptly became stronger, pulling him along with them before his confused brain could process anything. The darkness now appeared menacing, as if it were radiating hopelessness and coldness. Then, suddenly, there was excruciating pain. His brain detected voices in the middle of the agony, and he could hear them. Demon brat. It's that child, stay away from him. Worthless. Naruto put his hands around his head to make himself as small as possible, but the whispering continued as the pain and the darkness grew. The third should get rid of him, ignore him. Get lost, demon brat. Naruto's grip tightened, but he was drowning as the darkness engulfed him. A flash of pain threatened to rip him to pieces. Then all of a sudden it struck him. This place seems familiar, because this is my own mind. Naruto's hands dropped to his sides. Now he got it. He was hurting because of this. His pain. This was something he had to get past. He gathered his chakra and willed the pain away without opening his eyes. The pain subsided. As if on cue, he opened his eyes to see a young boy standing in front of him. The boy was covered in darkness, with blue eyes and blonde hair. His eyes were vacant and lifeless. He was the one. Uzumaki Naruto. Strange as it may sound, he knew what he had to do the instant he laid eyes on his younger self. Naruto rose and moved in the direction of his younger self, allowing the darkness to be chased away by his own radiant chakra. He embraced the child while kneeling in front of him. The child started crying and struggling right away. As the younger one calmed down, Naruto simply held him. When Naruto did, he drew back and looked at his younger self, and he could see the fear written there. After wiping away his younger self's tears, Naruto muttered, "It's all right, Naruto, you don't have to pretend anymore. I promise you, you will never be alone. Ever. You never have to be scared again." Before vanishing, the younger Naruto merely glanced at his older self and grinned broadly. "I will be the strongest Hokage ever, it's my dream, Dadbeo." The 17-year-old Rokudame experienced a profound sense of calm as he began to lose consciousness. So this is what Kurama meant by conquering, huh? Well, brat, wake up. There was a screech that got to his brain and pushed his sleep away. "You did this, didn't you?" When his azure eyes opened, he saw an elderly woman standing before him. Naruto blinked. The woman, who appeared to be at least 50 years old, had a very sour face, as though she had consumed a particularly bitter substance. Her beady eyes were full of accusation, as though he had made her drink it against her will. Overall, she had the appearance of any old hag if her face hadn't been covered in images of unicorns dancing with delight and her hair hadn't been dyed rainbow colored. The woman obviously didn't appear to be happy. Naturally, Naruto settled for both since he couldn't decide whether to laugh at the ridiculous scene or be appalled at how ugly the elderly hag appeared. The blonde laughed and held his stomach, saying, "Aha ha 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 ha. You look so ugly, aha." The old woman's eerie aura went unnoticed by Naruto, who was now laughing uncontrollably. "And your hair, it looks like a..." Just inches from his face, a pair of shurikens suddenly swung past him and lodged themselves in the wall. Naruto swallowed. "Yes, brat. What were you saying? My hair looks like what? Please do share your opinion with me, I'll be delighted to give you my reply." The gloomy aura kept expanding. "Nothing. Ika.san. Wait, Ika.san. How did I? Nothing at all. Your hair looks beautiful in that shade." The insane woman appeared to become even more enraged by this, as she was now holding another pair of shuriken. "Seriously, when did potentially dangerous weapons become common property for potentially mad people?" asked Naruto. "You ruined my hair and my face," she shouted. "Now how will you atone?" Naruto was about to object to the false accusations made against him when he was reminded of the time he mixed colors in shampoo and left a wet unicorn imprint on a towel. "So I did do it, but when?" But before he could investigate this further, two shurikens swung past him once more. Evidently sensing that the woman before him was insane, Naruto started to creep slowly in the direction of the door on the other side of the room they were in, hoping to get out, while grinning broadly to divert her attention. He offered feebly, "I could help you wash it off?" With a charming smile, Ika stepped forward as the gloomy aura grew stronger. Thus, Naruto took the only logical action that came to mind: he ran away. He braced himself and leapt to the door, only to be surprised when his hands stopped a few inches below the handle, preventing him from reaching it. What the, did I get shorter suddenly? But how? Before he could consider why he had suddenly become shorter, he heard a savage shout coming from behind him. "Come back here, brat." He leapt to his feet instantly, snatched up the handle, and dashed out. Despite the building's many twists, Naruto had no trouble navigating it. As he ran, he became aware of two things. One, his body was shorter, but also lighter and weaker. And two, this building reminded him of that old lady. Naruto finally reached outside, paused for a breath, and then saw the entire building where he had woken up. He let out a gasp. "This is my orphanage." After gazing at the structure where he had spent 6 years, Naruto suddenly understood. The jutsu was successful. "I'm in the past, so that really was shuriken. Ika, huh?" Naruto muttered to himself, but then how did I remember her name so quickly? After all, it's been almost 10 years since I last saw her. And what about all those memories? The younger version of himself had done it for him, almost. Naruto exclaimed, "Thinking about all this is giving me a headache." but instantly became happier. I know, I can ask Shika, he will know for sure. Naruto abruptly stopped. Sasuke and Shika. Ah, I forgot about them. Sasuke's never going to let this slide if he comes to know about it. Naruto was now strolling through the streets, lost in thought. I have to find them, but where should I look? The park seems reasonable, doesn't it? Naruto stumbled and fell because he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to realize he had entered a store. He rubbed his head and muttered, "OWW. That hurt, stupid shop." Instead, he picked himself up and turned to face the mirror he had collided with. Naruto looked at it. He nodded to himself and said, "I look pretty handsome if I say so myself." He abruptly froze. No, it can't be, it's just my overactive imagination. He looked again and rubbed his eyes. Then he let out a scream. Well. The side of Sasuke. Sasuke opened his eyes and blinked once more. It was so bright that it was nearly blinding. There was the scent of fresh lilies everywhere. There was joy in the air. It was almost like heaven. Heaven, a familiar place. Sasuke slowly got up and looked around. His body seemed to disagree with his mind, as he found himself relaxing even though his mind told him to be more alert. Sasuke was ecstatic, joyful, and most importantly, satisfied. This place, it reminds me of my childhood, with Itachi. The sound of panting was heard by the raven head as he closed his eyes and inhaled. The final Uchiha approached the source with caution. Sasuke slowed as he got closer to the location and stopped to blink. Sasuke Uchiha, a young child with raven hair, was standing in the middle of the clearing. However, this Sasuke seemed to be the total opposite of the previous one. While the younger one seemed to exude happiness and innocence, the older one, well, the older Sasuke, gives the word, dark, a completely different meaning. Sasuke kept staring incredulously. What is going on here? Why are there two of me? Sasuke looked more closely, deciding to just watch for the time being. When he noticed that his younger self was throwing a kunai, his eyes widened. Sasuke the younger appeared to be rehearsing. Sasuke heard voices as he drew nearer. Itachi is a genius, really one of a kind. The Uchiha clan has produced a prodigy. His name is Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke, you must become more like your Aniki. Sasuke was reminded of his past as he watched his younger self attempt to hit his target. He would constantly aim to surpass Itachi. Since no one seemed to be interested in him back then, Sasuke was sick of being his older brother's shadow. He smirked as he suddenly understood. So this is what that idiotic fox was talking about earlier, so this is what my past self's mind looks like, huh? Now that he knew, he could see the more subtle undercurrents of envy and frustration, but the overwhelming feeling of adoration was overpowering all other emotions. By standing in his own head and looking at himself, he was able to see exactly what it was that had previously led Itachi to view him as naive and immature. Namely, his incapacity to think independently and to identify himself. Sasuke could see the frustration in his younger self as he looked at him, but how could he assist? Suddenly, he remembered a specific incident. Sasuke. Teme, don't you dare underestimate my tailed beast mode. Do you have any idea how difficult it was? I bet you could never overcome your hatred like I did. In response to his inquisitive gaze, the blonde had clarified. Overcoming your inner hatred is the first step to reach this mode. I could do it easily too, Dobi. Teme. You can't beat hatred. The only way one can overcome hatred is by acknowledging it as a part of you, accepting it. Sasuke had laughed at the blonde and disregarded him back then, but now he knew what she was getting at. Sasuke strode forward, grinning in his usual way. His younger self was gasping for air, and his eyes were filled with frustration. Ignoring the fear in his own onyx eyes as he approached his younger self, he approached him and merely flicked him forward. Staring at the elder Sasuke, the younger one, who are you? Sasuke just grinned, genuinely grinning. It's a right brat, you don't have to do this anymore. You are Sasuke Uchiha, a proud member of the Uchiha clan. There is no need for you to push yourself anymore. Sasuke allowed his chakra to flow into his younger self, bringing with it his own strengths, weaknesses, and most importantly, himself. The younger ghost gave him a wide-eyed stare. You don't have to run behind Itachi anymore. Sasuke's younger self was fading, or perhaps merging, if you will, with the older one, and the feelings of jealousy and discontent started to fade as he watched. As his final conscious thought vanished, Sasuke unexpectedly started laughing. I owe you one for this, Dobi. He was being shaken by someone. When Sasuke opened his eyes, he saw his mother looking down at him. Makoto Uchiha, who was unaware of his sudden pallor, gave him a worried look. Her onyx eyes betrayed her concern as she asked, "Is something wrong, Sasuke? You don't usually sleep for so long." For his part, Sasuke just gazed at her, his mind unable to process the reality that his mother was right there, breathing and alive. Is this a genjutsu, or maybe some trick of some sort? Makoto, who was clearly aware of his restlessness, became increasingly worried and pressed her cool palm to Sasuke's forehead. This is true, Sasuke reflected. He compelled his sleep, deprived mind to recall his pre-waking location. Almost simultaneously, his eyes grew even wider. The jutsu, it was a success. He shifted his attention to his mother, who was giving him a loving glance. We succeeded. I am in the past. This is my mother. A single tear ran out of his eye almost without his awareness. Unfortunately, his mother panicked after interpreting this as a sign of some distress. Sasuke? What is the matter? Speak to me, Sasuke. Realizing his foolishness, the raven head wiped it right away and said, "No, nothing is wrong. Mom, I'm fine. Something just went into my eye, that's all." Although she didn't seem completely convinced, his mother, "Are you sure, Sasuke? You don't have to lie if you're in pain, it's alright?" He nearly broke when he saw his mother in person staring at him with that expression, but he kept his composure. "I'm alright, Mom, I was just tired." Fortunately, his mother didn't appear to notice his slip because she got up and grinned. "Well, it's alright then, finish dressing and come to the kitchen, I have the breakfast ready for you." With an inward sigh of relief, Sasuke was ready to rise when his mother spoke once more. "Sasuke, I forgot to ask you yesterday, where is the book I asked to get?" His mouth responded right away, despite his mind wondering what his mother was discussing. "It's in the kitchen's cupboard." Makoto confirmed this information with an affirmative response after a brief pause. "How did I know that? I didn't know about any book." As he dressed, Sasuke was preoccupied, but he became aware of something. Everything appeared much larger than he had remembered. He went to the kitchen after putting on his clothes. His mom was standing there already, preparing a meal. Sasuke wondered if he was mistaken and this was a dream as he sat down to eat. A deep voice greeted him, "Good morning, Sasuke." Sasuke froze when he heard this voice. He looked up to see Itachi Uchiha, his Aniki, grinning at him in a kind way. He was aware that he would meet him, but he didn't account for the emotional impact it would have on him. Itachi, his beloved Aniki, was physically in front of him. Meeting Itachi almost knocked him out if meeting his deceased mother was shocking. He was reminded of all his shortcomings by looking into Itachi's kind face. The man who accepted hatred instead of love because he was a pacifist, who knew what true peace was, who sacrificed everything for peace and love, now stood in front of him, looking at him with genuine love and a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I will always love you, Sasuke." When Itachi noticed Sasuke's abruptly pale face, his expression turned worried. "Sasuke, is something wrong?" Sasuke made himself concentrate once more, but this time he just shook his head and went back to looking at his food, even though he could see that Itachi and his mother were both suspicious. Sasuke swiftly swallowed his meal and got to his feet after realizing that remaining too long would cause him to collapse. "Mom, can I go outside?" Both listeners were taken aback by this for some reason. Itachi asked, "Sasuke, why do you want to go outside?" Blinking, "Sasuke, why are they treating me like a toddler?" However, Sasuke responded, I simply want to take a walk, that's all." His mother and brother looked at each other, and then his mother gave in. "Alright Sasuke, but be back by 3, understood?" Despite being perplexed by the excessive protectiveness, Sasuke just nodded and practically ran away, feeling his brother's cunning eyes on his back the entire time. After exiting, Sasuke exhaled deeply and allowed his feet to carry him in a passive manner. His mind was too overloaded at the moment. He needed to de-stress before he could find his friends. His thoughts drifted to those strange recollections he had when he was questioned about the book as he was walking. "It almost felt like my body was doing it for me, to help me." With a sigh, he came to a halt and was shocked to discover that he was now standing on the banks of the river where he had once trained. He grinned nostalgically in spite of himself. "The place where I mastered my first ninjutsu technique." He froze as he stared into the mirror. Like surface of the river, still grinning. Then he took a very Uchiha action. He let out a scream. Well, from Shika's perspective, Shika enjoyed sleeping, particularly on a warm, windy spot, such as a terrace where the clouds would protect him from the sun's rays while also enabling him to enjoy his favorite pastime, cloud watching. Naturally, he assumed he had passed away and entered paradise when he opened his eyes to discover that he was in this situation. Fortunately, though, his mind was still working, and he assumed this was an illusion of some kind. To his astonishment, nothing changed despite his mumbled, "Kai. So this is real after all." He carefully picked himself up and made the decision to take a short stroll. The sun seemed to warm the whole place, the terrace was lovely, and the clouds were floating languidly in the sky. He took a deep breath in spite of himself, moved by the nostalgia that pervaded the air. This place, this can only be my mind, no other place can look this, me, but how? He heard Kurama's voice in his head almost instantly. No, you just have to match the types, not the amount. If your past emotions are darker, then you will have to get rid of this darkness and establish your chakra instead. Light and dark cannot coexist. Shika let out a sigh. What a drag. Now how do I do it? Maybe releasing my chakra will give me a hint. Almost instantly, he allowed his chakra to flow into his surroundings and noticed a small child forming in front of him. Although the child was lying down and seemed to be sleeping, Shika knew without even looking that it was him. He recognized Kurama's meaning as he gazed at his diminutive self. He had everything when he was younger, but he was missing one crucial element: his purpose. He never grasped the reasoning behind dreams, so he just kept existing. He never understood, even as he gazed at Naruto's joyful face as he shared his dream with the world. But after Asuma Sensei abandoned him and gave him his king, he discovered his calling, to guard, raise, and guide the children. With a smile, Shika approached his younger self, who was still acting, and sat down beside him while gazing at the clouds. Hey brat, you don't have to worry, what you're searching for, you'll find it eventually. Without opening his eyes, Shika murmured, just never give up. He sensed the shift in the chakra around him as soon as he said those words. He sensed his own chakra taking over and his younger self vanishing. When he heard the words, he knew he had succeeded. Thank you. When Shika opened his eyes, he was in a remarkably cozy and warm environment for the second time that day. When he sat up and looked around, he was surprised to see that he was seated behind the academy in his favorite spot, the oak tree in the forest. This tree, it was destroyed the year I became Chunin, but how? His memories of the day before came flooding back to him as though in response. So this is the past. We succeeded. He immediately leapt off and ran in the direction of the village, feeling the excitement building inside of him. His village was in front of him, looking as magnificent as ever, and the sight astounded him when he arrived. His eyes were like a newborn's, taking in everything for the first time as he wandered through the streets in a daze. Absolutely everything had a lovely appearance. There were no cries of pain or dejected expressions, only joy and laughter, no bodies or wreckage, just people talking and living contentedly. He gulped down the sights. This was his home, his leaf, his village. He was so distracted that he failed to realize he had bumped into someone, causing them to both fall. Shika apologized for not paying attention to the other person, saying, I'm sorry, I was just preoccupied. It's all right. I was partly at fault as. Shika stopped. That voice, is it, with his signature food packet in his right hand? Choji Akamichi exclaimed. Shikamaru. Why are you up so early, don't you usually sleep at this time? Instead. Shika found it difficult to keep his bored face when he saw his best friend dead. I just thought of taking a walk, that's all. Choji would have immediately noticed the tightness in his friend's gestures and the evident tension in his body language if he had been even remotely as perceptive as Shikamaru, but since he wasn't, everything went smoothly. He simply nodded while continuing to eat. After the initial shock of seeing his friend die, he realized something significant. His best friend appeared small, not in a flattering way, but rather with wide eyes. No. It couldn't be. He gripped his friend's shoulder and asked urgently, Choji, how old are we? Choji appeared surprised to be asked such a question. Please Choji, just tell me, we're 3 years old, of course. Shika froze upon hearing these words. Shikamaru, are you alright? You are acting really strange today. However, he bounced back fast. I'm fine, Choji, I'm fine. Choji innocently inquired, but then why did you suddenly ask me our age? A little hesitantly, I was just confirming something, was the response. Choji appeared to agree with his response. Well, I guess it's okay then, so want to come with me for barbecue? Despite his continued daze, Shika couldn't help but grin at his friend's food obsession. Sorry Choji, I have something to do, maybe sometime later tomorrow? But you. My treat. This appeared to calm his food. Loving friend, as Shika had anticipated, because he nodded right away. Choji said, waving goodbye, okay, I'll see you tomorrow, remember this. Shika simply waved back and laughed. Even in the past, some things never change. Shika let out a sigh as Choji disappeared from view. What a drag, we're back to being 3 years olds again. Next, I wonder if Naruto and Sasuke have realized it yet. Two very familiar screams suddenly broke the quiet afternoon air. Ah, why'd I look like a little kid? Shika let out a sigh. I guess that answers my question. Shika started jogging lightly while listening to the voices of his two foolish but valuable allies. So troublesome, but I guess I have no choice, after all, we've got the world to save. Being 3 years old can be quite challenging. Shika made up her mind. Knowing that he was 3 years old, he became aware of all the little details that had slipped his mind only moments before. His body was smaller, lighter, and, above all, weaker. He had a pitiful lack of chakra control. The most problematic aspect, though, he was able to recall every piece of knowledge he had acquired over the course of his 17 years, but he was unable to put any of it into practice. Although he could still clearly recall all of the methods, strategies, reflexes, etc., he sensed that this body was not accustomed to any of them. To put it another way, they would have to start over in terms of all their skills. He was prepared to wager that his fellow soldiers felt the same way. The only bright spot he could see in their circumstances was that, as 3-year-olds, they had more time to prepare their goals and train. Even though they had significantly fewer skills, he was sure that the knowledge they already possessed would help them develop more quickly. As he ran, Shika looked around, hoping to see any familiar faces, but he was relieved to see none. Shika located his raven-haired comrade by the river after circling his two friends' chakras for roughly 5 minutes. It looked like he was frowning at the river. Sasuke looked up and let out a noticeable breath as Shika approached the shore. When Shika saw the famous Uchiha glare on the adorable 3-year-old's face, he couldn't help but laugh. For his part, Sasuke just ignored Shika and kept staring at the river as though it had caused him some unimaginable horror. Shika let out a sigh. Maybe I was better off without friends. Shika nevertheless nudged his friend, Sasuke, However, Sasuke interrupted him. This is really happening, isn't it? Sasuke sighed at Shika's faint nod. How old are we? 3, was the quick response. Sasuke grimaced and examined his fingers closely, holding them up to his eye level. Kurama sure could have mentioned this little fact, he grumbled. Shika remained quiet, allowing the other person to process his ideas independently. After a long wait, Sasuke finally got up and let out a sigh. Guess it can't be helped, have you found Naruto? Shika was the recipient of the latter section. I managed to trace his chakra. He's at a distance of about 100 meters north of here. They both started to move in the direction of the specified location in an unwritten agreement. Sasuke steadfastly continued to ignore Shika's presence and avoided looking at her. Shika was not a fool. He knew that Sasuke must have met his family and that he was well aware of the Ravenhead situation because he would soon have to deal with a similar situation himself. He knew enough about that pain. A barely audible whisper said, sorry. Shika looked at his friend and then burst out laughing. Never thought I would ever live to witness the day the Sasuke Uchiha apologizes to me. The final Uchiha just looked straight ahead without responding. They remained that way for a while. I fought with Ino the day before we won the war. Shika didn't seem to care, but Onyx's eyes widened at this unexpected revelation. I called her weak and hopeless. I don't honestly know why I said those words, but I suppose you could say I had reacted out of seeing too many deaths, too much loss. Shika's voice was full of accusations and self-loathing. Quite ironic, wouldn't you say? After all these years of complacency, I snapped. I lost my temper and you know what happened next, Ino died, protecting me. In that instant I hated myself more than anyone else, even more than Madara himself. Shika turned to look at his friend with the raven hair and the haunted eyes that didn't belong on a 3-year-old's innocent face. Sasuke pondered, eyes which look exactly like mine. Shika inhaled deeply. Sasuke, I understand you are confused over seeing Itachi again as I will be overseeing Ino. But getting flustered won't help us. Shika went on. I know it hurts, but we've been given this invaluable option to prevent all that hurt. Itachi, Choji, Sakura, Ino, Kakashi, Sensei, Hanata, and every single person who lost their life but won the war for us. We can save them all. Shika grinned. And you won't be alone either. You have us by your side. We may have failed once, but we won't be failing again. It may be troublesome, but we can pull it off. The weight in Sasuke's step started to go away as if he thought about those words. When Shika noticed a familiar smirk creep onto his comrade's pallid face, he knew he had hit the mark. Not bad, Nara, didn't know you had a thing for motivational speeches, but not bad at all. Shika occasionally questioned whether the Uchiha genes simply did not encode the phrase, thank you. But the appreciation in those dark eyes was plain to see. Perhaps it wasn't so bad to have friends after all. I hope you're not going to sprout nonsense about hope and faith and all that next, said Sasuke. Or perhaps not. Shika opted to remain silent rather than respond, relishing the peace of their quiet companionship. Sasuke appeared to be following suit. Shika noticed that something was amiss as they got closer to their destination. People were gathered around something. Sasuke snapped at him, so he had also noticed. The individual in the center had the chakra signature of Naruto. They both started running right away and forced their way through the throng. His normally serene mind boiled with indignation at the sight that awaited him. Sasuke snarled. Naruto was confronted by two individuals, one holding a metal bar and the other holding a knife. They both appeared to be at least 30 years old. While Naruto had multiple bruises on his limbs, the most concerning was the cut on his arm, which was bleeding, fortunately not severely. Naruto, for his part, just stood motionless in a defensive position. You've been hanging around my store too much, demon brat. Admit it. You're the one who stole my money. They gave Naruto a sneer. The first man leapt forward with the bar in his hand, posing for an attack, before Naruto could say anything to defend himself. He didn't make it, though. Jumping between them, Sasuke snarled at him. He said in a disdainful tone, stay away or else. Although it was obvious to Sasuke that the blonde was beginning to lose strength, Sasuke ignored the blonde and kept glaring at the other two while Naruto feebly attempted to push his friend away. The aforementioned men raised their weapons and moved forward after a brief moment of hesitation. Move, brat, or we'll get rid of you along with that worthless brat. The strange dark aura the Raven head was giving off would have caused the attackers to leap back if they had any common sense, but since they didn't, they simply continued to move forward. Naruto halted his feeble attempts to push the Raven head away as Sasuke stiffened. Hold it. A voice with authority said. The two men froze, turning to face their right where the voice had come from. Standing there with a rust-colored pouch in his small fingers was Shikamaru Nara. Suddenly, the person holding the knife stammered out. That's... Shika cut in. I suppose this is the money that Naruto supposedly stole from you? The first one gave a grunt. Yes, but how? I found this in your own store. It was taped underneath your drawer. The men exchanged glances before frowning. So that, where you hid it, huh? Demon brat. If Naruto hadn't just grabbed his friend's arm, Sasuke would have actually leapt this time. But how can you be sure? What is your evidence? They appeared surprised for a moment but soon recovered. We don't need evidence. He is the demon brat. He must have done it. At the mention of that word, Shika clenched his teeth but did not respond. After all, given that Shika knew the entire Konoha law book by heart, it wouldn't be good if random 3-year-olds started lecturing civilians about law and order. Abruptly, a voice said, he's lying. Kiba Inuzuka, another of their former comrades, was standing among the crowd. Kiba strode ahead until he was standing next to Shika before any of them could respond to the newcomer. What do you mean, kid? Are you all kids in this together? Do your parents even know that you're defending that brat? Kiba simply shrugged and yawned. Even if did, so what? As far as I can see, you guys are the real bad guys. Shika instantly became alert. Why do you say that? Kiba gestured to the two assailants with his finger. When I was here earlier, I heard them talking to each other and I clearly heard the one with the knife say that he was going to hide the stash and that they will get rid of the demon brat, but I didn't know they meant this kid. Before the demonstrations began, Kiba went on, he concluded sheepishly, I was going to tell someone, but my mom pulled me away. Shika, who was only 3 years old, found it extremely challenging to look the two men in the eye. You two lied about this just so you could hurt Naruto and... Sasuke grasped the main idea right away. And I wonder how the Hokage will feel about this. Despite their hatred of Naruto, Shika could see that they were beginning to feel uneasy. The third prevented them from taking any action against him. Sasuke said in a gloomy whisper, just go, and we won't tell the Hokage. Kiba merely grinned malevolently. Were we really capable of smirking like that when we were 3? Shika wondered. The person with the knife started, but Shika cut him off, saying, "We won't leave. You don't have any proof while we have Kiba as our witness, just be grateful that we're not going to tell the Hokage about the bruises and cuts Naruto has and leave." With a hand on his shoulder, the other person stopped the one with the knife just as he started up again. "Leave it, Chris, we can just take down the demon brat another time." He whispered, "All right, San, if you say so." The two men then approached Shika, took their money, and left for their stores. Shika heard bits of conversation as the crowd started to thin out. Why did they have to save him? That child doesn't deserve to live. The third should be more considerate of us. Shika balled his fists. These people were beyond his comprehension. Was their hatred so intense that it prevented them from seeing that Naruto is just a regular kid who wants nothing more than to be happy and be recognized? However, he was startled out of his reverie by Sasuke's shout. "Naruto!" Naruto had fallen. Shika discovered when she turned around in alarm. "Oh shit! I forgot about his injury." In addition to kneeling next to him, Sasuke kept an arm around their blonde friend to keep him from toppling over. Kiba was obviously at his wit's end, as evidenced by the anxious expression on his face as he watched. Shika instantly knelt down and turned to face his friend. Naruto's face appeared strained and pale. Examining the wound, Sasuke exhaled with relief. It wasn't deep, and he was confident the bleeding would end quickly on its own. Most likely, it was just shock. In order to cut the already dwindling blood flow, Shika quickly wrapped the piece of cloth he kept wrapped around his left upper arm around the cut. Kiba suggested, "How about we take him somewhere so he can lie down?" Sasuke had already wrapped his arms around the unconscious boy when Naruto started to move, revealing a bright blue yes. Shika commanded, "Take it easy, Naruto, don't move around too much." However, Naruto dismissed their assistance, blinking his blue eyes as though to dispel a fog. "Dobi, stay still," warning Sasuke. However, he disregarded them in typical Naruto fashion. "Ugh, what happened? Sasuke, why are you hugging me?" "Because you would be kissing the ground otherwise, idiot." Simply put, blue eyes grew wide with bewilderment. Shika added, "You passed out, remember?" In an attempt to follow suit, Naruto wrinkled his nose, but recognition made his features lighter. "Oh, I remember, San and Chris, right? But I still don't understand why you're hugging me." This caused Sasuke to react instantly, dragging away at breakneck speed, causing Naruto to stumble. He whimpered, "OWW. Why did you that for?" The sour response was, "Now do you understand the reason, Dobi?" Shika simply rolled his eyes as his earlier worry turned to frustration. He pondered, "Why did I make friends again? Guys? Sorry to interrupt, but I've got to go now." "Oh, sure, thanks for helping out earlier, we really appreciate it," Shika grinned. Sasuke simply grunted in gratitude. "Yeah, thanks Kiba. You really saved me," Naruto smiled, and Kiba simply gave him a thumbs up. "No problem, mate." The untidy brunette blinked abruptly. "But how did you know my name?" Sasuke silently scowled at the blonde as Naruto abruptly gulped. Fortunately, Shika took his place. "He just happens to recognize you from the Inuzuka clan, that's all." As Shika anticipated, upon hearing this, Kiba completely forgot about suspicion. "Really? I'm that famous, huh? Well, that's quite natural, I guess." Naruto enthusiastically added, "Yeah. That's it, that's exactly why I know your name." Sasuke rolled his eyes and Shika simply nodded wearily, both of them wondering the same thing. Is it possible that these two idiots are related to each other? After all, their idiocy matches. Kiba said, "Hey, I forgot to ask. Who are you guys?" For the first time that day, Sasuke complained to Kiba, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha." He pointed to Shika and said, "That one is Shikamaru Nara, and this idiot over here," pointing to Naruto, who angrily retorted at being called an idiot, "is Naruto Uzumaki." Kiba smiled and nodded. "You guys are weird, but I like that, so starting now, we're friends." Since Shika and Sasuke were aware of how annoying Naruto and Kiba together could be, they decided it would be more sensible to just observe. "You know," Naruto started, then abruptly started to falter a little. Shika, who was standing closer, stabilized Naruto by instinctively grabbing onto his forearm. "You alright, Naruto?" "Yeah, I just got dizzy for a moment, that's all." With his eyes tightly shut, Naruto answered. With a sigh, Shika started guiding Naruto to the adjacent park. When Naruto started to object, Sasuke took over the task of glaring at him to stop him. Kiba simply lingered close. Shika hurried to the park and gave his friend a gentle shove to sit on the bench at the far end. Naruto simply sat down and blinked to get rid of the vertigo, without objecting for once. With his own concern clearly visible, Kiba questioned, "Shouldn't we take him to someone?" Shika briefly questioned whether this was indeed Kiba. Their Kiba never expressed any worry, particularly following the deaths of Hanata and Shino, but then again, the rest of Konoha 11 had experienced the same thing during the conflict. "It should be fine. The wound is too small for infection. It's probably just minor blood loss," replied Shika. Naruto eventually opened his eyes fully, the glazed expression gone, as if to demonstrate it. Sasuke grinned and said, "Dobi, please let us know if you intend to faint the next time." Naruto simply protruded his tongue at the head of the raven. Then, out of nowhere, they heard a shout that sounded somewhat familiar. Kiba shouted, "Coming mom," before turning to smile at his newfound companions. "Sorry guys, I have to go. Mom's really scary when she's angry. You guys sure you got this?" Naruto merely smiled, but Sasuke and Shika both nodded. "See you guys later." Kiba ran out to meet his mother, waving his arm as the three time travelers watched. Naruto abruptly straightened after having an idea. "Hey, where was Akamaru? Isn't he usually always with Kiba?" "I guess that's because Kiba's mom hasn't given Akamaru to Kiba yet. If I remember correctly, that happened at his 4th birthday," replied Shika. Cocking his head, Naruto, "Oh yeah, I do remember Kiba saying something like that, but still I can't believe we didn't notice his absence at all." "Speak for yourself, Dobi. I'm quite sure you're the only one who missed that," Sasuke grinned. Knowing this, Naruto instantly shot back, "Who are you calling Dobi? Teme. If you noticed it already, then why didn't you ask him about it? Huh?" Gazing at Naruto, Sasuke, "Are you an idiot? How can I ask him that?" "Why not?" was the impatient query. "Because we're not supposed to know anything about him, definitely not about his future. We just met him, remember?" Shika let out a sigh. "Don't you guys tire of this routine? It's just so troublesome." When he saw his friend's typical smirk and brilliant smile, he couldn't help but smile too. "I guess not." They momentarily stopped, savoring the infrequent peaceful moment. After a brief pause, Naruto muttered, "It's strange to be able to see them all," and Kiba appeared to be considerably more different. "Well, what do you expect? He is 3 just like all of us, of course he won't be the same." "Teme. You." Naruto's amused eyes grew wide. "What? I'm 3. Sasuke and Shika exchanged a quick look. "You mean after all this time you didn't know this?" "Of course I didn't. I mean I noticed I was kind of small, but 3? Sasuke simply shook his head and Shika sighed. Occasionally, they questioned whether their leader was intentionally being foolish. "Wait guys, does that mean our skills are at a 3-year-old's level?" "Unfortunately yes, since we have smaller and inexperienced bodies, our skills have diminished as well," replied Shika. Before he asked, Sasuke appeared contemplative. "What about the Sharingan?" Shika responded right away. "I don't think you should attempt it for at least a year." Shika went on before his friend could ask him any more questions. "I've been thinking about it for a while and I think that you won't be able to activate it immediately since your chakra system isn't developed, but considering that it is a Kekkei Genkei, you should be able to activate a fully matured Sharingan once you master chakra control." At this, Naruto sulked, his face swollen. "So all of our techniques are gone but Sasuke gets to keep his Sharingan? That's so unfair?" At this, Sasuke simply arched an eyebrow. "You do realize that you're not really 3, right, Dobi?" A voice abruptly interrupted before a full-fledged argument could start. "Ah, there you are Sasuke." They all 3 turned to see Itachi approaching them. Sasuke quickly averted his eyes, but Shika was grinning languidly at him instead. "We may have failed once but we won't be failing again. It may be troublesome but we can pull it off." After surveying his fellows, Onyx's gaze shifted to his Aniki. The slight smile that lingered on his lips was visible to Shika and Naruto, but most people would have missed it. Sasuke said, "Ni-san, what are you doing here?" in a tone that was entirely different from the last time he had spoken to his brother. Itachi turned to face Naruto and Shika and gave them a cautious look before grinning and saying, "You were late, so I came to find you." "And, Sasuke, who are these 2? Are you friends with them?" Sasuke grinned. "They're my newest pals, Naruto and Shika, Anaki." Deep onyx eyes that resembled Sasuke's gazed down at them before becoming softer. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto, Shika." In stark contrast to his normal demeanor, Naruto said, "Hi. with a hint of timidity. Shika simply nodded, both of them uncertain of what to do. When Itachi noticed that they were both afraid, he lowered himself to their level and gave them a soft smile. You need not be afraid of me. Simply imagine that I am your Aniki, similar to Sasuke's, okay? When he noticed that they were both nodding, he got up and faced Sasuke. What took you so long, Sasuke? Mother and I were both very concerned. Sasuke frowned, because Naruto was being harmed by those shopkeepers. Itachi blinked, realizing now that the blonde's arms and legs were cut and bruised. He looked over at Naruto. How are you, Naruto? Shika responded on his behalf. They cut him with a knife and hit him with a bar. If it hadn't been for Kiba, we probably couldn't have saved him. Instead of responding, Itachi grabbed a roll of bandage from his clothes and carefully unwrapped the improvised bandage on his arm. Itachi knew that Naruto was the Nine-Tails vessel, but unlike others, he saw that the child was not at fault. He understood the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, and he knew how lonely Naruto felt. All he wanted was for everyone else to understand. Maybe this is why Sasuke was acting so strange earlier today. Use this for those bruises. Okay. There, I've bandaged the wound and here. He pulled out the ointment he always carried with him and handed it to Naruto. Naruto blinked. I appreciate it, Ni-san, but you didn't have to do this. After all, I'll be the Hokage someday, and the Hokage won't suffer any harm. As Itachi gazed at him, the corners of his mouth lifted. That's your dream, then? To be the best Hokage ever, indeed? Itachi laughed as he saw Sasuke lightly strike Naruto's head. Idiot, the Hokage does get hurt, don't too. Also, Shika was relieved that they were free for once, at least it allowed them to act in this way. When he noticed Itachi attempting to intervene, Shika told him, stopping them is useless, they just start all over again. As though he had a new idea, Naruto abruptly stopped arguing and turned to face Itachi. Sasuke says you're strong, Itachi Ni-san. Would you kindly assist us with our training? Sasuke snorted. He is obviously strong. He'll also assist us in our training, right, Ni-san? With unusual zeal, Shika added, yeah, we would be really happy if you can. When Itachi noticed the three of them staring at him beseechingly, he couldn't help but laugh. I'll assist you with your training, but only when I have time, okay? When he watched Naruto leap with joy, he grinned. Now, Sasuke, let's go home, shall we? Observing his younger brother cast a doubtful glance at the other two, Itachi clarified. Maybe we should go home with your two friends first. Shika, however, merely waved his hand. Don't bother, my house is in the opposite direction and I'll manage on my own, just take Naruto. Observing Naruto's impending protest, Shika went on. Naruto, if you go along with them now, I'll treat you to ramen. Really? Yes, so go now? Shika let out a sigh. After Choji and now Naruto, I wonder how much money I had as a child. I'll see you tomorrow. Shika, Naruto shouted as he and Sasuke strolled. For the first time in a long time, he felt joy as they made their way to the orphanage, but then he felt a sudden need to know something he had been curious about ever since he discovered the truth about the Uchiha massacre. What is your dream, Itachi Ni-san? At this, two pairs of onyx eyes widened in surprise. A ninja is not supposed to have dreams, Naruto, after all, a ninja must only think about others, never himself. Incredulous, Naruto paused and gazed at him. But that isn't fair, everyone has dreams, you should have one too. Itachi looked at the blonde mop of hair with amusement. But why? I'm content to live in the background. Naruto persevered even though they were almost at the orphanage. But you want one, don't you? Itachi just stared straight ahead without responding. They arrived at their destination in less than 2 minutes. Naruto waved back as he ran forward. Many thanks, Sasuke, I'll see you tomorrow. The recipient just grinned. Take care, Dobi. They both froze at once when Itachi muttered, I have a dream too. A pause. I wish for peace in the shinobi world, that is my dream. Cerulean's eyes grew wide before he smiled broadly. Ni-san, that's a truly fantastic dream, you'll definitely make it happen. Naruto then dashed inside. Goodbye, Sasuke. Goodbye, Itachi Ni-san. Sasuke pondered quietly as they made their way to the Uchiha compound. Peace. I had no idea. Naruto, you really are a strange individual. He had no idea that Itachi was thinking the same thing. Dreams? Perhaps it's not such a bad idea after all. You want one, don't you? Kindness. What is it? Is it our capacity to endure the hatred of others, or is it the desire to assist others? Is it necessary? Is it bad or good? Does it make you stronger or weaker? Is it possible for someone who ends lives to be kind? How can he afford it? While the more seasoned shinobi have already discovered their answer, the majority of younger shinobi are still searching for it. Being kind is a liability, a weakness, and a barrier. The latter were Chosa Akamichi. They had learned this from war. They consider kindness to be a luxury that shinobi cannot afford, despite their acceptance of it as a valuable quality that everyone should possess. Couldn't afford. What is kindness, after all, when death is involved? Leaning against the bench at the far end of the village, Shika sighed. No one would have noticed anything unusual, other than the fact that a lone toddler was standing alone at the desolate side of the village, but as it was, no one paid any attention to the young genius because, as far as he knew, no civilian had ever been good at observation. Maybe it wasn't such a bright idea to let Sasuke bring Naruto. Shika had suggested a meeting for the three of them because he believed it was imperative that they discuss their predicament and, at the very least, make a list of their goals. When Shika went to meet Sasuke in the morning, he offered to bring Naruto, and Shika accepted. That was a grave error. Shika let out another sigh. 2 hours ago, they were expected to arrive. When Kakashi-sensei arrived late, Shika thought about acting like Sakura. Shouting at strangers and punching someone did sound amusing, but he decided against it because it required too much energy. He sensed two recognizable chakra signatures coming just as he was debating whether to go look for his friends. A blonde and a raven-headed person appeared as if on cue, both of them silent. Shika scowled. What's up with Naruto's silence? Is there a problem? Shika noticed the underlying current of frustration in Sasuke's gestures as they drew closer. His dark eyes conveyed a sense of helpless frustration. Naruto? When they could hear each other, Shika asked. Sasuke crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. Something's wrong, but the Dobi won't tell me what. He insisted on getting here first, he said. Instead of responding, Naruto held up his arm for his friends to examine, his azure eyes clearly betraying his confusion as he looked up at them. Shika's eyes widened almost instantly as Sasuke and Shika stared at their friend's arm, wondering what their friend had in mind. Is he okay? Why? However, Sasuke cut him off. What are you discussing? Does Naruto have a problem with his arm? You appear to have a minor wound. Once again, Naruto responded, that's exactly it, Sasuke, my wounds should have healed by now but... Shika filled in the gaps as Naruto's voice faded. Since it hasn't, it can only mean that something is wrong with Kurama. Onyx's eyes widened as he realized something. Kurama isn't. No, Naruto said, shaking his head, Kurama is still alive. Observing his friend's relieved expressions, Naruto went on. But the problem is that I can't contact him at all, and I can't feel his chakra in my system at all. So that's why your wounds aren't healing at a faster pace, said Sasuke. Naruto gave a nod. What do you mean, though, that you are unable to reach him? Shika inquired. The blonde just gave a shrug. He's usually always there, in my mind. I can always feel him, but since yesterday, I feel nothing, not even a whisper, he said, his blue eyes heavy with concern, his voice growing softer with each word. Shika scowled. What might have occurred? Sasuke scowled next to him. However, how can you be certain that he isn't dead if you can't feel him? If Shika hadn't been curious himself, he would have cringed at his teammate with the raven hair's lack of tact. I can't explain it, but all Jinchuriki have a bond with their Biju. If something happens to Kurama, there's no way I won't know, and right now, I sense that he's there somewhere, but every time I try to contact him, I get pushed away. Naruto now had a very anxious expression, and the fact that this wound isn't healing at my normal rate just proves that his chakra isn't in my system. Naruto appeared positively energized by this point, and Sasuke took hold of his arm to make him turn to face him. Sasuke firmly stated, Naruto, calm down. Kurama didn't live for 9,000 years just to vanish so easily, he's fine. Naruto appeared to relax as a result, but his worried expression persisted. As Shika considered the circumstances, it became evident that Kurama had suffered an injury during the journey. Otherwise, he would have spoken to Naruto. Suddenly, Kurama's voice filled his head. I'll be the one supplying the main chakra, then it clicked. Shika turned to face his friend in distress. Naruto, I think I know what happened to Kurama. Both of his comrades were alerted to this right away and were waiting. It was Kurama who supplied the chakra for that technique, and I think that he may have overexerted himself. Naruto blinked. He expended too much chakra, then? Shika gave a nod. This explanation fits with your facts. It would also explain the absence of his chakra from your system. Sasuke simply inclined his head sideways, so he essentially went into dormancy? Shika laughed. That wouldn't have been my choice of words, but yes, I think so. However, Naruto's brows furrowed. But why can't he talk to me because of that? I mean, it doesn't take a lot of chakra to communicate telepathically. Shika appeared to pause before responding. Hey guys, did you have any experiences during this time frame before you woke up? Something else? Despite appearing surprised by this unexpected questioning, both recipients responded. Well, now that you mention it, I did. When I entered my mind first, it was filled with dark chakra and emotions. I had to get rid of that before waking up, replied Naruto. I had a similar experience, Sasuke said. So my assumptions were correct. Shika whispered. Shika complied after noticing the curious glances that were directed at him. Recall that Kurama stated that in order for us to successfully travel through time, we would need to align our chakra in the body of our former selves. After being verified, Shika went on, as we speak, I believe Kurama is either struggling with his previous presence or is recovering from a difficult chakra establishment experience. Since Kurama was once much more evil and hateful, it makes sense that he is currently unable to contact Naruto due to his incapacity. With a shudder, Naruto recalled how Kurama had been in his youth, when the fox demon had been the physical embodiment of hatred. Even as a child, Kurama had given Naruto a deeper understanding of darkness and hatred than anyone else. Despite his desire for relief, Naruto's doubts persisted. What if he has failed, though? Sasuke was the one who spoke this time. I don't think so, because if he had, you would have noticed a change in your chakra, and you also mentioned that you could sense him, didn't you? With hesitation, Naruto nodded. So he's simply sleeping? When will he awaken, though? Shika just sighed and ran a hand through his spiky hair, which is an odd gesture for a 3-year-old. I don't really know, Naruto, but I'm guessing that when he feels back to normal, he will be back, but till then. He pivoted to confront Naruto. You have to be really careful since your injuries won't heal like they normally do. Sasuke continued before Naruto could respond. I agree with Shika. You have to stop being a reckless idiot and take better care of yourself, Dobi. Naruto responded as Sasuke had anticipated, Teme. What do you say? That I am incapable of caring for myself. Sasuke just grinned. I don't need to tell you what is publicly known, Dobi. Sasuke kept grinning while Naruto simply pouted and glared at his best friend. Shika grinned to himself. Although it was well known that he and Choji had been friends for a longer period of time, it was not well known that Naruto and Sasuke had a much stronger bond. Although they understood and complemented one another, Naruto and Sasuke completed each other in a way that was more ethereal than romantic. However, after a few minutes, when the unintelligible comments and their corresponding responses persisted, Shika sighed. I take it back. These guys are way too troublesome. Choji is better. Can you guys carry on fighting later? The interruptions are too annoying. Following multiple exclamations of, it's his fault, not mine, and grunts that conveyed the same meaning, they became calm, and the tension in the air vanished entirely. When will you be receiving your apartment, Naruto? With a head scratch, Naruto answered. Well, if I remember correctly, then I should be gone from the orphanage in about 2 years. Shika hesitated before responding. Why don't you stay with Sasuke or me until you at least get your own apartment, Naruto? I don't think it's safe for you to live alone. The azure eyes expanded. Shika, what about your parents? In addition, he said quietly, I don't think the head of the Uchiha clan will like the demon brat living with his own family. Sasuke frowned. I don't care, if my father says anything against you living with me, I will leave home. Shika's eyes blazed with the same outrage, but he didn't frown. I agree with Sasuke. You don't have to worry about our parents, you're our friend and you can stay with any of us. Naruto glanced at both of his pals, his eyes beaming with astonished delight. Thanks, but I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I'll be fine. Civilians don't usually hurt me physically. Sasuke snorted. Oh, you mean that you weren't harmed by those two idiots? There was sarcasm in his voice. Naruto grinned piteously. It's not their fault, Sasuke. All Sasuke did was raise an eyebrow in disbelief. When Kurama attacked, San lost his only relative, his younger brother, and Chris lost his whole family, including his wife, parents, kids, and other family members. They are simply people who are suffering. They are not evil people. And Sasuke, you of all people ought to understand the effects that pain can have on a person. Obsidian eyes met azure orbs. Shika, who agreed with Sasuke, said, "But that doesn't mean they should take that pain on you. They should be able to differentiate between the vessel and the host." With a painfully depressing grin, Naruto, Shika, hatred makes people blind to reality. In addition, I don't mind it. If they can't vent their rage on me, they'll start harming other defenseless people as well. It's preferable to holding it inside. To the surprise of both Naruto and Shika, Sasuke leapt forward and seized Naruto's shirt. "You're implying that you don't mind getting beat up? Do you believe that this is something you deserve? I promise that I will kill you if you believe that." Naruto did not defend himself. "Of course I don't. I know that I'm not responsible for anything that happened years ago, but I don't condemn people who hate me either." Sasuke gradually released his friend after a few minutes, but his rage was still visible on his face. Naruto sighed, and both of his friends appeared irate, with Shika standing unflinchingly and Sasuke displaying his anger openly. "Sorry guys, I really appreciate your offer, but I don't think I should move in with you, but I promise that I will care of myself." Shika let out a breath. "Naruto, if that is what you want, then I won't force you, but promise me one more thing." "What is it?" he inquired inquisitively. "Assure me that you won't be by yourself outside of the orphanage. You understand that one of us will be with you at all times?" Naruto sulked. "But I can take care of myself. I don't need protection." Naruto was about to respond when he noticed his friend's expressions. They weren't going to give this up. Sasuke just snorted at this. "All right, but only until Kurama wakes up." Despite his complaints, Naruto felt comforted by his friend's care. Shika elongated. "Now that we've got this out of our head, I am getting down to the real reason I asked us to gather." Observing that he had captured their interest, Shika went on. "We can't tell anyone about the future, which is a crucial part because we can't be certain of how it will affect our future. Now that we're in the past, I want to share some things with you guys." After getting the nods, Shika continued. "Second is that our first priority now is to get stronger. Without strength we can't do anything. So starting tomorrow we'll start training together behind the academy, and third is that we'll discuss everything together every day. So don't ACT individually." Shika highlighted the final section. "You understand that we are a team and will always be and act as such unless we have individual errands to run?" Naruto nodded in agreement, while Sasuke merely grunted. "However, why are we unable to begin training today?" Sasuke asked. "Because there's something I want to check in the library. I want to know all the major events that will be taking place in the near future in all of the 5 great nations, especially their timings." "Do I have to accompany you? I don't want to go to the library, though," she said in a typical 3-year-old pout. Shika smiled. "It's okay, I'll go alone. Why don't you all stay together? We'll get together later." "All right, let's get together at the Ichiraku's." Naruto was so happy that he was practically jumping. Shika simply laughed. "All right, Naruto, I'll be there at 5. Shika then departed, leaving the two of them alone. Naruto ventured, "So, what should we do? We've got the whole afternoon free." Sasuke simply gave a shrug. "Let's just take a walk. I want to see the village," he said. Knowing the unspoken emotion behind those words, Naruto just nodded. They strolled through the streets without a purpose. "Do you really think those people are innocent, Naruto? That they're justified?" The blonde head just gazed up at the sky without responding. "I know what they're doing is wrong, but I'm also aware of what hatred does to people, so I don't blame them." "So even if they mistreat and disregard you, you'll still forgive them?" he inquired sourly. "I cannot forgive them, Sasuke, but I can understand them, and in the end that's all that matters." With a sigh, Sasuke, "Maybe I should have just remained an Avenger. Somehow seeking revenge was far simpler than beating some sense into you." Naruto simply gave a cheeky smile. Just as Sasuke opened his mouth to speak again, they heard voices that were taunting and angry. Seemingly intrigued, Naruto asked Sasuke what he thought. Sasuke merely shrugged his agreement. Both of them, almost instinctively, muffled any noise of their arrival as they edged closer to the source of the commotion. As they got closer, they noticed a group of children, all of whom appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, and who ranged in size from tiny to extra large. The tallest of them appeared to be mocking a small puppy in his hand. A plump boy named Choji Akamichi was standing at the other end of the group. Both Naruto and Sasuke could see that they were harassing Choji. Before revealing themselves, they both chose to watch. Although they were only 3 years old, war had taught them many tricks that they could perform even with a toddler's body. They could make out the voice as they got closer. "Fatty, what are your thoughts?" As soon as they realized that calling Choji fatty equated to an extremely agonizing death, both time travelers winced at this. To their surprise, however, the aforementioned boy handed him the pouch without even flinching. "Here, you can take my entire allowance, just let Chibi go," he said. However, the tall, unattractive one kept holding the puppy. "But that isn't enough, fatty, you have to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness for bumping into us and then we'll consider your request." Instead of hiding this time, Naruto leapt forward and struck the man in the front right on the face. Sasuke took advantage of the distraction and grabbed the other children so they could even think about what had happened. Naruto and Sasuke were already by Choji's side. The tall one was clutching his aching face, his cheeks showing scratches. "Who are you brats? You know better than to meddle in other people's affairs, don't you?" Naruto just fixed the boy with his intense gaze. "Hey, I have a question for you. Is your face permanently marked with that sneer? It appears really unattractive." Sasuke grinned next to him, and Choji simply appeared delighted to have the puppy back. The tall one snapped, and the other children were also trying desperately to hide their laughter. "Why you? What's happening here?" A deep voice cut them off. They all turned to see Chosa Akamichi approaching them with a perplexed look on his face. The group of bullies who had previously been so determined to fight now appeared as weak as sheep. "I knew kids are as cunning and diabolical as adults." Chosa moved to stand next to them, and Sasuke pondered. "Choji, are your friends there?" he inquired. However, the tall one nervously waved his hand before Choji could respond. I'll be going now, Choji, I have some work to do." Behind him, there were quick nods, and the gang of bullies soon vanished. By the time they fled, Naruto smiled. "They're such scaredy cats." Beside him, Sasuke hummed his agreement. "Who could you two be?" the large man asked, glancing at the two kids with amusement. He pointed to his friend and said, "This grumpy-looking guy is Sasuke Uchiha, and I'm Naruto Uzumaki." While they argued back and forth, the man laughed. "Well, then I thank you for helping out my son, Naruto, Sasuke." Naruto laughed. "It's okay, but could you please tell me who you are, sir?" He pointed to Choji, who was staring at them with a puppy in his arms and appeared apprehensive of them, and said, "My name is Chosa Akamichi and this is my son, Choji Akamichi." "What are you doing here, Dad? You had something to do, didn't you?" For the first time, Choji spoke without mentioning Naruto or Sasuke. "Well, I did, but I finished early and thought I would bring you home lunch," replied Chosa. Having lived with a father who was nearly always disappointed in him had made Sasuke more sensitive to the subtle differences in speech, but to him, it was clear that Chosa was disappointed in his son for some reason, and Choji was fully aware of it. Sasuke watched this exchange with curiosity. Chosa looked at them both. "How about you guys come to lunch with us?" Why was Choji being so cold to them? Naruto blinked, unable to believe that Chosa was not only not ignoring him but was also being polite to him. "Choji, bring them home in a little while, would you? I'll go over and get everything ready in that time." The older man then left, leaving the three awkward children to handle one another. Choji's face was completely different when he was petting the dog than when he was conversing with them. Naruto took a risk and, "What is his name?" With eyes far too analytical for a child, Choji looked up at this and responded. "His name is Chibi." After a few minutes, the brown puppy started barking joyfully as Naruto carefully started to pet it. "Oh no. He's adorable." Naruto held the puppy in his own hands and cooed. Sasuke grinned and said, "Never knew you were the type to squeal, Dobi." "I didn't squeal, Teme," Naruto responded in kind. Choji silently noted this. "What made you guys lend me a hand?" Naruto blinked. "Why? Since you were one of our friends." It was Choji's turn to blink this time. "Friend? But we've only recently met, and in any case, I'm useless and fat." Naruto gazed incredulously at his friend. "No, you're not. I believe you're fantastic. I take it you used to protect this puppy?" Choji nodded grudgingly, and Naruto went on. "A really cool person once told me that strong people protect what's precious to them even if it means getting hurt, and so I think you're a really strong person, Choji." Naruto flashed a radiant smile. Sasuke simply grinned knowingly in his direction. Naruto will remain the same whether he is 3 or 17. "Really? We're friends, then? You don't feel ashamed?" With hesitation, Choji asked. "We're not ashamed, of course. You do realize that we will always be friends, Sasuke?" Sasuke simply confirmed with a grunt. In frustration, Naruto rubbed his temples. "Oh no. Do you really have such a limited vocabulary? The only word you know is HN." Just as Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, they heard laughter. Choji was hunched over, his face beaming with happiness as his body trembled with unrestrained laughter. Wiping his eyes, he remarked, "You guys are really funny, and I really like you guys so here." He reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 pieces of chocolate, and held them out to the 2 time travelers. "What is this?" Sasuke inquired while examining the candy. Naruto also gave his new friend a questioning glance. Choji smiled. "This is my favorite candy, and I want you to have it because we're now friends. My mom taught me that food is a really great way to express emotions." Sasuke simply smirked, but Naruto smiled and leapt forward in delight. Choji stepped forward a few paces and made a hand gesture. "Guys, come on, if we don't go now, we'll be late for lunch." The 3 of them then started moving forward at a leisurely pace, Sasuke and the dog watching with interest as Naruto chattered non-stop with the plump toddler. They arrived at their destination in a matter of minutes. Sasuke noticed that the house itself was rather large, but the garden was the main attraction. Although the Uchiha compound had a garden, they were not normally allowed to approach it, but they were allowed to use everything from trees to shrubs as targets or training tools, so their garden typically looked like a battlefield, but this one was stunning. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, Choji, that's a really cool garden." Awkward, Choji shuffled his feet. "I really like plants and animals, so I spend a lot of time in gardens." Naruto smiled despite his surprise at learning that Choji enjoyed gardening. He had assumed that Ino was the one who enjoyed such things. "Choji, that's a really awesome pastime. Are you going to give me a tour?" Choji's eyes immediately glowed with delight and surprise. "I'd be thrilled to do that." Now that they were inside the house, Sasuke was taken aback by the golden and red themed decor. He had always thought the Akamichi clan would favor loud, large designs, and he hadn't anticipated that their tastes would be so subdued. Chosa emerged from the room at the far end of the hallway and said, "Ah, there you are. I was wondering what was taking you so long." Choji grinned and took a step forward. "Dad, what's for lunch?" "It's your favorite Korean barbecue." With Naruto and Sasuke trailing behind at a slower pace, Choji simply ran to the dining room without even bothering to respond. A few minutes later, they were seated at the dining table, Naruto practically drooling at the sight of the delectable food. Sasuke couldn't help but notice Chosa's tired expression as he gazed at his son while they were eating. "Choji, what was the previous incident at the park?" Chosa inquired in between mouthfuls. Choji continued to eat, but he did so more slowly. "I was playing with Chibi when they decided to join," he said with resignation rather than rage. Chosa sighed. "But why didn't you defend yourself?" Choji just continued to eat. "Because they had Chibi, they threatened to hurt him." Choji just looked down, and Chosa just sighed. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged perplexed looks. Choji abruptly stood up and leapt from the table. "I forgot my purse at the park, Dad, I'll go get it." "Wait." Chosa started, but Choji had already departed, with Chibi trailing behind him. Chosa let out another sigh. Naruto scowled. "Hi, uncle. Are you Shika's relative?" Chosa's eyes widened in apparent surprise at this. With a sigh, Sasuke struck the blonde hair mop. "Are you angry? Asking him that?" he hissed. "Why shouldn't I?" He lets out an even louder sigh than Shika. Naruto rubbed his head in response. Chosa laughed as she watched the 2 children quarrel. "I take it that you and Shikamaru are friends?" "Indeed, one of my closest friends is Shika." Naruto raised his voice. Sasuke looked at the man before him. Chosa made him think of his own father. He was blinded by what he thought was right. "May I ask you a question?" Sasuke asked. "Sure." "Why do you appear to be so dissatisfied with Choji?" Despite appearing surprised by this sudden inquiry, the Akamichi clan member responded. "It's not that I'm disappointed in him, it's just that I think he's too kind. Too generous." Naruto repeated. "I love my son and his inherent kindness, but sometimes I wonder if his kindness will make him weak." Chosa gave a contemplative look before trembling. "Look at me, talking endlessly to you kids about weird things. I'm sorry, you must think I'm a little crazy, don't you?" Naruto's genuine blue eyes watched the man in front of him. "I don't think you're mad, uncle, I think you're really nice, but you're wrong about Choji." In response to the curious look, Naruto went on. "You are right, Choji is kind and other people might pick on him, but..." Naruto looked at a piece of chocolate that he had taken out of his pocket. "I think he's a strong and compassionate person." He offered Chosa the chocolate. "And I am really proud to have him as my friend, because he's Choji, and Shika tells me that there is no one quite like him anywhere else. Chosa chuckled softly as she gazed at the chocolate and then at Naruto's radiant smile. One day, Dad, I'll get stronger and defend my pals. I have a new friend, Dad, Shikamaru is his name. Chosa shut his eyes, schooled by a 3-year-old about my own son. Chosa opened his eyes and got to his feet. Should we go get Choji? He's taking a long time. With sparkling eyes, he inquired. Sasuke and Naruto both leapt to the ground and followed Chosa, which for Naruto meant sprinting out the door at a high speed, threatening to run over all barriers. How are you so familiar with my son? You just met him, Chosa inquired inquisitively. Sasuke just gave a shrug. Sometimes just one meeting is enough. Dude. Hurry up. They both accelerated to meet Naruto, who was standing at the park's edge. Look. When they got to him, he pointed. They turned to see Choji standing in the center of the previous group of children, although this time some older children were with them. When something leapt out of the bushes and grabbed the arm of the person sneering at Choji, Chosa was ready to advance. It was Chibi. When the small dog launched a fierce attack, the boy yanked him off and flung him to the ground. Chosa started to move forward once more, but she stopped when the bully was tackled down by a blur. Sasuke blinked. The man had been tackled by Choji. Choji got up, scooped up Chibi, and scowled at the shocked boys around him as they watched. Don't ever touch my friends, even if you want to hurt and mock me. The bullies were obviously fools because they circled him once more but stopped when Chosa came forward and gave them a pleasant smile. When the so-called bullied started to back away, Sasuke had to suppress a laugh. Uchiha has never laughed before. The bullies ran away as if they had seen a ghost when Chosa smiled once more. In contrast to Sasuke, Naruto let out a loud guffaw as he laughed at this. Choji shuffled his feet and walked forward with his head down. I apologize for not defending myself, Dad, I. When Choji felt a hand on his head, he broke off. When he looked up, he saw his father smiling down at him, pride shining brightly in his eyes. Choji, I was wrong before, you truly are strong and I'm proud of you, your kindness. He stopped and glanced at Naruto. Is your true strength? Choji just gazed at his dad. But, Dad, I. Chosa smiled. Shall we go complete our lunch? Your barbecue is getting cold. Choji blinked, but a genuine smile gradually appeared on his face. What do you guys think? Should we go? Naruto smiled. I'm obviously quite hungry, Dobi, you're always hungry. So what? Teme. Two of them argued as the four of them moved forward, while the other two were merely amused. Adults typically don't change their minds, but even the most resilient people can be swayed by a small incident. Chosa Akamichi made a mistake. Being kind is not a weakness or a liability. Being kind is a powerful quality. The branches brushed against Sasuke's cheeks, and he gritted his teeth. The unfamiliar strain made his legs tremble, but he forced himself to continue. He had no intention of giving up. He could hear the branches snapping on his right side over the roar of his own blood in his ears, but he ignored it, concentrating all of his energy on his mission. As he had predicted, he arrived at his destination, the lone elm tree with the 2 orange and blue ribbons, in a matter of minutes. His body sped up as if he could sense the sprint coming to an end, hoping his opponent couldn't follow suit. The opposite occurred as usual. On his side, a blur streaked by. Oddly enough, the blur was orange. He sensed his best friend's chakra signature approaching him as the Ravenhead growled, telling him to accelerate. Just a bit more. Exhilaration took over the task of maintaining his speed as he reached out towards the lowest branch, where he could see the blue ribbon fluttering. But he heard a well-known yell as his fingers closed over the smooth fabric. I got it. I beat you, Sasuke. Teme. A moment later, a body in orange collided with his, sending them both to the ground, but Sasuke stopped the impact with both feet. When they eventually came to a halt, he exhaled and struck his friend squarely over the head, as he always did. Ow! What was that for, Sasuke? The head of the raven just rolled his eyes. You were supposed to take the ribbon and stop, not collide into me, Dobi. In typical toddler fashion, the blonde stuck his tongue out at him. You're just mad because I won. That's right, I won. A different voice cut them off before they could respond. Geez. Can't you guys stay without quarreling for even 10 seconds, it's just so troublesome. Sasuke merely gave the prodigy a glare but obeyed, pulling away from the mass of limbs as Naruto followed suit. Shika held off on speaking until they were successful. Both you guys did better than last time. Sasuke. You took 4 minutes 32 seconds to complete the race while Naruto took 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Naruto did his age justice by jumping up and down in evident excitement as soon as he finished speaking. See? I won. I won. Although both onlookers snorted at their friend's actions, they weren't exactly deceiving anyone with the slight smile on their lips. Fine Dobie, you did, but I'll have you know I was holding back. The key word is normal, but the Raven Head managed to say this with such dignity that ordinary people would be forced to believe him. All the blonde did was roll his eyes. Really, Sasuke? That's your brilliant comeback? Shika made the decision to butt in once more when she realized the two were going to resume their favorite activity. Seriously, maybe I should change my position from strategist to peacemaker. Guys, can we just focus? Fortunately, they agreed, albeit grumpily. Shika just let out a sigh. They had been training nearly every day for the first month since their trip to the past. Thank God, they were getting better after a month of focusing mostly on improving their stamina and chakra control. Shika was frustrated by the slow progress, even though he knew he should be a little more appreciative because he knew that typical 3-year-olds couldn't learn chakra control in a month. Even though it had been an especially demanding day, it had been worthwhile. Shika didn't look much better, but at least the mud on his body had dried off. Both of his fiends had twigs stuck to their hair and appeared to have been dragged through a mud forest. By this point, his companions had settled down on the forest floor, with the Raven Head leaning against a tree and Naruto sprawled out on the grass. Shika let out a sigh but complied with their implicit request. So, as you probably already felt, all three of our speeds have increased and our chakra control is, I assume, at the same level as that of a genin. Shika was not pleased with his friends, as he had anticipated, but he didn't blame them because he had felt the same way after concentrating on their performance. After all, going from cage level to genin level in a month isn't exactly pleasant. But considering the fact that we are 3 years old, I would say that we are improving tremendously. Sasuke frowned. You call this improvement? He asked, pointing to his body covered in bruises. Shika shot back, oh really? How strong were you when you were 3? He wasn't referred to as the most brilliant tactician of the entire Fire Nation for nothing, and Naruto watched with amusement as his friend tried to find a way back. Despite Shika's laziness, he couldn't win a verbal duel with him. He made the decision that he could assist him, at least for this one time. But Shika, what about our chakra capacity? It hasn't exactly tremendously improved, has it? This naturally diverted the genius, as he sighed. No, I don't think a month is sufficient enough to increase it by much, but in a year, maybe. He gave a shrug. I'm not sure, but I think we've got enough time considering the fact that our first mission will be happening only after 2 years. With determination etched on their faces, both of his comrades nodded in agreement. Naruto started, but stopped almost instantly, his eyes narrowing. Shika, when will? Someone's approaching at 3 feet o'clock. Shika was already scanning his surroundings as he entered his alert mode. Sasuke's eyes widened as he thought, wait, this chakra, I know it. That's Shisui, he recognized. His companions barely had time to give him a questioning glance before a fourth body leapt directly in front of them. When Sasuke saw the intruder, he instantly smiled widely. Shisui ni-san. What are you doing here? Anyone who knew the 16-year-old version of the boy would have been shocked by his tone, but Shisui felt almost no suspicion because he didn't. Shika's lidded eyes, a habit he developed during the height of the war, were fixed on the person in front of them. Oddly enough, the man, or rather, the child, strongly reminded him of a certain erratic blonde. Shisui Uchiha's short-cropped hair, fair complexion, and laid-back smile made him look nothing like Sasuke or Itachi. However, his eyes resembled those of their friend with the raven head. They could tell he was mature because he exuded an aura similar to that of Itachi. Naruto and Shika remained behind, sensing that this was unfamiliar territory, while Sasuke leapt forward to welcome the fellow Uchiha. With excitement visible in his obsidian eyes, Shika observed as Sasuke spoke to Shisui with ease. He was aware that within seconds of their arrival, they might have blown their plan if it weren't for their younger bodies. Shika had noticed an incident during the second week of their arrival, where their younger bodies filled in the gaps left by their older minds. Shika had come to the conclusion that their younger bodies remembered what their younger minds remembered after Naruto and Sasuke admitted to remembering things they shouldn't have. Shika's attempt to explain to his friends that Naruto had actually tried to jump off the terrace had been so perplexing. He had, of course, not bothered to elaborate, However, all three time travelers had to concur that this ability was coming in quite handy in difficult circumstances like this one. After patiently listening up until this point, Shisui finally spoke up. "It's good to see you too, Sasuke, and to answer your question, Itachi will be returning tonight." Shisui's head lifted. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your little friends, brat?" With a slight smile, he pointed to where Naruto and Shika were standing. Without hesitation, he replied, "They are my best friends, Naruto and Shika." Sasuke hoped Shisui would not be like those wretched, ungrateful people who detested Naruto as he watched Shisui look at his two friends. This would be Shisui's final encounter with him if he was. However, his worries were unfounded. Shisui smiled brilliantly, filling the room with joy. "You don't have to be afraid of me, you know. Itachi told me all about you guys and Naruto." He looked at the blonde, who stood a little too far away. "You don't have to worry one bit. I am not like those senseless gits who take a pleasure in hurting you. I couldn't care less about their opinions. Oh, by the way, loved your work on the Hokage monument. I always thought the third would look better with orange complexion." Shisui smiled without showing any signs of dishonesty. Naruto blinked as though he didn't believe the elder Uchiha, but he also gradually started to smile, his azure eyes showing his delight. "And you are Shikamaru Nara, right? Itachi speaks highly of you, says you're a genius." Shika's bored expression remained fixed, but Sasuke could see that the praise made him happy. The older Uchiha exuded a kind of warmth, like the sun, much like Naruto, which surprised Sasuke, who hadn't anticipated Shisui warming up to them so quickly. He was certain it might be a ruse, but he doubted it. No, he was certain that Shisui Uchiha was not acting. He was a man of the caliber that Itachi had portrayed in his day. A real shinobi. Shisui smiled. "So looks like you guys were training, huh?" He observed the unkempt appearance of the three kids in front of him, observing that none of them even glanced at their injuries. They didn't appear to be in any pain. They're not like normal kids, it's almost like they're adults. However, he quickly brushed this idea aside, stating that it was just a strange thought. When Naruto became excited, he started to jump up and down. "Yeah, we've been training so that we can become strong and so that I can become the Hokage." Itachi had mentioned it to Shisui with a loving glance in his typically emotionless eyes, and Shisui grinned at this. Knowing that Naruto would not be quiet for long, Shika decided to butt in and ask, "But what are you doing here, Shisui ni?" Before he brightened, Shisui appeared to be trying to recall. "First off, don't call Shisui.ni, just Shisui is more than enough. I hate all those meaningless suffixes and prefixes, and secondly I came here because your mom sent me. Sasuke, she insisted that you had been out long enough." Sasuke grimaced. As usual, he had forgotten his earlier promise to return. Shisui added reassuringly, "Don't worry, she didn't seem too angry when I left her, I think you'll survive." Now that he had calmed down, Naruto asked, "Is Sasuke, mom, really that scary?" Sasuke and Shisui both shivered at this, as though recalling something extremely unpleasant. With bewilderment visible in his eyes, Naruto turned to face his friend and asked, "Is your mom scary, Shika?" Shika just gave a yawn. "No, we don't really communicate that much, but I guess we're okay." Shisui regained his composure and gestured ahead. "So shall we go, my young fiends?" After 15 minutes, they found themselves at the Uchiha compound's entrance. Gazing up at the magnificent structure, Naruto wondered what was inside. Before turning away, Shisui gave it an unreadable look, paying close attention to the Uchiha symbol. "I'm leaving, all right. Wait, you won't be coming?" Sasuke asked. Shisui smiled. "Nope, sorry, I have some work to finish, but don't worry, I'll visit you as soon as I can. I might even teach you guys an ultra cool ninja technique." He then departed, giving them one final radiant grin. Naruto appeared to want to go as well, so Sasuke, "May I should." However, Sasuke grabbed his wrist and started pulling him to the door before he could finish. Sasuke obligingly ignored Naruto's little protest when he said, "No, you're not. I know you haven't had anything to eat since yesterday. And you're eating with us today. And Shika, you're coming along as well. I don't care if it's troublesome, you are." End of discussion. Shika muttered a sound that sounded suspiciously like conceited, annoying fools. Makoto Uchiha discovered the three in precisely this manner. One was dragging the other, and the third yawned and essentially disregarded the other two. The sight of this made her smile. However, Sasuke was not going to get away at all. "Hokage. Sama." With a gleam in his warm brown eyes, the recipient looked up to see a small child with a spirit that far surpassed that of people 3 times his age. Why, Itachi, what brings you here? Despite the third Hokage's protests, Itachi curtsied gracefully. Hokage. Sama, I'm sorry to bother you this late, but I have something disturbing to reveal. The third Hokage was never one to take issues lightly, and Itachi could sense the tension in the room even though the Sandaime merely nodded for the Uchiha to continue. Simultaneously, his keen senses detected a tiny flare in the chakra, which he knew was caused by the privacy seals being activated. Earlier this month, I found Naruto Uzumaki, wounded and bruised by 2 civilians on false charges of robbery. Hiruzen sat up straighter almost instantly after realizing the statement's implications, which took a moment to sink in. Itachi simply gave the unasked question a nod. Yes, Hokage. Sama, the civilians had been able to attack and continued doing so, with no opposition from the Anbu appointed to ensure his safety. The young prodigy went on before the Sandaime could reply. I thought it was odd and decided to look into it more specifically. What I found was that he seemed to emphasize what he was saying by pausing. The Anbu assigned as his bodyguards have never taken any action at all. So far Naruto has been attacked 12 times, always by civilians, and always the Anbu would not interfere, merely watched. Itachi had long believed that the third Hokage was elderly, but now that he had disclosed this information, the Sandaime appeared to be as old as the skies themselves, tired and dreadfully old. Itachi, are you absolutely sure that your information is valid? Rather than responding, he reached into the folds of his clothes and pulled out a journal. This book contains all the times Naruto has been admitted to the hospital in these 3 years. The amount of injuries itself indicate that no intervention had taken place. This also contains the accounts of the orphanage complaining of Naruto not taking care to stop his blood from staining the sheets on various occasions when he was hurt. As he recounted his list of evidence, Itachi's face would appear stoic to most people, but Hiruzen was different, and he could see the raw disgust reflected in those onyx eyes, which was restrained but still visible. The Sandaime grasped the leather-bound journal and quickly perused its contents, mentally validating Itachi's statement. How many times have I failed you, Minato? He took some time to reflect on this hatred, which he had been aware of all along but chose to ignore, while leaning back in his chair and staring at nothing. A child will never comprehend the threat that others perceive in him. I never wanted to comprehend. Very well, I will look into the matter immediately. I will have Jay removed. Itachi did a good job of hiding it if this pleased him. Hiruzen occasionally questioned whether the person in front of him was really a child because his mental abilities undoubtedly outstripped those of even fully grown shinobi. He should have been depressed by this, but for some reason, he was deeply depressed. But Hokage Sama, who will be replacing him? The Hokage's smile in this instance didn't exactly exude innocence. Itachi suddenly felt relieved to be away from this man who appeared to be in poor health. Don't worry, child, I have someone extremely proficient and I'm sure he will rise to the occasion. The gleam in those eyes did not sit well with the young prodigy. May I ask who it is, Hokage Sama? This third merely laughed at this. You may know him. Within the Anbu circle, he is referred to as Inu. Onyx's eyes widened instantly in recognition. But will he agree? With a joyful twinkle and another laugh, don't worry it. I'm sure Kakashi would be delighted by this offer. Yes, it is a delight. Makoto Uchiha took in the scene. The dark-haired shinobi would be thought of by most as being completely uninteresting and obedient. Ultimately, who would think that a gentle introverted housewife would be anything other than that meticulously cultivated persona? However, looks can be deceiving. They always are. Perhaps that's why she discovered the solution. Even before she was in her late teens, she knew that her bloodline was strange. Observation was, after all, a strength. She wore armor. Love. It was both their grace and their curse. Their chink, their boon. It dawned on Makoto the night she passed away. Her best friend, her comrade in arms. Guiran. The name made her feel empty. It's said that all wounds heal with time. Removes all scars. The emptiness gets smaller. The reality, however, is quite different. Time only conceals death's scars. It cannot mend them. Although it is never completely buried, layers of suffering, agony, and tears do. A void that never ends. Guiran helped her see the weakness in her armor, the powerful Uchiha armor. Love and the resulting hatred. An endless cycle of unrelenting love and the ugly hate that emerges from its ashes. It's a paradox. She was blinded by the hate, and she was able to empathize with her brethren's suffering at that point in her past. The excruciating agony of paying the price of trust and love. The severity of hatred, however, she found it at the same moment, so she didn't fall. The response. Shika, who could never break the habit, yawned languidly as he surveyed his surroundings. There were faint hints of other brilliant colors hidden beneath the stormy gray carpet that covered the floor, which was as dark as the greenest forest. However, they were also connected in some way in their variance. Shika nearly ran away when he first went to the Uchiha mansion in their day. He could sense the raw pain radiating from those walls, and the place exuded coldness and agony. The house seemed to be cognizant of the tragedy that had occurred there. However, the place felt a lot more like home now. It seemed so much more alive. Shika turned to look at the blonde with the blue eyes sitting next to him, who was watching with sorrow in his eyes. A lost happiness, the sadness of a lost world. He could only imagine what it must have been like for Sasuke to stay here, even though they had been here many times since they had first arrived. Sometimes it hurts just as much to know the future as it does to not. While waiting for his friend with the raven hair, Naruto tapped his fingers absently against his thigh. He was aware that brooding was not his style, but this place brought back too many memories. He was not paying attention when he heard his friend's animated, high-pitched voice approach, along with Sasuke's mother's softer tone. Uchiha Makoto. He had been a little anxious when Sasuke had first brought him here. The mother of his best friend was a woman he knew very little about. Whether he realized it or not, he had prepared himself for suspicion and animosity, icy looks, and barely contained disdain. However, he was pleasantly taken aback. The woman with the pale skin, raven hair, and soft voice had been the complete opposite. He realized why his best friend had lost himself following the massacre as he looked into those obsidian eyes. He felt a peculiar resolve as he watched his mother and best friend approach, the latter laughing softly and the raven-haired one pouting. This time, they will put an end to the massacre. And Shika wasn't alone in feeling that way, judging by his piercing gaze. "Dobi, what are you staring at?" The familiar voice startled Naruto out of his reverie, and he saw Sasuke standing next to him, grinning as usual. Naruto quickly gave him a swat after sticking his tongue out at him. Makoto suppressed a smile as she observed the two arguing once more, Shika sipping his tea coolly and making his point apparent. "Ignore they exist, it's much easier. Now Sasuke, calm down, they're our guests, remember?" Shika kept drinking, and she watched with amusement as the two glared at one another before splitting up. Shika let out a sigh and finally put down his tea. "Guys, can you continue your bickering after we've had our food? 'Cause it's becoming terribly repetitive to watch." "We are not bickering." At the shout, Shika didn't even bother to cover his ears. Instead, he let out a loud sigh that gave the impression that he was about to choke someone. Makoto made the decision to step in before she gave in to the temptation to collapse on the ground in laughter. "Why don't we have dinner, like Shika suggested? And Naruto, I've ramen especially for you." As she watched the blonde seize each of his friend's hands and drag them while jumping and hooting, she did lose the battle to laughter this time. She briefly saw a certain red-headed person jumping in the same manner. But before her thoughts could take over, she shook them off and got up, smiling as she followed the loud, booming laughter. As he observed his mother and his two closest friends interacting, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. The latter was a little more reserved, but the twinkle in his warm brown eyes revealed his true emotions. Naruto was practically beaming with happiness, his azure eyes glimmering and shining with an intensity that only pure joy can produce. He was happy, indeed. Sasuke would not have known what to do if his mother had been like those jerks who treated Naruto like trash, so he was relieved that she wasn't. Though he would never again betray Naruto, could he have condemned his own mother? He knew the answer as he observed his two friends laughing and smiling like typical children. Indeed, he was nevertheless relieved that it hadn't come to that. She was everything he remembered her to be. The most agonizing thing of all was not having anything to rely on, and he had frequently questioned whether his parents' image had also been an illusion while he was on the run. Ironically, he was able to regain his heart because of the same person who had almost destroyed his sanity with that doubt, Itachi. His father was now the only issue troubling him. Fortunately, his father was on a mission in the Cloud Village and won't return for another month. At best, his recollections of his father were hazy and tinged with an almost palpable resentment. However, Itachi's vision had demonstrated to him that he had a better side. Therefore, his father was still open to anyone. Sasuke was too preoccupied to realize that he had already consumed his meal and was now using his spoon to scrape his empty plate, very loudly. Additionally, he was blind to the broad, sly smile that now framed the whiskered face observing him. The tan hand that snuck onto the table and picked up a bottle was also invisible to him. Additionally, the fool was unable to hear the less concealed guffaws. Shika thought that if Sasuke hadn't lost consciousness, what transpired next could have been completely prevented. While Sasuke practically leapt at the chance to swallow the habanero sauce Naruto had surreptitiously slipped into his bowl, Makoto and Shika tried to laugh quietly. In contrast, Naruto had no such restraints. As he watched his hired raven friend run around with his mouth hanging open and his face flushed red, he burst out laughing. Makoto finally reached out and offered her son the bottle of milk out of sympathy, but her eyes were still sparkling. After a few gulps of milk and water, the ravenhead was finally able to get rid of the nearly burning feeling in his mouth. Only to discover his two companions laughing so loudly that they are rolling around on the ground. Whoever claimed that kids couldn't emit a deadly, ominous aura was a moron. With a sweet coo, Naruto, as his eyes flashed with darkness. With all traces of laughter gone from his face, the blonde in question gulped, realizing the killer's intent. Why? Yes? How would you like your death to be? Slow or quick? Naruto concluded that Sasuke's charming smile was even more eerie than Kakashi Sensei's pervy book. Shika seemed to share this sentiment when he noticed the brunette attempting to stealthily leave. He wasn't the only one who noticed, it seems. And where would you be going, Shika? Oh, the same sweet. Shika and Naruto briefly looked at each other, and they both understood right away. Run for it. After that, Sasuke simply smiled maniacally as Shika and Naruto ran away at the speed of a tornado. Outside, Makoto could only watch as two blurs sped by her, followed closely by a third blur. Makoto shook her shoulders as she leaned back and laughed softly. Makoto was a little hesitant when Sasuke first made friends with the blonde, unintentionally influenced by the gossip. However, the rumors were dispelled when Sasuke pulled him home for the first time. She thought of her close friend when she saw the blonde standing in front of her with the sincere blue eyes. Uzumaki Kushina. Their demeanor, their anxiety, and even their drive to succeed. I'm going to be the Hokage one day, Datbeo. She felt guilty because she had let the villagers and even her own clan's naive reasoning influence her. So she took him in. She couldn't have asked for better friends, but she was shocked that Sasuke had selected Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Uzumaki. She was pretty sure there were others who agreed with her, Itachi. Her heart ached at the thought of her oldest child. She wished she could spare him from all that conflict. However, she was unable to, for the sake of Sasuke. She let out a sigh. Then Fugaku appeared. The door opening caused Makoto to start a little. She tuned right away, thinking it was one of the three whirlwinds, but she stopped in the middle when she heard the velvet voice she knew so well. Makoto, how nice to meet you after all this time. There was an icy undertone to the cheerful words, not any warmth. When Makoto turned around, she saw the same pale-haired woman who detested her standing by the door with a young boy, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, at her side. Ajay. The voice sounded too brittle, almost broken, even to her. Her sister's emerald eyes, which are so different from her own, gazed back at her emotionlessly. Do not think I have forgotten our past, Makoto. I came because my husband had an urgent errand. In her icy echo, she added, I came to deliver this. Makoto did nothing but watch as the woman in front of her took a document out of her robes and held it out to her. Her bright golden hair and deep amber eyes, which reflected the world within them like mirrors, reminded her of someone similar, and seeing her was like looking into her past. Refusing to let her thoughts stray to that individual, she accepted the document with pale hands. How have you been, Ajay? Cold eyes watched her closely, alerting her too. Do you really want me to answer that question, Makoto? After meeting those cynical eyes, the Uchiha continued to move recklessly. Ajay, what happened that day? You have to let go. Gaira would not have wanted you to wallow in grief. It seems that this was the incorrect thing to say. Green eyes that had been so wary just a moment ago were now blazing with rage and hatred. Don't you dare speak about her. You killed her. You have no right to tell me about what she wanted. Ajay, her sister, had completely alienated Makoto since the night Gaira died, and if they did happen to cross paths, it was almost always with Ajay running away. Makoto sighed inwardly. Things weren't getting any better. The pale blonde was growling and glaring at her. The young boy, who had been watching the situation unfold with wide, terrified eyes, was now slowly backing away, clearly terrified. The sister of her former best friend appeared to be brought back to reality by this, as her expression and eyes became calm and icy once more. It seems I have outstayed your welcome, Makoto. We'll leave right away. There was a note of finality in the words, but they were delivered calmly and without the venom of before. She turned to go, taking her son's hand. In an attempt to repair the harm caused years ago, the brunette wanted to say something urgently, but she was cut off by a shout, Ajay being shoved out of the way, and two blurs speeding forward. "You could never catch me, slowpoke." When Naruto's loud voice screamed out, Sasuke's side growled in response. "Come on, Sasu." He was never able to finish his statement because Sasuke smirked the entire time he tackled him to the ground. If she hadn't known how, Makoto would have found the scene amusing, but the other person's lip curled in disgust. She knew at once that a certain blonde was the target of the disgust. "Why, Makoto, I didn't realize you associated with the demon brat." The contempt in her voice instantly made Naruto tense, and his body language conveyed his uneasiness. Ajay went on before Naruto could respond. "Of course I can't really say I'm surprised. After all, like-minded people flock together, right? But still, with him?" Her voice was dripping with disgust, like honey from a child's mouth. "The demon brat, the one who no one cares about, the..." Sasuke, on the other hand, was watching with narrow eyes and a menacing expression that would have startled Makoto if she had been listening. Naruto had completely stopped, his normally light eyes heavy with sadness. She caught a glimpse of Shika standing quietly by the door, appearing unconcerned, although his knuckles were pale and trembling. Ajay had ceased speaking and was now looking at Naruto with a look of disgust. "Truly, if I was the Hokage, I would have, get out." The five residents gazed at the voice's origin. Even Ajay appeared surprised, and Makoto Uchiha looked positively furious. "I will not have anyone entering my house and insulting my guest. Leave now, before I am forced to take force as my weapon." Despite being calmly spoken, the words had a powerful ripple. Sasuke occasionally lost sight of the fact that his mother was a formidable shinobi and should be feared. Ajay's expression darkened, but it didn't seem like she enjoyed being ejected. "Why you?" However, a tiny hand was excitedly clutching hers before she could start. The young child, whose eyes had been closed up until now, was pointing eagerly at Naruto. Mom, it's him." Ajay forgot her rage as she gazed at her son questioningly. "Sora, what do you mean? Have you met him before? Has he tried hurt you?" The accusation caused Shika and Sasuke to roll their eyes. Their blonde friend wouldn't even harm a fly. Sora quickly shook his head, seemingly agreeing with them. "No, Mom, no, he..." With memories glimmering in his eyes, Naruto, who had been observing the young boy carefully, spoke abruptly. "He saved me from drowning in the river that day. I saved him from drowning in the river that day." Both voices end at the same time. Ajay looked at Naruto in shock, as if she had not anticipated this at all. "But why would you do such a thing?" All thoughts of animosity vanished as Naruto gazed at the woman who was now staring at him. "He was going to die," the silent response came. Shika observed with amusement as the woman struggled to respond to such a basic logic. "But why? You knew you would never be granted appreciation, in fact, my husband." As she swallowed, she recalled the events of that day, including how Sora repeatedly said, "Ni-san, blonde. He chased you away for being near Sora." She was expecting a biting comment or at least the same callousness she had shown him, but instead she saw the child shrug. "Sometimes, you make decisions, knowing that it will cause you pain, but you make it all the same." The two women tensed up at this, but Naruto was blind to it. "Because you know it's the right one." Ajay's and Makoto's faces were white as they stared at him. After a few minutes, during which Sasuke scowled at her and Naruto grew more uneasy, the woman with the emerald eyes finally took Sora's hand and made her way to the door. No one shifted. She turned and spoke to Naruto at the threshold, but this time her voice was filled with pain rather than rage. "We run a cake shop on the eastern corner of the town. Come over whenever you're hungry, Naruto." When she uttered his name, Naruto was taken aback. Her voice was filled with pure desire rather than scorn or hatred. "And Makoto? You can come too." Makoto appeared stunned if Naruto appeared taken aback when Ajay spoke to him. She was too stunned to speak, so she could only nod. She then departed. Only Shika appeared to have some clue as to what had transpired, while Naruto and Sasuke just stared in disbelief. "What just happened, Mrs. Uchiha? Who was that?" At last, Naruto asked. In response, Makoto just stared at him, but her eyes seemed to see someone else through him rather than him. When Sasuke gently nudged her, she abruptly jolted out of her reverie. Shika looked on curiously as she took in all of this. She is my best friend's sister." Makoto chose to change the topic after realizing she was frightening them. "So Sasuke, have you extracted your revenge yet?" Knowing what it would lead to, she asked innocently. She saw her son change from a shy boy to a frightening one in a matter of seconds for the second time that day. Soon after, there was a great deal of yelling, followed by, of course, a great deal of running and taunting. Shika squeezed in between Naruto and Sasuke as they ran ahead, while Makoto watched. Makoto was left to think back on what Naruto had said as they were leaving, her thoughts transcending time to the instant she had heard those words for the first time. No. Gaira. The only thing the paced Uchiha could do was watch as the sword, the one intended for her, went straight through her best friend's chest. She screamed and used simple strokes to eliminate all of her enemies, feeling numb with denial. Blood soaked through her hair and clothing, blinding her and drowning her, and she felt nothing. Her arms were killing themselves, and she was unable to stop until a hand caught hers. Amber eyes stared into hers as she looked up. With her chest heaving and her gorgeous, bright hair stained with blood, Gaira fell on top of her. Makoto felt a deep hatred fill her as she looked at her. That's where she would have fallen, but she was saved by Gaira, as usual. Am I? Makoto, don't let darkness consume you, alright? Makoto spoke haltingly, holding her best friend while crying in the clear moonlight. Your clan is filled with darkness, pain, but you, are my strong Makoto. With blood leaking through her clothing, she spoke very slowly. Who is strong-minded, who doesn't let anyone mess with her, Makoto, that's who you are. Makoto was unable to endure the agony and pain that tore through her body. But why? Gaira, why did you do it? Perhaps she was dreaming, but she could feel her friend chuckle. Because, in life, we make decisions that might hurt us, but we make them anyway, because it's the right thing. Makoto felt her friend's warm, golden chakra start to wane, so she only gripped harder. Makoto, I love you, alright? And, that is, why, I will take the darkness, that your name is cursed, with me, so that, the curse will never break you. Makoto did the only thing she could because she knew there was nothing she could do to save her best friend. Gaira, I vow to live your life for you, so that you won't miss out on anything, and I love you too, my dear friend. She was later unable to determine whether the tears on her face were her own or those of her comrade. She discovered the solution to her brethren's long-standing curse on that day. Love itself was the solution to the hate that sprang from love. A contradiction inside a contradiction. People are imprisoned by hatred, but they are set free by love, and love is the key. The response. Amidst a lot of cursing and running, Shikamaru Nara was thinking about the same thing in the room next door. He had discovered it, too. The response. Paperwork was something that Hiruzen Sarutobi hated. Had he been superstitious, he would have long since begun donning colorful, strange headdresses and charmed bracelets to ward off the terrible curse of the never-ending pile of papers, as one blonde had once lamented. Namikaze Minato. Although Sarutobi was no stranger to death, the blonde's passing was one of those that still made him feel extremely ashamed. I feel ashamed that I was unable to stop that disaster years ago. Shame for failing to save the lives of two amazing shinobi, Kushina and Minato. Above all, though, was the humiliation of not being able to protect a defenseless child from the hideous display of hatred that the village that Minato and Kushina so cherished had displayed to a small child, their kid. To allow the images to fade into the recesses of his mind, the Hokage closed his eyes and leaned back. Kushina's loud, boisterous voice, Minato's stunning cerulean eyes, their laughs, and their smiles. Gigi. When Hiruzen opened his eyes, he saw a pair of azure depths that he knew well and were filled with feelings. As though the sands of time had somehow been pushed backwards and rendered motionless, like the still waters of a backwater on a calm day, he briefly had the impression that he had traveled 3 years into the past. Gigi. What's wrong? As the third Hokage fixed his gaze on the face of his smiling young charge, whose eyes now mirrored his own confusion, the illusion broke as quickly as it had arisen. The benevolent Hokage merely grinned and shook his head at the perplexed child. Nothing, Naruto, nothing at all, I was just thinking about someone. As the bewilderment vanished from his expressive eyes and was replaced by the earlier joy, the blonde in front of him appeared to accept this as a satisfactory response. So Naruto, tell me, what do you want today? At this, the toddler pouted, his whiskers resembling those of a pufferfish in rage. I don't visit you only when I need something, Gigi, I came to simply meet you. At this, The Hokage merely laughed, his eyes sparkling joyfully. Of course, Naruto, I apologize. A bright smile replaced the pout instantly, and the puffer fish vanished as well. It's all right, Gigi, by the way, where is that old witch? Even as the words were being spoken, brown eyes watched with amusement as the azure orbs scanned the room, probably looking for his secretary, Natha, or, as Naruto preferred, the old witch. She had an important errand to run, she won't be back for at least another hour. His young visitor, who was clearly waiting for the old witch to surprise him from behind the desk or something, sighed with relief at this and climbed up on his lap. After he had calmed down, he said, Gigi, I made friends. At this, the Hokage's brown eyes glowed with the sincere delight he was experiencing. That is fantastic, Naruto. Who are they? Naruto chirped, Sasuke Uchiha and Shikamaru Nara. Hiruzen froze at this, his face displaying a look of surprise. He hadn't anticipated this, a Uchiha and a Nara, and he hadn't thought Fugaku would permit such a bond. Shikaku was also hard to read, but he was still taken aback. Naruto, how did you meet them? He asked. Naruto gave a shrug. They kind of helped me out the other day when, he faltered, his gaze fixed on his arm, more specifically, his bandaged arm. Although Hiruzen was not naturally angry or inclined to wish harm on others, there were times when he had to make an exception, and this was one of them. He forced himself to concentrate on his breathing in order to release the anger, and it did help a little. Tell me more about them, Naruto, Hiruzen said, adding a positive tone to his voice. Well, Shika is, as Naruto started to actively describe his two best friends, his eyes gleaming with great joy. The Hokage allowed himself to smile. Naruto quickly created a very detailed portrait of his two friends. When Naruto was done, he said, sounds like you found two very good friends, Naruto. Naruto nodded and smiled, then shifted uneasily. Recalling his earlier claim, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, by the way, Gigi, I have two things to ask of you. Hiruzen simply grinned subtly as she waited for him to start. Nervously, he concluded, well, I was wondering if I could live on my own. Hiruzen let out a sorrowful sigh as his previously positive attitude gradually faded. Naruto, you're 3 years old, you can't live on your own. Naruto's shoulders slumped as if he wanted to argue but realized that the answer would remain the same. Hiruzen let out a sigh. He wanted with all his heart to make Naruto happy, but he was powerless, as usual. However, observing the dejected expression in those eyes, I'll try to get you an apartment. Naruto's eyes conveyed his hope, and he instantly brightened. But not right now, maybe when you're a year older, he said. The blonde's expression was not exactly joyful, but it was also not nearly as slouched as it had been. Naruto nodded after a few minutes. I'm okay with that. He gave a small smile, his face surprisingly joyful. So, Naruto, what is your second request? If Hiruzen had hoped that the abrupt change of subject would divert the toddler, his strategy was successful because the blonde started jumping with excitement as soon as he finished speaking. Well, as much jumping as is reasonable when sitting in someone's lap. I'd like to pick up some Fuin jutsu. The Hokage froze for the second time that day, a look of surprise flashing across his features as he looked at his young charge, searching for indications that the child was merely talking without understanding the meaning of the words, but to his astonishment, he saw none. Conversely, he appeared to be well versed in the subject matter. Strange, it's almost as if he's done it before. Do you know what Fuin jutsu is, Naruto? Yes, isn't it sealing jutsu? It was obvious from his tone that it was a statement rather than a question. Despite his best efforts, the Hokage was unable to control his increasing curiosity. Naruto, how do you know so much about this? The blonde just gave him a blink, as though the response was clear. Shika did say that Fuin jutsu is a cool jutsu. I'm not sure who told him this. Sarutobi berated himself in his head for not realizing that, despite their laziness, the Naras were not, even at 3, stupid. Even so, it was a shocking coincidence that Naruto had selected this specific artwork, the work for which both of his parents were well known and for which his namesake, the Uzumaki family, were well known. It was almost as if Naruto knew his ancestry. That, however, was not feasible, rather, it was merely satire on the part of fate, a cruel joke. Hiruzen squashed his straying thoughts and returned his focus to the young blonde, who continued to gaze at him with a hopeful trepidation. Naruto, are you sure you're up to the challenge? Fuin art is a very tough jutsu that would require a lot of effort and theoretical knowledge about seals. As he said those words, Sarutobi started mentally screening every shinobi he knew for a suitable teacher because, if there was one thing he knew for sure about his young ward, it was Gigi, I'm not afraid of challenges, remember, I'll be the Hokage someday. That in order to get what he wanted, Naruto would do everything in a humane manner, sometimes even in a humane manner. A characteristic that Hiruzen frequently connected to a particular white-haired shinobi. A shinobi with, peculiar tendencies. Brown's eyes widened as the ideal solution to his mental filter appeared in his mind. I've found the ideal person to teach you the Fuin arts, Naruto. However, he won't be here for another 2 months. Can you wait? Naruto gazed at his mentor with wide eyes, his astonishment at the abrupt announcement visible on his face, which in a matter of minutes changed into the look of a schoolboy upon learning of an unplanned holiday. Gigi, do you mean it? The boy's expression, with joy dancing in his brown eyes, made Gigi laugh. Naturally, Naruto, have I ever told you a lie? The blonde's excited yell drowned out the portion of his response as he threw himself off his lap and turned to put his little arms around the startled Hokage. Gigi, thank you, I adore you with all my heart. Hiruzen patted the golden head of his hyperactive young charge and smiled with genuine happiness, feeling lightened and genuinely happy for the first time in years. Naruto threw himself to the ground as fast as he had grabbed hold of Hiruzen, his happiness palpable in the air like a real, tangible thing. Will Sasuke and Shika also learn from that shinobi, Gigi? Golden strands caught the afternoon light and reflected a golden halo around the room as he bounced while asking. I'll have to ask him, but I'm sure he won't mind, was the final statement Hiruzen added after noticing the cerulean orb's faint trepidation. This appeared to be enough for Naruto, who practically jumped for the door. Can I go tell Sasuke and Shika, Gigi? They will adore it? When he yelled the request, the blonde had already passed the doorway halfway. Of course, Naruto, and don't forget to bring your friends the next time. As the words, I will, echoed back into his room from the streets, where Naruto had undoubtedly already arrived, the Hokage grinned. Sarutobi leaned back and let a satisfied grin cling to his face before straightening his posture and looking up at the sun that shone brightly through the windowpane. Time is almost here. With a sigh, Hiruzen thought about the argument that would surely start in a few more minutes. When a shinobi approached, he felt the tiny chakra flare of his privacy seals as if in response to his questions. Hiruzen straightened, then relaxed upon recognizing the chakra, letting the newcomer in upon hearing the traditional knock. Hokage. Sama, had Hiruzen been a poet, he would have pondered the apparent distinctions between the boy who was bouncing at the same location a moment ago and the boy who was now standing bowing before him. You mean it, Itachi? At the silent command, the shinobi in front of him stood with his coal-black eyes as expressionless as ever. The infiltration was successful, no injuries were sustained. Hiruzen gazed at the outstretched arm in front of him, which held the folder containing the information. Normally, higher-ranked shinobi were given infiltration missions, but Itachi was an exception, a genius, really, because he had shown himself to be far more capable than the majority of his Junin-level shinobi. But why did he always feel a tremor of guilt when he looked into those obsidian eyes? With a soft sigh, he took the intended document and placed it on his table, where he could see its flawlessness without having to look. The young protege was now staring at the Hokage expectantly, clearly to be dismissed, but the Hokage smiled at him. He was about to say something when he sensed another familiar chakra coming toward him, and based on the look on Itachi's pale face, he knew he wasn't alone. Hokage. Sama, am I dis? The Hokage interrupted, saying, Stay, I think you'll find this interesting. The Hokage responded in the affirmative when someone knocked on the door before he could say anything more. When Itachi looked up, he saw his senior enter the room in a familiar figure, his mask concealing his face but not his shock of silver hair. Kakashi, Inu. Don't go poking your nose where it is unnecessary is a crude rule that has proven invaluable on many occasions. The shinobi curtsied just as Itachi had just moments earlier, despite the fact that he could tell his senior was curious by appearance. The two shinobi performed the required formal form of conduct upon returning from a mission, and Obsidian Eyes watched with mild curiosity as Kakashi, like himself, wondered why their leader hadn't fired him yet. Kakashi, you may take off your mask, there is no need to be so formal. The silver-haired shinobi's movements were halted by a slight hesitation. In response to the implicit question, Itachi is part of it too, followed. As the young shinobi removed his mask, Itachi watched as his familiar half-mask and weary, deep onyx eyes were revealed. As he absorbed the sight of those bloodshot eyes, Hiruzen sighed and thought, This is where the hard part begins. Kakashi, I have a new mission for you. In just a few minutes, the 19-year-old's expression changed from one of obvious surprise to one of professional detachment, and he inclined his head to listen to the new instructions. Itachi observed the Hokage gaze at the silver-haired shinobi while he calmly folded his hands on his desk. I want you to take on the mission of guarding Naruto Uzumaki. Nothing happened for a moment, and the afternoon air was still and heavy, almost palpable, until a tentative voice broke the stillness like glass. What? Itachi was not duped. He was able to read the signs clearly, including the clenched fists, the pale, nearly bloodless complexion, and most importantly, the brokenness that echoed in that one word. The words were spoken with such ease that it seemed as though his senior had simply failed to understand them. Kakashi Hatake felt frightened. As he watched the Hokage struggle to keep his seemingly calm composure, his eyes remaining the same as before, it appeared that he wasn't the only one who came to this conclusion. I want you to. No, this time, Kakashi's eyes resembled those of a madman, mad, lost, and broken, and he was trembling as he spoke. Kakas. No, I won't. I can't. Kakashi. Kakashi raised his head to listen to the voice, his mind automatically reacting to the authoritative tone. Calm down and please let me finish before you decide. When Hiruzen noticed the recipient attempting to argue once more, he raised his hand. Itachi, speak. Kakashi listened with a cornered expression as the third Hokage leaned back and watched as the young prodigy reiterated the facts in a detached manner, his clinical voice adding weight to the situation. Kakashi had always been evasive around people, even as a small child. It had taken Minato a lot of work and many more missions with his friends for him to finally open up a little, but fate was still unkind to him, taking away both his friends and his sensei, leaving a bigger hole than before. After Minato's passing, the teenager had buried himself deeper and deeper in his Anbu responsibilities, and now he was being asked to look after the boy who, in every way, reminded him of his own inability to support his sensei. Hiruzen was well aware of the urge to run, but it was time for the young prodigy to confront them. When a butterfly is bound by a stone, it must release itself in order to fly. Kakashi was shaking his head firmly even before Itachi had finished speaking. But why me? Why are you unable to locate anyone else? Because only you can. Kakashi's owner had responded to his query, and he turned to face the dark obsidian eyes. However, neither the paleness nor the clenched fists relaxed. No, I have the right to refuse a mission if I want to, and I'm refusing this one. I won't do it, I won't. With a weary sigh, the third Hokage made eye contact with dark, terrified eyes before releasing them. Very well, Kakashi, if that is truly your final decision, then you may leave, I won't force you. After a moment of inaction, the silver-haired shinobi spoke. Who is going to take Jay's place? Hiruzen merely gave him a quick look before responding haphazardly. I'm not sure yet, but I'm sure I'll find someone. The silver hair shock was still present in the room, obviously unsatisfied, but after a short while, he stalked slowly but steadily in the direction of the door. He had just arrived at the door when he heard the Hokage's voice. Kakashi, meet Yuri immediately after reaching the base, he has something important to share. With a hand on the door handle and his body half turned toward the office, the 19-year-old prodigy was listening. He nodded, then hesitantly put on his mask and walked out, shutting the door behind him. With a sigh, Hiruzen picked up his pen and went back to work. You may leave as well, Itachi. However, the prodigy remained motionless, staring at the door. What plans do you have, Hokage? Sama. Hiruzen's eyes glistened as he laughed at this. Now, child, why do you say that? Itachi continued to look inquisitively without responding. I didn't command him to carry out the mission, because that would have been useless. He has to make that choice himself for him to let go of his darkness. After responding to the unasked question and silently cursing the papers that still cluttered his desk, the third Hokage put down his pen once more. And besides, I don't need to, he ended quietly. But why? Well. As he ran, the sun warmed Kakashi's face, but the tingling warmth did not soothe him. In fact, the protege was unaware of it, his mind still pounding from the panicked fear he had experienced earlier. Fear and agony had always plagued him, he was accustomed to them, so he wasn't easily frightened, but the fear he experienced in the Hokage's office was something he had never experienced before. No, it wasn't correct. It was the fear of loss, the fear he had spent so much time trying to conceal, and the first type of fear he had ever encountered. After he found his team, he was able to temporarily escape the grip of this fear, which initially surfaced when his father passed away and caused him to distance himself from everyone who attempted to show concern. He had never experienced true freedom until then. However, even that vanished, plunging him once more into the maze of that incapacitating terror. No, it didn't matter that guilt roared in his ears every time he ignored that child, that he wanted to strangle Jay or anyone who hurt that tiny replica of his sensei, or that he couldn't bear that fear again. Just stop thinking, he told himself. After giving the chakra signature, he sighed as he arrived at his destination and silently entered the gray compound. The drab interior of the Anbu quarters, which had no color or smell and was entirely black or gray with white accents, contrasted sharply with the bright outside world as he walked in silence through the long, winding corridors that connected the various rooms. A place devoid of personality. Kakashi recalled that the first time he visited, Shisui had made that announcement. The silver-haired shinobi sighed for the umpteenth time that day and headed for the main hall, which was the route to Yuri's room. He walked toward his destination, a little faster now, and then he saw the wide door that led to the hall and the brightly lit space, and then he stopped suddenly. A single bookshelf stood facing the entrance, with numerous thick and thin books and scrolls neatly arranged in it. The hall appeared as usual, with chairs stacked in the corner, a table in the middle with refreshments, and an exercise ball rolled close by. Kakashi had no idea why it was there. However, it was the man standing next to the bookshelf that stopped Kakashi in his tracks. They had only met once or twice and knew little about Biva Jayan, or Jay as he was more popularly known. He was a dark-haired, dark-eyed man with an average build who specialized in mind confusion. Additionally, the biodata was updated to include the man whose job it is to care for Naruto. Biva's expression was neutral as he looked up from the book he was reading. "Inu," said the solemn voice. With his fists clenched, Kakashi simply nodded back before making himself move forward. "I heard the Hokage dismissed you from your previous mission." This declaration caused two sets of eyes to widen. What on earth is the matter with me? When Kakashi looked up, he saw that Biva had put the book away and was staring at him with narrowed eyes that were glowing with an odd emotion. "Want to go into more detail, Inu? You were dismissed because you never took any action to protect your client, Naruto Uzumaki. Why am I acting in this way?" With darkness whirling inside them, dark eyes examined him. "Well, I guess that's true enough." This open declaration caused Kakashi's insides to calm down a little. Perhaps it was all a misun. "But it's not like my ignoring that brat mattered." "What?" The shinobi in front of him ignored the clear note of rage that permeated the low murmur and carried on. "The brat healed pretty quickly, so I saw no reason to interfere." "You just watched, then?" This time the anger was accompanied by incredulity. "My orders were to keep the kid alive and well, not to heed to his every need." Even as the owner spoke, a thin finger moved across the book covers, looking for a specific volume. "But he is a child." With a shrug, "The brat's just being melodramatic. It's not like he was ever injured fatally, bruises, cuts, just that. 2 civilians have attacked Naruto 12 times, causing him to be hurt and bruised. The Hokage is too soft-hearted, that brat doesn't need protection. Naruto's orphanage is complaining. The orphanage takes care of him well enough. Not being careful to prevent the sheets from being stained by his blood. His parents would have probably agreed with Mio. The finger never found the book because it now traced the area of his jaw where Kakashi's smaller fist had punched him. So the cold-blooded Kakashi does care ab. He saw the expression of complete hatred on the face that towered over him. It had no bluff, only smoldering ashes of contempt, and the words stuck painfully in his throat. Thus, he made the sensible decision to remain on the ground where he had fallen and observe the young person in front of him while taking deep breaths and attempting to control his rage. From now on, stay away from Naruto. Although there was no passion or heat in the words, Biva was not a fool. He could see the truth when he saw it, and this was the real deal. The silver-haired youth purposefully straightened his posture before turning around and advancing toward the exit, leaving the stunned shinobi to stare in silence. The dark-haired Anbu was left to consider this recent development. Naruto Uzumaki was important to Kakashi Hitaki. Well, sighing, Kakashi sulked as he made his way to the quarters. Just now, what did I do? Since he had publicly declared his emotional attachment, a potential enemy could use it as leverage to extract blackmails, wreak vengeance, and unleash pain. All of which were serious weaknesses in the shinobi world. Despite everything he had said, he had no regrets. In actuality, he was sick of running, of being scared of fear, and of getting lost. I want you to take on the mission of guarding Naruto Uzumaki. Despite his earlier refusal, he was forced to accept that mission because he had essentially declared his concern for Naruto. For the time being, he was positive that he couldn't ignore this hatred now that it was directly in front of him. Perhaps he could have maintained the defense of ignorance if he hadn't seen the entire situation. Now, however, he was at a loss. He leaned against the wall and rubbed his eyes as the consequences of his actions finally caught up with him. Hey, if Kakashi had been any less of a shinobi, he would have leapt. He blinked as his attention was instantly drawn to Yuri Nakaha's kind face, which was staring at him with a smile forming at the corners of his lips. His vocal cords seemed to be in distress as the silver-haired shinobi simply stared back at him. Inu, is something wrong? The red head in front of him now had a faint frown on its smooth features. This small worry jolted Kakashi out of his reverie by reminding him of his precarious situation. Nothing, I'm fine, just tired. There were faint hints of amusement in the clear green eyes that stared back at him, but Yuri did not try to stop him. Well, then I guess that's my cue to leave. Just as the redhead was about to fulfill his promise, Kakashi said. Actually, I was looking for you. The Hokage said that you have something important to share. Before responding, the redhead hummed. Yes, I forgot all about that. Since it's in my room, how about we go there now? Then Yuri continued walking, leaving Kakashi to follow. He didn't try to strike up a conversation, which was something Kakashi liked about the older man. He understood the importance of keeping quiet. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at the tiny separate rooms that lined up like a school hallway. Here, suddenly, Kakashi was holding a small scroll that was carefully tied at the front. His quick fingers started removing the knot right away. I wonder if Jay has found it yet. The owner was in a similar state as the probing fingers stopped. What? The red head continued to hum softly, either unaware of the slight stiffness in his voice or ignoring it. Strange, wouldn't you think? The Hokage had instructed him to get a book from the Anbu library, but for some reason, he insisted that Jay look in the main hall instead of the library itself. Kakashi stared at the now open scroll in his hand without responding. Kakashi, meet Yuri immediately after reaching the base. He has something important to share. When did the Hokage issue this odd directive, Yuri? Just an hour before you arrived, he sent someone over to relay the orders. Yuri, who asked you to give me this scroll? The Hokage, of course, it was sent with the same guy. Yuri clearly decided that the conversation was over and left for the hallway, but Kakashi remained motionless. As he gazed at the black swirls of ink on the white paper, he felt the sudden impulse to smash his head against the wall. Kakashi Hitaki, your mission begins tomorrow, and I'm happy you've chosen to accept it. For the details, arrive at the office early in the morning. Oh no, that cunning old fox. Well, but why? Hiruzen took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the sunlight coming in through the windows. We shinobi like to think that we're above the crippling effects of human emotions, that we're just shadows of power and nothing more, but the fact is that none of us can stop being human. There was a pause during which the only sound in the room was the wind. Because of the greater darkness we carry, we shinobi convince ourselves that we aren't as predictable as regular men. Knowing Kakashi's heart and the compassion it holds, I am confident he will accept the mission. A sigh. To me, his human heart is what makes him so predictable. He won't run away anymore, because his emotions won't let him. The pen was picked up once more, and then eventually, when he becomes a great shinobi, he'll finally realize that our emotions are the strongest of our weapons, the mightiest of all our blades. As though no one was supposed to hear, the final sentence was spoken quietly. The recipient did not speak or show emotion. But early the following morning, Itachi couldn't help but smile softly when he saw his senior's sullen face making his way to the Hokage's office. He was surrounded by darkness. His arms were out in front of him, searching, panting, and lost. The air around them hummed with the remains of a soundless scream, echoing into the emptiness, and grief hung in the air like icy frost, making it impossible to breathe. Bloodless and silent, diluted brown pupils darted about nervously, an unnatural fear prickling at the back of his neck like the trickle of an icy wind. A drop in the pool of darkness was almost palpable as the darkness changed, its inkiness twisting and churning, and the smell of blood. Eyeballs rolled, irises no longer visible, and two figures churned in the darkness, flickering in and out, mouths open in an unending scream of agony. His mouth and feet were immobile, and his arms were straining to get to them. The figures gazed at him while their silent screams continued to reverberate in the air and their translucent skin dissolved in the darkness. The apparition blinked like a broken light bulb as they extended their shadowy arms forward, staring at him through the pitch black darkness. Shikamaru woke up with a start, sweat trickling down his temples and his breath coming in sharp gasps. A dream. Just a dream. With one hand against his forehead, the brunette gazed at his room's dark ceiling while he waited for his racing heart to slow. He had experienced nightmares frequently since witnessing Asuma's death, so he wasn't shocked. However, since the war, the intensity of the dreams had increased, occasionally impairing his ability to think clearly for hours at a time. Contrary to his logic, he had hoped that his nightly demons would not be able to travel through time and that he would be at peace for a while when they reached the past. He ought to have realized that his bad luck was not to be trusted. Every other day, he was visited by his nightly demons, who were the pinnacle of military punctuality. The images changed, but the emotion remained constant, leaving a painful afterimage of the raw pain and loss that still burned in his mind. His ears would occasionally reverberate with the cries of the dying, broken, and lost, and he could still smell the acrid smell of blood in his nostrils, as well as the grief and madness he had experienced when they had lost everything during the war. Shika was briefly transported back in time, surrounded by the decaying remains of his fellow soldiers and the devastation of battle. The young protege shuddered and forced his mind to concentrate, reaching for the clock he always kept on his night desk. His breathing was still a little bit labored. He extended his fingers in anticipation of feeling the instrument's cool metallic surface. But he wasn't prepared for his fingers to go straight through. Without any conscious thought of drowsiness, Shikamaru instantly bounded to his feet, his senses taking over, and he stared at his pale fingers that stood out in the dark. He pressed his clammy fingers against the bedding slowly and purposefully, not realizing that he was holding his breath. The warm, smooth feel of the sheets beneath his hand released the pent-up breath. He sighed and raised his wrist to eye level, leaning back against the pillows. What just took place? He experimentally flexed his fingers. Was it my imagination, or was there more to it? A troubled expression remained on the young Nara's face as he stared at his fingers for several more minutes before letting them fall to his side. It almost felt like I was dissolving into darkness. He reached for the alarm once more, his hands still clammy, wondering if the phenomenon would recur, but it didn't. It was 5:15 in the morning, according to the glowing fingers of the device. The young Nara sighed and put the clock back in place before carefully making his way to the window facing the east side of the Nara compound and stopping to look through the blinds. The air was still cold because the sun had not risen, the sky was dreary with occasional patches of gray, and the flower buds were closed and bent like obedient servants awaiting the return of their master. Acknowledging his incapacity to fall back asleep, the brunette gently padded to the restroom, feeling grateful in his mind that he had managed to persuade his suspicious parents to give him a separate room. At the very least, persuade his mother that his father had not yet returned from his mission. Shika wasn't sure how she would feel about him coming back this week. He was excited to see his father again, but there were also some technical challenges that would come with his father's return, such as concealing the fact that he was a time traveler who wanted to save the world from a lunatic who was insane due to the moon. Perhaps the last part wouldn't require much concealing. Additionally, he would be meeting his father, who was, well, dead. Perhaps he ought to have questioned Sasuke about the dead family situation beforehand. After turning on the light above his sink, the brunette clambered up on the stool he had saved in order to get to the mirror. The young child flinched. His face did not look like that of a carefree child, and two tired brown eyes with red rims stared back at him, the purplish dark circles framing the bottom part of his eyes adding to the tiredness. The toddler gazed resignedly at the label as Shika sighed and reached for the side cabinet, his hand closing around a cylindrical glass bottle. Cosmetics for a cherry face, an enchanted solution for flawless skin. Oh no, when he and Sasuke appeared to be worn-out pandas during the war and Naruto did not, their leader had disclosed his little trick to avoid being panda. Like, Naruto's vocabulary was a strange place to be. Shika sighed, wondering how Naruto always managed to land him in these embarrassing situations. The blonde had muttered something about a demonic Sakura, shopping, makeup, punching, and screaming when Sasuke had asked him with a mockingly raised eyebrow. Naturally, even Sasuke didn't bother to make any more jokes. As a result, all three of them now used this device to conceal the nightmare effects of the war. And from where did they obtain these items? To put it simply, there are some questions that are better left unanswered. Idly wondering how women seemed to enjoy this gooey stuff, the brunette gingerly dipped his fingers into the cream, but he had to admit that it worked incredibly well. The brunette was relieved that they had temporarily halted their training sessions and dabbed the cream under his eyes. Though physical strength, chakra capacity, and elemental chakra manipulation were still severely lacking, the genius predicted their strengths in areas like chakra control, agility, and weaponry. Well, weapons they could actually lift had improved somewhat, though not significantly. Nearly 4 months had gone by before their arrival. The brunette understood the serious consequences the training would have on their physical development and health, even though it might seem that their young bodies would eventually be forced to just cope. It would take time to gain strength and muscle mass, and it would take time, intense mental training, and meditation to increase chakra capacity. They therefore made the decision to halt their physical training and concentrate on other personal characteristics, as well as generally working on their chakra control and capacity through meditation, after realizing that they could not force their young bodies to become strong. In actuality, though, they would have still had to halt their training for 2 main reasons even if they hadn't come to this conclusion. The first was that Itachi was too damn smart. According to Sasuke, the elder was now very interested in them and asked intelligent questions about everything. The second reason was Naruto's new Anbu guard, the silver-haired nin, was a little too overzealous, but the young Anbu Kakashi was unquestionably a huge improvement over the previous idiot. Overzealous was actually an understatement. Although Naruto was skilled at avoiding his designated guards, Kakashi was proving to be quite a handful, and the man would not allow the blonde to leave his sight, not even for a brief moment. However, the word overzealous wasn't used to describe this quality, rather, it was used to describe a number of other details, such as when someone dared to yell at the blonde, random projectiles like shuriken and kunai, which aren't always blunt, would inexplicably lodge themselves just inches from their heads. Common household objects like spatulas, rotten eggs, and occasionally a cat were among these sporadic projectiles. However, Naruto was essentially incensed at this. Damn it, I don't need protection. Shika and Sasuke were both relieved to have the much-needed protection. Sasuke claimed that the silver-haired nin's acceptance of this specific mission was a delayed guilt reaction to his past behavior as a heartless bastard, but Shika suspected that the oldest Uchiha had a hand, possibly both hands, in it. It goes without saying, however, that their training had become nearly impossible to carry out without Itachi and Kakashi's watchful eyes. With his fingers still greasy from handling the cosmetic, the brunette sighed as he closed the container and saw himself in the mirror. Although the black circles had lessened, it didn't appear as though the honey-brown eyes that gazed back at him would ever be shadow-free. A forlorn hope, a much-abused wisdom, too. Worn relics of courage, the shadows of suffering and loss, the shadows of war and death, the shadows of fear and frustration. He knew that Sasuke and Naruto had both woken up from nightmares much earlier than he had, and that he was likely the least traumatized of the three, but that didn't stop him from feeling completely terrified and hopeless at times. How could they hope to change the course of time? Every small action they took could have far-reaching effects. Time was erratic, and every footprint left on its shores had significance, no matter how fleeting its existence. It was because of Obito that Kurama was sealed into Naruto, who later defeated the fox demon's hatred. Because of Itachi and his act of mass murder that a civil war was avoided. Because of Mizuki that Naruto found his first precious person. Because Sasuke left that all of Konoha 11 became stronger. Because of the Suna invasion that Gaara found his purpose in life. And because of Madara that the allied shinobi force existed. These were the greatest legends that emerged from their greatest tragedies. As though an invisible writer was somehow bringing it to pass, there were countless other small details that added up to provide meaning at the end. Now, though, Shika feared that they would somehow turn things around for the worse. Shika felt as though he might break for the first time in his life. It was during these moments that Shika felt most vulnerable. Keep an eye on the syrup, Naruto, it's tricky to get right. While kneading little round, pale balls, the blonde in question dutifully kept his eyes on the boiling syrup. As he involuntarily stirred the sugar syrup with one hand, Naruto looked at the woman working next to him. With a frown smearing her forehead, Ajay Ryo stood like a warrior, holding a piping bag while carefully examining a chocolate cake in front of her. Naruto moved his gaze, allowing his blue eyes to roam around the store he had grown to adore over the previous 2 months. The blonde was suspicious when the emerald-eyed woman casually invited Naruto to her cake shop because, just moments before the invitation, the woman had been glaring at him with icy eyes. Naturally, Naruto was reluctant to go, and he forgot about it entirely in a matter of days. However, one day while exploring the eastern wing to find his hidden shortcut, he stumbled upon Black and White Cake Shop. Naruto was aware that it was the shop owned by that odd woman, at least because Itachi had told them about it later that day. He recalled being perplexed by the eldest Uchiha's smile during the narration, but he realized why as soon as he saw the store. White puffy dandelions swayed to the breeze outside, near the entrance in pitch Black pots. Pure white wind chimes swayed to the melody of the wind at every table. The tiny cafe was gorgeous, with everything from chairs to countertops to display cases, even the floor and ceiling, in various shades of black and white with subtle hints of gray and silver thrown in clashes here and there. Even though Naruto didn't have a sweet tooth, he couldn't help but drool over the cakes and candies that were on display, which were the only things that didn't fit the theme. They were all different colors and shapes, and they gleamed against the black and white backdrop. The place seemed to be alive, pulsing with warmth and peace. After what felt like hours of standing and staring, Naruto heard a soft voice next to him. My sister loved this place, she. Naruto had finally grasped the unadulterated agony that came from the woman standing next to him. Loved the color gray and through it, made this. Naruto understood that no syllables or words were required, as the silence between them echoed the words that were not spoken, even though he was unsure of the reason behind the kunoichi's words. The blonde quickly learned to appreciate and understand the Junin who ran the place, and soon after, all of Ajay's family came to embrace him, giving him a special place in their small shop. Naruto had started going to the charming little place every week, always returning with arms full of cakes and sweets. What surprised Naruto the most was how much fun baking and experimenting with sweets could be. He was given plenty of candies to take home and extra pocket money in exchange for helping out whenever he felt like it. Even though he was initially apprehensive, Yoshiro Ryo quickly warmed up to him and even apologized for the entire "drowning my son" incident. He loved spending time with Sora. The child looked up to Naruto like some sort of hero. Sasuke had snorted very Uchiha.ly when he heard that. Naruto didn't know what had happened between Makoto and Ajay because they avoided each other, but he did know that a certain Guirin meant a lot to both of them. However, he wasn't sure what to make of the stiff-faced, rigid-faced woman who introduced herself as Ajay Ryo, her emerald eyes appearing somewhat cold. However, over time, Naruto was able to gnaw his way through the gaps in her facade and discover a strong, kind shinobi who respected and honored bonds while also rarely displaying emotion, due to the foolish influence of Uchiha. Ajay looked at him with emotionless jade eyes, mouth curled in apparent distaste, and on that day all his doubts vanished. A drunk had thrown himself against the counters with a shaking finger pointed at Naruto, eyes narrowed, probably to scream at him. Yoshiro smirked at the inebriated fool, and Sora giggled as she listened to the demon brat screech for 2 minutes before punching him. The man tried to object as he stumbled, but one glance from those jaded eyes hardened with resolve, and he wisely ran away. In any case, it also helped that 3 freshly sharpened kunai lodged themselves half an inch from his head on the day he discovered Kakashi to be his guard. It goes without saying that the entire Ryo family became one of his most valued members following that incident. When the blonde noticed the solution starting to boil, he jolted out of his reverie. Finished. As she switched off the heat, the blonde chirped. With the cake partially decorated, Ajay looked up from her work. What about the balls? The silent question came. Finished. The blonde smiled with excitement. Naruto observed as Ajay left her work and approached him to check out their newest creation, a new dish named JJ, for which a traveler had given her the recipe, saying it was a divine treat. As the emerald-eyed woman rolled the balls in her palm and felt for cracks, the blonde watched with fascination. Then, she turned her focus to the syrup and felt its consistency between her fingers. Naruto, you performed admirably. Shall we start frying it now? The blonde simply responded with his dazzling smile, already grabbing the necessary utensils and oil. Azure eyes gazed in wonder as Ajay skillfully fried and flipped the balls into the sugar syrup, giving them a gorgeous, vivid amber color. As part of his experiment, he carefully removed a ball from the gooey syrup and watched out of the corner of his eye for the emerald raven-haired woman to object. When she didn't, he put the ball in his mouth. This is amazing. Ajay wondered how she could have been so blind as to harbor hatred for this child as she watched with amusement as the toddler danced around licking his fingers. As she considered how much Naruto resembled Guirin in terms of their exuberance, sunny smiles, and capacity to make even the most stern person smile, a melancholy smile contorted her features. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to move on from her death, and she was also unable to confront Makoto. She knew deep down that her anger was foolish and childish, but the power of emotions, particularly grief and anger, is stronger than reason. The doorbell's melodic chime jolted Ajay out of her reverie, and she hurried over to it, frowning because the store was closed today due to a public holiday. Ajay-san, the woman with the raven hair stopped to watch a young boy, slightly older than Naruto, bow to her while his chocolate brown hair cascaded forward in waves. Neji. The brunette straightened up and grinned broadly, his youthful features pleasingly upbeat. Ajay-san, father sent me to collect the cake he ordered for Sama's birthday. The individual in question simply arched her brows, her expression betraying her bewilderment. I'm afraid, there's a mistake, I have received no such order. Naruto watched from the kitchenette behind her, his eyes glassy, as his old friend gave the statement an open expression of bewilderment. However, Naruto ignored the discussion, his mind fixed on the youngster who would become one of his closest friends and a cherished comrade, someone who would set aside his anger and bitterness to earn respect on his own terms and pursue his own goals. The person who sacrificed his life to save his friends. With his eyes still wet, Naruto watched as the normally stoic person spoke so candidly with Ajay, his lavender eyes warm and expressive as he felt a single tear fall down his cheek before wiping it away. In his chilly, lonely room in the orphanage, he would occasionally wake up and wonder if this was all a dream, a fantastic tragic story of desperation, or if it was all an illusion, a genjutsu. However, Naruto felt the sadness in his stomach solidify into gritted resolve as he watched the pale young boy smile, his lavender tinted eyes glimmering with far more joy than the blonde had ever witnessed. Decide to alter the path of time. He was both excited and frightened by the statement. He was excited because he was going to tamper with time, and he was afraid because time should not be tampered with. A hand flicked at the blonde's forehead, causing him to blink. Ah! As Naruto rubbed his forehead, he looked up to see a grinning Neji and an irritated Ajay staring at him. What's wrong? I've been calling your name for a few minutes. Ajay narrowed her eyes at the blonde's muttered, nothing, but she chose not to press the issue. Instead, she turned to face the mostly empty glass, frosted cabinets and looked over the shelves. How many tier cakes do we have in the storage, Naruto? The blonde gave it some serious thought before responding. Well, we have 3 single-tier cakes, 1 triple-tiered and 2 double-tiered ones, but almost all of them are. With a sigh, Ajay concluded, are pre-orders from customers. The toddler took charge after realizing that no one was going to explain anything to him. I didn't pay attention before, so what's the matter? Neji responded before the raven head could respond. My father seems to be mistaken about the order being issued. Naruto gazed at the boy with a disbelieving expression. You're implying that your dad just forgot to place the order? Neji just gave him a glare, clearly unhappy, while even Ajay had to suppress a snort at the comment. No, he made a mistake, by forgetting, was Naruto's thoughtful response. No, Boys, despite the single syllable being spoken softly, both boys instantly became motionless upon sensing the implicit command. We need to find a solution. Neji, the brunette continued to glare at Naruto as she turned to face him. How much time do we have to get the cake? In a strange vision, Naruto saw 2 people in black clothing standing in a dark room, their faces grim, talking about the cake procurement mission while the yellow light flickered. Well, father wants to present it to him after the morning routine, so. After giving it some thought, the placid toddler nodded and continued. I'd say we have an hour. Naruto abruptly stopped thinking about the cake procurement mission and turned his neck to look at the boy with the lavender eyes. Ajay just stared at him, raising both of her eyebrows. For an hour? At last, the blonde let out a squeak, and the raven next to him nodded in agreement. For his part, the brunette appeared perplexed by their responses. Yes, an hour, surely for something as simple as baking, it should be. Neji stopped when he noticed the irritated look on the blonde's face, but he was shocked to hear the quiet raven head speak. What gives you the impression that baking is simple, Neji? The brunette appeared taken aback by the inquiry, clearly having never considered it. Well, I've never really thought about it, it just seemed easy. Ajay's unwavering gaze caused the aforementioned boy to writhe. Neji, one of the most important rules of being a shinobi is that appearances can be deceiving. Baking is a lot of work. You have to try a lot before you can get the hang of it, Naruto said, glaring at the now flushed Hyuga. She's right, you know. No task is simple or unimportant. Each one calls for diligence and respect from both the performer and the observer. Never try to pass judgment on a task, an object, a person, etc. Sensing the pause in the last sentence, Naruto looked at her, wondering what it was about. The blonde looked away, oblivious to the young Hyuga's slight stiffening, his eyes appearing troubled, and then the toddler looked up, his eyes expressionless. I apologize for my words, it was immature and foolish of me to think in such a manner. Ajay didn't seem surprised by the grown up speech, but there was a hint of anxiety in her emerald eyes. Naruto was a little taken aback by the toddler, who was now bowing to them. He hadn't expected the boy to give such a formal apology. There's no need to apologize, it was an honest mistake. Ajay's lips curled in amusement as she looked expectantly at Naruto. The blonde huffed, "It's okay, I accept your apology." The brunette turned to face the woman standing next to him after grinning and softening her lavender eyes. "What should we do now, Ajay-san?" Before responding, the aforementioned individual thought about the question. "Why don't we try another shop? There are several excellent ones that I know." Even before she had completed her sentence, Neji was shaking his head. "Father loves your cakes, he says yours are the best in Konoha. If we don't tell him, will he find out?" The Hyuga shifted his feet uneasily, clearly unhappy at the idea of lying, but before he could say anything, Naruto interrupted, his voice reflective. He turned to the individual and said, "Ajay-san, is it not possible for us to use that cake?" Emerald eyes closed in contemplation after blinking in surprise. "I had forgotten about that." While Naruto looked at the ground and didn't bother to interrupt, Neji observed Ajay tapping her chin thoughtfully. The emerald-eyed woman finally stood up, obviously having made up her mind. Her amusement was evident as she grinned at Naruto and said, "Well, I don't see any reason not to use it even if the design was a little different." "You have a cake, then?" Neji asked, a little perplexed. Ajay continued to smile as he nodded. "Yes, and it's a two-tiered one, just like your father requested. Should I pack it as a surprise or would you prefer to see it?" Neji suspected the usually reserved woman was making fun of him, but he wasn't sure why. "No, that's all right. I don't want to see it." The owner appeared to be even happier as a result of this. The woman was already making her way to the kitchenette when she said, "Well, then I'll go finalize the finishing touches and pack it. Meanwhile, Naruto, engage our guest, will you?" She then vanished through the door. Naruto's face was bright as he smiled at his new friend, a former acquaintance. "Well, would you like to assist me with the GJs since we have nothing to do?" GJs, the blonde, who was already moving in that direction, indicated a tiny space close to the kitchenette. "Yes, they are truly fantastic. Perhaps not as fantastic as ramen, but that makes sense because nothing compares to ramen." Naruto nodded wisely. Ramen. Neji should have been warned by anyone who knew Naruto for a long time not to be ignorant of Naruto's food or religion, at least not in front of the blonde. "What? You've never eaten ramen?" With crocodile tears sparkling in his eyes, Naruto practically threw himself at the poor boy when the brunette shook his head in mild confusion. "Oh, you poor thing." Neji was then subjected to a lengthy tirade about how amazing ramen was. Fortunately, the brilliant boy realized that if he didn't divert the blonde's attention, he would be deaf before the day was over. "What about the GJs, Naruto-kun?" Neji's awkward attempt at diversion was successful, as the blonde pulled away and stopped in the middle of his tirade. "You're right. I forgot entirely. Come on, let's create some GJs." There was a look of amusement on the brunette's face. He was beginning to like this odd blonde. Naruto spent the next few minutes instructing the young Hyuga on how to fry and turn them over in the syrup. The blonde demonstrated the process, then moved aside and gestured for the brunette to give it a try. As they worked, Neji looked at the blonde talking next to him. He wasn't a fool. He had recognized Naruto right away as the most infamous troublemaker in the village, the person that everyone shunned, and he had been warned repeatedly by his own guards and family elders to avoid the blonde. However, after meeting the blonde in person, Neji began to like him and was a little perplexed as to why the elders had advised him to avoid him. The brunette was stirring when she saw a small glass table at the far end of the room with a stack of scrolls and numerous ink bottles on it. "What are those, Naruto?" The blonde stopped talking and turned to face the brunette as she pointed. "Oh, that? I'm honing my calligraphy skills by practicing on those scrolls." "Calligraphy? However, why?" "Obviously, to learn the Fuin art," the blonde answered. The Hyuga were impressed by the art of sealing. "How much knowledge have you gained?" "Nothing. Or perhaps not." Naruto glared at him as though sensing the brunette's disinterested look. "Hey, it's not my fault. The librarian doesn't like me, and there aren't many books on Fuin Jutsu anywhere." The blonde ended haltingly, with a look of embarrassment and a familiar expression of frustration in his cerulean eyes. The seal emblazoned on his forehead had resembled his own father's appearance. Perhaps that's why Neji gave his response. "Well, my house has a sizable library. Perhaps I could borrow some books from there." Cerulean eyes widened in astonished joy, shedding a bright light on them. "Really? However, wouldn't it be difficult for you to locate the books and then deliver them to me? Grinning, the brunette shook his head. No, that's all right, all. However, the enthusiastic blonde interrupted him. You know what? I've got a better plan, I'll come see you. The brunette shook his head again, a little more wildly this time. No, you can't, however, why not? Because. Neji hesitated, unsure whether he should inform the blonde that nearly half of his family disapproved of him. No, that sounded too hurtful. Perhaps. Because, Heishi. Sama won't allow it, and since he's head of the clan, I can't disobey him. At this, Naruto fell silent, clearly giving up. Neji can be a fool sometimes, and his face crumpled in contemplation, which Neji took to be a sign of melancholy. Naruto, it's all right, I'll get the books. However, Naruto remained silent, lost in thought. When Ajay returned, she discovered that both boys were completely covered in flour, so much so that Neji appeared to have white hair, the utensils were blackened, and a section of Naruto's hair appeared suspiciously to have been burned off. Neji's hair was stuck to a sticky lollipop, and he appeared surprisingly dignified wearing it. Since they didn't sell lollipops, she didn't even bother to ask Neji where he got the one. Is it reasonable to presume that you will never undervalue cooking again? As expected, the brunette remained silent and instead glared at Naruto, who smiled broadly as if he had given Neji a diamond ring instead of a multicolored candy. Ajay gave him a gentle smile and held out a little scroll. Here, Neji, I've packed the cake and sealed it inside this scroll. Naruto leapt in front of Neji as she was ready to pick up the green scroll. Ajay-san. With expectant eyes, the Ravenhead paused to gaze at him. Is it possible to include this with the cake in the package? With a folded piece of paper in his hands, he asked. What is it? The blonde simply pushed the letter into her hands while smiling. Oh, nothing, just a birthday greeting for Heishi, Sama. After giving him a quick glance, Ajay sealed the piece of paper inside the scroll and gave it to the disheveled Neji, who smiled as he accepted it. Thank you, Ajay-san. Naruto. After bowing to them, the overly courteous boy straightened up and made his way to the door. Hi, Neji. With one hand gripping the handle, the brunette spun around. May I come if you're Heishi? Sama permits it? The Hyuga gave the blonde a confused look before reluctantly nodding and leaving, with the bell chiming to signal his departure. What are you up to, Naruto? Who am I? Nothing, Ajay-san. Why would you think that? It was hard to miss the smile that glowed in the emerald eyes of the blonde, but the raven head just shook her head at her. Naruto, here. When the aforementioned individual looked up, she saw that Ajay was holding another scroll in her hand, this one deep black. Won't you be meeting Itachi today? The blonde nodded. Sasuke's mother had invited him and Shika over for a celebratory dinner because the oldest Uchiha had passed the Chunin exam today. Yeah. Give this to him, these are the sweets he loves, and give him my congratulations. The Junin's eyes were cloudy, and she was only holding out the scroll without glancing at him. Naruto put the scroll in his pocket and replied, sure. After an awkward silence during which Ajay gazed at a spot above his head, Naruto turned his head and saw the spot she was staring at, not a spot, but a picture. Naruto, conscious of Ajay's eyes on his back, squinted to see the picture clearly because it was hung in the most obscure corner of the room, where it remained hidden from most people, which is why he had just noticed it. The breath caught in Naruto's throat. According to Makoto Uchiha, the image showed 3 young women, most likely in their late teens, standing against a backdrop of verdant foliage with golden light leaking through the seams. A dark-haired, dark-eyed girl stood to the right, caught mid, laughing and beaming with joy. Ajay Ryo, a taller, dark-haired girl with stunning emerald eyes, was standing to the left. Her eyes were dancing with laughter as she smiled. An expression of pure mischief played on her lips as she smiled, her hands looped with the ones on either side, and clear amber pools reflected mischief and a strange peace. In the center stood a shorter girl with deep amber eyes and hair like spun gold, allowing sunlight to hit her hair and creating a halo around her face. Guiron Leone. As Naruto stared at the image, he could hear their laughter reverberating in his ears. It seemed to be a moment captured in time, timeless and ethereal, with a single jagged cut across the glass surface giving the impression that it was broken. After yanking his gaze away from the image, Naruto turned to face Ajay and forced a smile. I think I'll leave now, Ajay-san, or I'll be too late. As the syllables bounced back and forth in the room, the words felt clumsy and awkward, and the recipient simply nodded without looking at him. Just as Neji had done a few moments earlier, Naruto approached the door in silence, paused with one hand on the handle, and turned around. He wondered what it was like to be unable to let go of the past while still facing the present, to constantly stare at a picture knowing that the dead cannot be brought back, as he watched the emerald-eyed woman stare at it without paying any attention. Ajay-san. The aforementioned person gave him a quick glance with expressionless eyes. Your sister sounds like an awesome shinobi. The shinobi tensed at his words, but Naruto ignored it. Will you tell me stories about her the next time I visit? The blonde's face brightened as he smiled. She looks like a pretty cool prankster, and it's about time I got some input. Emerald eyes appeared to dance, appearing lighter and less jaded, just like in the photo. Of course, Naruto, I will. She grinned and took a quick look at the photo before continuing. Bring Makoto along, next time, too. In agreement, cerulean eyes widened and then brightened. As Naruto ran out, the bell outside chimed, and the woman laughed softly. He's the same as you, dear sister, the same naive longing for peace and crazy enough to believe he can do it. For the first time in years, Ajay felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps things wouldn't be quite so dire in the future as he silently gazed at the frame. Finding hope in the present is the only way to let go of the past. Where the hell am I? As he navigated the throng of people, the blonde pondered. He knew every corner of Konoha like the back of his hand, but occasionally he found himself in strange streets and alleys when he took shortcuts. It was nearly impossible to see his typical signs or to obtain a good vantage point because he was 2.5 feet tall. The fact that he primarily remembered Konoha after it had been rebuilt didn't help either. His own childhood memories were hazy and hard to remember. He vaguely remembered that it would lead to the street that led to the Uchiha compound, so he had taken a narrow alley through a broken fence in an attempt to get there early. He got lost, of course. The blonde pondered how children without prior stealth skills managed to survive in Konoha as Naruto sighed while dodging another distracted fool who didn't appear to realize that there were people below his waist level all around him. Cerulean eyes squinted upward, searching for a familiar landmark among the sea of bodies and faces that were always moving. Maybe I should find a higher ground. While dodging, wriggling, and twisting to keep from being crushed by the crowd, Naruto allowed his gaze to wander around him in search of some kind of platform. The blonde was dancing intoxicatedly, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, as one silver-haired nin was, they would smile broadly. At this, Naruto snorted to himself. He could picture his sensei in his mind's eye, with one hand curled around the well-known book, one eye hidden from the outside world, and the other creased in gentle joy. The image then broke apart, revealing a much younger Kakashi with haunted eyes, a tense body like a coiled spring, and fingers that were too still. While the past was kinder than his time for everyone he encountered, this was not the case for Kakashi. In contrast to the Kakashi of the future, who was more exhausted and disoriented, it seemed as though they were two distinct personalities rather than two incarnations of the same individual. He had changed, but in what way? And would that something be harmed by their little adventure? The blonde shook his head and wished for the image to vanish, to go down into his mind, where all of his darkness was imprisoned, waiting to overwhelm and destroy him. Not today, though, not right now. As he slipped between the legs of another man and moved aside to make room for a woman with red hair, Naruto thought absently that the place seemed unusually crowded. After pushing and silently swearing for several minutes, Naruto finally arrived at the intersection. He was relieved to see that there were fewer people there and that he could breathe more easily. The blonde found a little fountain-like structure to perch on, though it wasn't much of a vantage point. The intersection stood in the center, from which 3 paths split outward in the shape of the letter T. He allowed the warm sunlight to fall on his face, easing all of his worries and thoughts as he slowly took in his surroundings. Neither the path on his right nor the one from which he had come were nearly as crowded as the one heading to his left. After a few minutes, Naruto gave up trying to see what was causing the chaos, despite squinting his eyes. The blonde immediately felt a flash of recognition as he turned to his right. Just 10 minutes to the left of the Uchiha compound was the market squares, where he was. Naruto scurried off his perch and rushed onto his path, grinning at his accomplishment, only to run into a stocky woman head-on. His younger mind temporarily overshadowed his older self, warning him, and he instinctively retreated a few steps. In the back of his mind, Naruto questioned whether he was being overly dramatic. After all, not all Konoha residents detested him. The next instant he heard a clear voice and a soft hand on his shoulder, so luckily he didn't have to find out. There you are, Naruto. When the blonde looked up, she saw the same coal-black eyes staring at him, but they were softer and lighter. Hi. Shisui ni san. The Uchiha, likely the only one in their history to do so, mimicked Naruto's own broad smile. With sparkling eyes, he said, "Hey brat." Naruto grinned broadly in response, then turned back to face the woman a few feet away. However, before he could even look, the elder Uchiha moved to stand in front of him, obstructing his view. "Is something the matter, Seiyon-san?" Shisui had a very pleasant voice, but it had a steely tone that was hard and unforgiving. The statement might have been considered a request if it weren't for that, nearly. If the woman's leg posture was any indication, Naruto could tell that she was extremely rigid even without his vision. Shisui was able to keep up with Naruto with ease, despite his best efforts to maneuver around the towering Uchiha. He heard a harsh voice before he could outwit his opponent. "No, everything is perfectly fine. Then will you please excuse us? We have somewhere to be?" With her head cocked slightly to the left, her eyes closed to slits, and all of her teeth sparkling brilliantly, the blonde could easily imagine the sickeningly sweet smile the Uchiha would be flashing. Well, he now understood where Sasuke got the eerie smile he called it. Shisui stepped aside this time so Naruto could study the woman. She looked middle-aged, with only one or two gray strands running through her hair. Mouse colored, perhaps? Seemed odd, but it was the best way Naruto could characterize the color. A hybrid of dirty faded orange and limp brown. That was where the unfamiliarity ended. Her coal-black eyes, why does that sound familiar now? Were smoldering with such ferocity and contempt that Naruto retreated a step. He was accustomed to the typical mild, obvious fear that most people display, but this was different. But before he could decipher it, the woman swept past him, avoiding his gaze, taking firm, distinct steps, and then vanishing into the crowd, leaving blue eyes that were wondering. He found himself saying, "Shisui.ni, who was that?" Lips pursed in a thin line, black eyes hardened. "No one, she's no one you need to know." The typically upbeat Raven's tone made blue eyes narrow, and then they looked back in the direction where the woman had vanished. He sensed that he would have to find out, soon. His initial reaction was to kick and scream, but he suppressed it when he saw two black eyes twinkling at him, all hardness gone, as he was lifted up by the shirt. "Brat, mind telling me what you're doing here, all alone, instead of being over with your little friends?" Despite the fact that he was 3 feet in the air, Naruto smiled. "I was visiting Ajay-san and then I took a shortcut but then I got lost, and then I found my way." Before placing the blonde on the ground, the Uchiha merely laughed at him. "Really, now, then why don't we hurry over before those two idiotic brothers decide to finish all the food? Itachi.ni won't do that, right?" The elder Uchiha shook his head and let out a dejected sigh. "Oh, if only you knew the truth, Ruto-chan, if only." "Hey, stop calling me that, it's girly, Ruto-chan. It's Naruto. Naruto." It was enjoyable to argue. As the two of them navigated the market, Shisui made up her mind and made room for the petite blonde. However, he caught a glimpse of some individuals pausing and gazing at them, more especially Naruto, from the corner of his eye. He watched as the toddler continued to chatter and steadfastly ignored them. Despite a part of him screaming that a child his friend's kid brother's age shouldn't be treated this way, he followed suit. A part of him wanted to shout, scream, and shake everyone who stared at the little bundle of energy to show them how completely stupid they were. However, he was also aware that shaking would not change their pitiful ignorance. People would always be afraid of the unknown, and the only way to get over this fear was to reveal it. And that wouldn't happen until people got to know the child, which led to a sick, twisted circle of loneliness and a recurrence of the fear. The fucking carousel would eventually stop spinning and be smashed into a million tiny pieces, leaving no trace of its existence, one day. But up until that point, he, Itachi, and a lot of other people would just roar, giggle, and laugh, or smile, in the case of the emotionless idiot, to show the world how foolish they were. That they were indifferent. A tug on his hand caused him to startle out of his reverie. Shisui.ni. Yeah, kiddo? What do you think is going on there? Coal-black eyes followed the pointing finger, which indicated the crowd gathered around the street and pointed to their left. Can't say I know, but if I'm guessing, maybe a competition or something? On Konoha's market streets, it was not uncommon for civilians to compete with one another for a small amount of money while having a little fun. They were also largely innocuous and somewhat humorous to the spectators. The shinobi looked up, following the sun's path, and contemplated whether a slight diversion would be acceptable. "Want to see what's going on? Yeah, a detour would be beneficial." They proceeded to the scene of the disturbance, but it seemed more like Shisui was pleasantly, traumatizingly, grinning at anyone who stood in their way so that his little charge could stumble through. He proved to be correct when they eventually succeeded in breaking into the center. People were shouting their bets and remarks at the two competitors, giving the impression that it was an arm wrestling match. He glanced at the two competitors while maintaining a firm grip on his charge, who was applauding with the crowd. Only the back of one of the guys was visible from his vantage point, and the other was somewhat obscured. He must be fairly strong based on his broad shoulders and well-defined back. At that moment, the large man moved slightly, displaying a smug expression. When Naruto heard him speak, he turned his focus to the raven head next to him, observing the wide, startled eyes, and then he followed his gaze to the woman who was currently cleaning the floor with the other, larger man. The black-haired woman shook hands with her opponent, who was sheepishly massaging his head at his loss, but before he could question it, a loud roar from the crowd drowned out all other sounds. All the raven head did was smile and give him a back pat. "Hey, Naruto and the recipient both turned to face the Uchiha who had yelled, blinking at the expression of pure, radiant joy that was lighting up his face. While shouting for everyone to leave and sporadically waving and grinning at those around them, Naruto observed the woman turn her head in their direction, stare at them, and then stand up with a broad, ecstatic smile. She belonged here, according to anyone with eyes, at home. The woman had short bangs that framed a slightly oval face, and her raven black hair reached her chin. She was tall, about 5'6". She had a slim figure and was wearing a gray jacket, dark blue pants, and a black vest. The woman's eyes, however, were the most striking feature. They were rich, warm amber with crimson flecks grouped close to the irises. The street cleared out in a matter of minutes, leaving only him, Uchiha with the raven hair, and the woman who was approaching quickly. As the final sentence was muttered in an accusing tone, the Uchiha's bright smile turned to a slight pout, which he would deny at the risk of death. When did you come back, and why didn't you visit? The woman simply threw back her head and chuckled before stroking the Uchiha's hair. You sure haven't changed at all, brat. The normally upbeat Uchiha gave the slight woman a childish glare, which Naruto watched with fascination before she dismissed it with a warm smile. The Uchiha giggled as she winked at him and said, "Calm down, brat. I just returned this morning and I was going to stop by when a little old fun snagged my attention," at her. He could sense that there was a story here, a sort of debt and loyalty that developed between people and bound and saved them from themselves. Naruto, for his part, just stared at the two, taking in the dynamics with a frown marring his normally blank brow. A pledge. A promise. A slight force flicked him in the forehead, stopping his thoughts in their tracks, and he jerked back in surprise. When he looked up, he saw amusement in warm amber eyes. The object of his curiosity was kneeling in front of him, her fingers still by his face after flicking him on the forehead, and he blinked to see it. She dropped her hand while maintaining a humorous expression. "And who are you, kid? Did this brat over here kidnap you or something?" she asked. "If I wanted to kidnap someone, it certainly wouldn't be this troublesome brat," the Uchiha next to her snorted, laughing at the way the blonde stuck out his tongue at him. Glowering at the smiling Uchiha, the boy said, "Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto." However, a part of his mind automatically looked for any sign of fear or caution in those amber eyes as he exchanged childish insults with Shisui. However, unlike Sasuke's mother, the eyes did not harden or soften. Rather, they met his own clear ones with a fierceness that caught him off guard. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto," she said in a voice that was just as fierce, almost scorching. "My name is Kohaku." In an instant, Naruto comprehended. "Don't worry, kid, I recognize you." With a smile tugging at the corner of her lips, she repeated, "Kohaku-sama, or just Ko." "It's awesome to meet you too," the blonde said after glancing at her for a moment before beaming uncontrollably. After responding with a slack grin, the woman straightened his hair while ruffling it. Shisui just watched as the two interacted, enjoying the glow that came from the little blonde being recognized as an equal rather than with fear or sympathy. He witnessed that ferocity and shared it. "We just don't care. That fierce need needs to shout to the world." He was on the verge of joining the two when he suddenly remembered why he had come. "Oh no." He yelled, "Ah," so loudly that both recipients turned to face him at once. "Shisui.ni, what's the dot hey? Put me down." The blonde pouted for all he was worth as he writhed from his position beneath the Uchiha's arm. According to the way her eyes gleamed, Ko didn't appear at all perplexed, just amused. She looked very amused and gave a small laugh. "Itachi's going to murder you, isn't he?" she asked. The dark Haired shinobi turned on his heel and bounded forward, as if death himself were on his heels, without even bothering to respond. The blonde was upset to be held like a satchel and exclaimed, "Oi, Shisui. Ni, I wanted to talk to Ko." "Sorry, kiddo, maybe some other time, okay." The toddler pouted, but instead of arguing, he was able to bend over and yell, "Bye, Ko. Visit me." The child in his arm muttered, "Show off," and smiled broadly, allowing his gestures to mimic Naruto's words. The raven head carrying him also turned on his heels, facing backwards but still sprinting forward. The woman merely smiled at them in response. "Of course I will, brats." However, she threw something at them with her backhand, and the Uchiha caught it out of reflex, instinctively curling his free arm around the tiny package. "Give my congratulations to the other brat, how did you?" The woman with the raven hair merely extended her smile and then turned to wink at them. Shisui merely chuckled and shook his head as the blonde watched, then flipped them back to face their running direction. Naruto had always been an instinctual being. His behavior was more influenced by instincts and emotions than by reason or logic. Perhaps that's why he sensed this woman was significant. Actually, a hunch. "Nay, Shisui. Ni." The ravenhead, avoiding random people, answered absently, She flicked my forehead." Naruto knew he didn't need to elaborate, so he didn't bother. The Uchiha gave him a dazzling smile that reminded him of the sun, and he looked up. "And who do you think taught little old Itachi that trick?" Actually, it was a hunch, but it wasn't. With the ferocity of a wounded animal, Itachi watched his younger brother practically leap on the older, usually smiling Uchiha, shouting out, "Where were you?" As if he had been gone for years instead of just a few hours. Itachi's smile was faint. Naruto had shrewdly stepped aside, chatting animatedly with the drowsy Nara, who appeared both amused and frustrated, seemingly happy to be around the blonde. For his part, Shisui bowed slightly in front of the angry raven head, letting his bangs cover his face slightly. He performed his role as the chastised child flawlessly, all the while glaring sideways at Itachi. How in the world is that anatomically possible? Itachi's dark eyes glinted with amusement as he simply shrugged helplessly. Itachi. Ni. When the aforementioned person looked down, he saw the little blonde leap over with Shika in tow, grinning broadly and brandishing a tiny black scroll. "A transportation scroll?" he asked as he took it. Still ignoring the background yelling, Naruto chirped, "Yep, Ajay. San told me to give it you." She also said congratulations. Dark eyes softened after widening slightly in surprise. However, before he could respond, a powerful male voice interrupted, effectively putting an end to Sasuke's yelling and Shisui's dramatic sobbing. "What's with all the noise?" Looking up into familiar onyx eyes, Itachi's gaze swept the room in a mildly observing manner, lingering on Naruto and Shika for a few moments as if evaluating them before shifting back to his own eyes. "Itachi." Itachi thought it sounded like a leader asking how a battle was going, and his inner shinobi automatically replied, "Everything's fine, father." The man gave him a silent look before turning on his heel and starting to walk after giving him a small nod. "In that case, let's have dinner." Even as Itachi turned back to beckon the others forward, he paused slightly to find the three friends standing arm in arm, with Naruto and Shika flanking an oddly silent Sasuke. Itachi nodded, his shinobi honed instincts responding to the command in the other's voice. His voice was even more radiant than usual as the little blonde bundle of energy burst into a high-pitched bellow before he could comment on the situation. "Food." In an instant, he sped past him, dragging a sighing Shika and a screamed Sasuke behind him, resembling a group of renegade primates. After a few minutes, when they were seated around the table, the boisterous, happy conversation subsided, leaving an awkward silence behind. His mother and his best friend had to awkwardly fumble with words and conversations to fill the ringing silence. The dinner proceeded as Naruto pecked at his food, his brilliant hair, which at the moment seemed a little faded, covering his eyes. The young Nara appeared bored and would have fooled Itachi if it weren't for the constant tapping, which sounded like a coiled spring wound that was too tight. His mother smiled warmly at everyone and persuaded little Naruto to eat in her calm but firm tone. However, it was his younger brother that made him shrewd and a shinobi. Instead of clinging and chatting away at the sight of their father, the toddler was now quiet and pale, with his fists clenched tightly beneath the table and his eyes glassy and unfocused. Then there were the two friends who sat on either side of him, angled slightly inward, like sharp stones made to withstand powerful, raging waves. The behavior had begun as soon as their father returned, which was the most perplexing aspect. With the exception of extremely classified missions that Itachi had limited access to, his father, who was the head of the police force, rarely left the village for missions, Sasuke would therefore cling to him and smile with wide, loving eyes when he left and returned. However, he had stood behind his Aniki's legs this time, his eyes wide as he eagerly followed every move his father made, taking it all in like a sponge. The sight had unnerved Itachi, as it was the same look he had occasionally received almost a year ago. His younger brother had merely blinked under his examining gaze, as though he had woken up from a dream, and grinned broadly, chatting upbeatly and informing him that he was merely thinking. As it was now, it had caused him great concern. However, he found himself quietly laughing as he observed Naruto's almost blinding grin, his eyes as brilliant as the clear waters of a brook on a bright sunny day, Shikamaru's subtle leaning against the raven's head, like a column meant to brace and support, his best friend whispering conspiratorial grand old tales and, of course, the most recent rumors about everyone he didn't like. Apparently little old Kura had managed to woo his neighbor, who knew? And his mother, who had succeeded in keeping his father from invading their private little mad land. Itachi allowed his own hand to advance until it lightly touched his brother's small, frail ones, causing the latter to look up sharply and wide-eyed. The elder smiled back at him. He knew that something really odd was happening as he saw the younger's face lose the last of its pallor, but he also trusted his gut and felt that this oddity was somehow positive. When he felt a big hand clap him on the shoulder, he was startled out of his reverie and almost jumped a foot in the air. "Congratulations, my son. I knew you were worthy of being the heir of the Uchiha clan." As he watched the man gleefully sip his sake and boast about the greatness of the Uchiha clan, the recipient simply blinked before catching himself and dipping his head in acknowledgement, wondering how he had managed to turn out his father all this time. Itachi would undoubtedly use the word soldier to characterize his father. The definition of the word was the tall, broad-shouldered man. The man's stern face and firm voice had been Itachi's first impressions of him. If there was anything else that set him apart, it was his pride and affection for his clan. As his father taught him about their culture, heritage, and honor in the powerful clan, the prodigy could vividly recall the days spent in their spacious study, surrounded by hundreds of books that seemed to glow in the gentle sunlight that came through the blinds. The crimson and white fan would always be Itachi's symbol of strength, but he would always consider himself loyal to his beloved Leaf Village. If only his clansmen would not insist on the "we are better than you" mentality, he would be much more receptive to their demands. "Good work, son. You are a true Uchiha." It did not appear likely to occur anytime soon. By this point, Shisui had started making funny faces to divert the attention of the three scowling toddlers while his father went on with his tirade. It was a little puzzling how his father was able to ignore the generally negative atmosphere and the always upbeat Shisui. The man turned to his younger self and said, "Sasuke," his dark eyes hardening slightly. "Watch your older brother and learn to be like him." Sasuke just cast a chilly glance up. "Yes, father." Itachi was certain that he sensed a hint of disappointment in the words, though it might have been his imagination. However, his mother watched with mysteriously dark eyes and dark hair that flopped onto her forehead, while his father either failed to notice it or chose to ignore it, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Now, finally there is a bit of hope. Even as he watched Shisui and his mother do the same out of the corner of his eye, Itachi felt himself stiffen at those words. What does that mean? The pineapple-haired Nara was staring at his father with his elbows resting on the table and his eyes full of innocent curiosity when the raven-haired prodigy looked up at the voice. Setting down his glass, Fugaku gazed at the small child as though he had just noticed him. The tone was mostly humorous with a hint of curiosity. "And why would you want to know that, little one?" "No reason," shrugged the drowsy child. The police chief laughed, undoubtedly amused by how serious this little child was. "Well, if you must know, I was talking about regaining the deserved respect of the Uchiha clan." Shisui had abandoned all pretense of trying to appear older and was now looking at the man seated in the head position with wide eyes. He was probably wondering if the clan's leader had become senile for saying such things to a young child, and he raised his eyebrows to Itachi to indicate as much. Knowing that the older man could read him, Itachi looked his nearly brother in the eye. His father was speaking with authority because Shikamaru Nara, despite being a child, was the son of Shikaku Nara and the heir of the Nara clan, so his father would hear what he had to say. In essence, it was an exclamation of joyous pride for the head of the other clan. "But why would you wish for something you already have?" Fugaku stopped laughing and looked down at Naruto, who was staring up with wide, bewildered blue eyes, his eyes narrowing slightly in disgust. "What do you mean, kid?" With no consideration for the other, the words were thrown haphazardly. The tone caused Itachi's fists to clench, which was not something he usually did. And the Chunin realized that the upcoming week at the clan's meeting was going to be pretty, well, interesting as he watched Shisui glare at the man. And he was fully intending to assist. Looking very confused, Naruto braced himself on one of his palms and said, I mean, you already have it. Despite the amusing fact that he was actually listening to a 3-year-old, nearly 4. The blonde would yell if he truly heard it. This had the clan head leaning forward. The blonde clarified, respect, I mean, as though they were the fools, and Shika and Sasuke nodded as though it made perfect sense. Fugaku kept looking down at the child with the blue eyes, his posture contemptuous and almost patronizing, the sneer of indifference smeared across it. If you actually looked around, you'd find that my clan is sorely underappreciated. In fact, Itachi couldn't help but laugh in amusement. His father, who was the head of a strong clan and was renowned for maintaining his cool under pressure, was actually debating the nuances of clan politics with a toddler. He caught a glimpse of his mother suppressing a laugh behind a loud cough. Naruto just blinked at him while maintaining his completely bewildered expression. But the Uchiha are the guardians, protectors of Konoha. Even Shisui was blinking inquisitively, which is something that only the greatest have been able to accomplish. And to protect something is the greatest of all honors and Shika spoke, keeping his hands on the table to support his head. The most deserving of all respect, was Sasuke's final, somewhat quiet statement. Exactly, exclaimed Naruto, who appeared to be very happy with his companions. If Itachi found the scene of his father arguing with kids who couldn't reach his waist funny, then seeing his father blink at them, all of his previous bravado and haughtiness temporarily forgotten. The man finally leaned forward and asked, who told you that? As he wondered how 3 young children had just confused him. Gigi told me that and I told Sasuke and Shika. Gigi? Dark eyes, doubtless curious about this, Gigi turned to his elder Hokage. Sama, he provided, as required. This had the humorous effect of making the man's eyes swell and bulge out as he turned his neck to look at the little blonde again, who was contentedly eating the food, with Shika and Sasuke following suit. So why would you say that? When no one responded to him for some time, Naruto tilted his head to one side. In an instant, the police chief was rendered speechless for the second time that day. But before he or anyone else could respond, the ringing silence was broken by a tapping at the window. Fugaku. Sama. They all turned to look at the man in black, who was kneeling by the window with a completely composed expression, awaiting approval to proceed, which he granted by tilting his head. Hokage. Sama requests for your presence immediately. Fugaku gave a nod, signaling the man to proceed, and then got up, still appearing much more contemplative than he ought to be. No one said anything as the man approached the door slowly, his steps oddly slow and rigid, devoid of the quick arrogance the head usually carried with ease. However, as he got to the door, he turned around and gave the 2 kids sitting next to his son a thoughtful, razor-sharp look before putting on the well-known black ones of his younger. You did good, Sasuke, and before the aforementioned could respond, he went on, this time giving his elder a look that bordered on amusement. And don't forget about the formal celebratory event that we have next week. The sound of the door closing reverberated into the now quiet room as Fugaku Uchiha departed. In any case, there was silence for a full minute before Shisui let his head drop to the table and started laughing loudly and raucously, not even bothering to speak in complete sentences. After a burst of laughter, Naruto said, Itachi.ni? What's wrong with Shisui.ni? However, Shisui leapt back up before he could respond, appearing to be just as insane as a madman. You 3 are awesome. Ahaha. Oh is fact, ahaha. Itachi let out a sigh, but his amusement was disguised by a tiny tug at the corner of his lips. His now ear.to.ear smile made Naruto think of a very smug cat. Hey, why don't you 3 become my apprentices? Huh, it would be all. Shisui. When the aforementioned person turned around in the middle of his sentence, he saw Makoto grinning sweetly and, coincidentally, holding a large knife with a blade that was currently glinting quite devilishly. You were saying? Nothing at all, the Ravenhead said, glancing at the smiling woman. Naruto started laughing at this point, and even Itachi was laughing quietly at the scene as Sasuke and Shika tried their hardest to contain their guffaws but ultimately failed. Shisui gave them all a fierce look before realizing that it only made their laughter louder. Instead, he decided to pout like a pampered child who isn't getting his way. The dinner went on, but this time there was a lot more laughter, a lot of shouting and wagering. Who could eat the most? Shisui was a real fool to challenge Naruto. A lot of projectiles, flying forks are no joke, and a lot more coziness overall. Itachi.ni. Now that they were in the living room, Itachi and oddly Naruto were just watching and laughing while Sasuke played a strange game with Shisui and Shika napped. You're a Chunin now, right? Itachi grinned slightly as he looked down at the stars in the younger's azure eyes. Yes. You must be really strong, right? However, Sasuke interrupted before he could respond, sounding oddly arrogant and cocky. Of course, he is. He's my big brother after all. It might have been his imagination, but as his little brother gazed at him with his big obsidian eyes, the elder couldn't help but smile softly at the little ravenhead, who was now telling him in great detail how strong his big brother was and how no one could ever bat him. He briefly saw something fierce before it vanished. Ni-san. Ni-san. Show him your vest, show him. He just nodded, then got up from the floor and made his way to his room after realizing that his obstinate little brother would not let him off the hook. As he entered his room, the sounds subsided, and he was left to look around quietly. In a matter of minutes, he discovered the somewhat olive-colored garment, which featured numerous genin rushing around in potentially fatal situations. The vest was surprisingly soft between his fingers as he held it up to the light coming through his window's clear glass. He only ever wanted to protect, never destroy, when he was younger and all of his friends aspired to be tough, strong shinobi. Itachi would remain silent and hope for strength when his peers yelled for dominance. He could still hear the cries of pain and utter hopelessness that had lingered and reverberated throughout the Third Shinobi War if he closed his eyes and allowed his defenses to lapse. As he considered how people had been massacred, completely destroyed, and devoid of their perceived sense of good and evil, he could hear his heart pounding loudly against his rib cage, filling him with a primal fear. Something inside him had been shattered and cracked by the sights and sounds of pure hell. His stomach twisted in anxious desperation as he thought of the violent, meaningless life he had just immersed himself in, and he felt the sickening sensation of someone breathing down his neck while he held the alleged prize in his arms. So much yelling, fear, and anguish. Yo, Itachi. The recipient awoke from his near nightmare by automatically lowering his heart rate and breathing. He then looked up to see his best friend leaning against the doorway, grinning with an unusually kind expression. Shisui. Since he had seen the same futility, the young prodigy let the statement taper off, knowing that the other person could easily make the connection. In order to allow the other ravenhead to relax a little more, the elder one remained silent. Here, then, as soon as the other person finished speaking, Itachi caught something that had been thrown at him. He looked down at the little, unimpressive, wrinkled brown package that was in his hands and looked up in question, to which Shisui simply shrugged. After taking another look at the innocent package, the younger Uchiha opened it, undid the red string at the top, and reached inside. Obsidian eyes gazed bewilderedly at the artifact in his right hand. It was a pendant with plain black metallic threads that were bound together, probably with clasps. His focus, however, was on the trinket that was hanging on the thin thread. He was particularly intrigued by the numerous cracks that ran in seemingly random directions, resembling spider webs, despite the artifact's apparent signs of misuse. It was round and charcoal black in color. What is it? After playing with the charm and running his fingers over its cracked, nearly broken surface, he finally asked while draping the vest across his arm. Try holding it out to the light. Itachi noticed that the elder had a loving expression on his face as he looked up at the odd request. Slowly, the young prodigy lifted the pendant and held it so that sunlight came in from right behind it. His eyes widened almost instantly upon seeing the Konoha insignia, which he had grown to love and respect. Ko wanted you to have it? Ko's back? Shisui's smile was more than sufficient response. And as he observed how light pierced the dark substance that resembled charcoal, highlighting the wavy lines and turns of a leaf, he felt his chest lighten as the reverberation of a long, forgotten memory drifted into his consciousness. It's all right for things to be broken, Itachi. After all, if it weren't for those cracks, how would light ever get in? Itachi clasped the charm around his neck and looked at his best friend, who was still smiling quite smugly, as he chuckled softly, feeling the words echo across his conscience. When two voices burst through the doorway, they both laughed. Itachi.ni. Where is the coat? Naruto, it's not a coat, it's a vest. He felt oddly satisfied as he spent the remainder of the evening surrounded by cries, laughter, and complete chaos from whiny blondes and raven heads. Neji. Yes, father. Why are you wearing that strangely big hat? I thought you didn't like hats? I wanted to try something new. The chocolate-haired boy then pulled down his big fluffy flowery hat. He didn't have much time to look around properly. A little tighter, as though he thought someone might yank it off his head with a wrench. As they watched his uncle unfold the transportation scroll he had brought, his father mercifully dropped the topic. When the seal was released, there was a small chakra surge, and then everyone just stared. As promised, the cake had 2 tiers, but that was about the only typical aspect of it. The top tier was a striking navy blue, with neon orange at the bottom. A tiny pineapple sitting atop. It was written boldly in orange across the upper surface. With a happy face, the future Hokage Naruto Uzumaki wishes Hishi and Hisashi a happy birthday. Neji observed his father and uncle gazing at the cake. On their birthdays, his father and his uncle would customarily exchange cakes, and his father's cake now looked like this next to the immaculately decorated vanilla cake his uncle had purchased. His cousin Hanata was laughing openly at the rather unconventional cake, and he could feel his father staring at him. At least this specific custom was not observed in front of the senior members. Hishi looked quite amused as the 3 of them watched him pull a piece of paper that was kept at the side of the plate. After looking over the contents and laughing, the man gave the nod to his brother, who read it aloud. "Hey, Hishi. Sama, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage, and I was wondering if you would let me over. Neji was complaining that you wouldn't let me, but that's just dumb, because I'm going to be the Hokage, so maybe next week? Savor the cake, which I refer to as the Uzumaki Wonder." While Hisashi gazed at the note in genuine confusion and little Hanata kept laughing while gazing at the cake, Neji pulled the hat even harder, as though he hoped it would swallow him whole. Neji. In reply, lavender eyes looked up. "Yes, uncle? Seems like you've found yourself an interesting friend." Well, yes. Naruto was a fascinating character, definitely. Before nodding at one another, the 2 men exchanged a quick look, with Hishi still wearing a small smile and Hisashi still gazing at the paper. The elder gave his nephew a quick look. "You have my permission to invite him over." After a moment, Neji nodded, his face largely unchanged, but his eyes were slightly brighter, their lavender color emphasized, which revealed his apparent joy at the possibility of making a new friend. "It's tasty." The young heiress had cut herself, and the 3 of them turned to see her waving her arms in joyous delight. In spite of his curiosity, he leaned forward, but sadly, Hanata's tiny waving arms caught his hat and threw it across the room. Everyone stared at him, and there was a pause. "Neji, is that a lollipop? What the devil was he doing?" Sasuke wondered. Shisui was babbling on about the struggles he had to endure every day to protect the honor of his village and his cute little brothers. Read. Lies. As he skipped, along the cobblestone path that wound and snaked, the sunlight warming its weathered benches along the sides. Bright dragonflies buzzed around them, their multicolored wings glinting like precious stones in the warm sunlight that he felt on his face, arms, and feet as his sandals clattered on the stones. While wondering how his younger self could have been so naive, the 3-year-old continued to chirp, ooh, and ah at the appropriate times, adding large, adoring eyes for good measure. However, despite the bright sun, dragonflies, and warmth, his mind was racing like a tornado, loud and unrelenting, even as he skipped. Why? He could almost hear his 17-year-old self yelling at him to stop smiling foolishly and to take a defensive crouch. His hands were starting to perspire, his heart was pounding rapidly, and blood was streaming into his ears. He made himself think, calm down, we're Uchiha, and we don't panic. Forget about the last part, which was essentially a squeak. His high-pitched laugh clashed with the darker voice in his head, creating a whirlpool of dark, light, loss, and fear as he let his feet wander, seemingly aimlessly, but definitely not, so very not, and led his babysitter of the day along with him. Slow down, he said again, perhaps she isn't even there. Like a lifeline, he clung to the thought, allowing his tornado to settle and concentrate. She didn't need to be there because, after all, there were plenty of parks scattered throughout the civilian area. Not at all. Alternatively, he could simply turn around, let go, wait for time to pass, and hope for the best. But because he had to, he wandered along without slowing down or turning. Thus, with his face beaming and his mind snarling, he fought his war. He could feel the darkness scuttering around the periphery of his vision, hear its thoughts, feel the hatred, and sense how cold it was. He sensed it tearing at the walls of his head, screaming to be released, to wreak havoc, to devastate. His sword was glistening black and greasy and incorrect, and the 17-year-old in him was being equally challenging. He felt as though he was about to slip between them and be lost in the haunting darkness forever, never to be found, never to feel light again. For a brief moment, as he tried to control his demons, He felt his breath catch in his throat as he looked directly into the bloodshot eyes of his older self. Pain, despair, and remorse stared back at him, making him feel impossibly small and fragile. Then, with a growl, his cage closed and he was able to breathe again as the world abruptly returned to clarity, all of its colors, sounds, and warmth pushing the cold and darkness away. He yelled as he was lifted up, his feet kicking reflexively, until Shisui, who looked like a smug cat, smiled and threw him high. "You looked broody for a second there," as he skillfully caught the shrieking, "Uchiha do not shriek. Toddler." He said this as an explanation, appearing appropriately remorseful. Well, as remorseful as one can appear while wearing a shit-eating grin. Sasuke simply let his inner 17 out and gave the older, more mature, red, sarcastic boy a glare. Shisui ignored the high-pitched "put me down" and simply smiled at him before placing him on his shoulders, bounced forward, carrying on with his tirade. Oops. Heroic story about saving a kitten from a tree. Shisui didn't seem likely to disappoint him anytime soon, so Sasuke finally calmed down after pouting and complaining while tugging at the short raven hair in frustration. Bright, warm sunlight, Shisui's deep baritone tone, and his own high-pitched giggles replaced the darkness that had vanished. Unfortunately, the nerve tension looping at the bottom of his stomach did not magically go away, but he was able to breathe and hear his heartbeat once more. He surprised himself by resting his chin on the head of one of his best friends, Ni-san. Sasuke sensed the warmth from the way Shisui's hands protectively braced his legs and the slight bounce in his step, even though Shisui didn't stop or pause. Because he was already in the past, he marveled at his own way of thinking that light would prevent him from becoming stronger and that bonds always made you weak. Because he felt invincible at the moment, despite having no strength or power at all. He recalled Naruto from their early years. What do you call your past when you were bloody in it? And Sasuke from a time when Sasuke had a purpose in life, when his village and his team were all that existed, and when the world was small enough for his darkness to feel claustrophobic. Amid fighting, tears, and two enemy nin who weren't as black as the world had made them out to be, he recalled the echo of a whisper of a different lifetime. You grow strong when you have something precious to protect. At one point, Sasuke had taken those words to be the declaration of an idealistic fool with a naive outlook. In all its complex ties, vows, and second chances, darkness was powerful and light was feeble. Years of loneliness and hopelessness, as well as a conflict involving all the nations and one Dobi, were necessary before he finally saw the light, literally. With traitorously soft obsidian eyes, he snorted, saying, he was always too stubborn for his own good, idiot. As Shisui bounced around like a large dump bunny, he leaned into the warm, dark hair that tickled his chin. His voice was strong and high, telling a story of exaggeration, laughter, and complete foolishness. The baritone voice was too loud and bright for his thoughts to overpower him, and Sasuke felt his tense muscles relax and his pulse become calmer. He suddenly decided, in a very Uchiha way, that he wanted more. I'm bored, tell me a real story, he said, interrupting the elder in the middle of his outrageously dramatic tales. Hey, what do you mean real story? All my stories are real. Stop speaking like your anti-social brother. Shisui sighed in agreement after complaining about brainwashed children's propensity to speak in monosyllables. Alright. Hat story do you want to hear? With his chin still on the elder's head, Sasuke shrugged. He made a hand gesture that Shisui couldn't see, saying, I don't really know, but Itachi.ni told me you know that you're the best storyteller he knows. Tell me your favorite story. Sasuke genuinely wanted to learn more about the man who had become Itachi's mentor, so the excitement wasn't entirely fake. Shisui's story ended with Itachi and the elderly Kute Danzo, but Shisui had died a hero like Itachi. Between sacrifice, politics, and war, his story was lost forever. Shisui jumped enthusiastically at what he said, then arrogantly pulled himself up. Well, of course, I am the best storyteller of Konoha. Inquiring as to whether Naruto and Shisui were related, the younger rolled his eyes. They certainly appeared to have the same excessively happy and humorously arrogant demeanor. Shisui hummed and shuffled around for a story as they kept walking, their steps becoming less lively. To soothe the 17-year-old inside of him, Sasuke just closed his eyes and allowed the present to take over. Oh no, it sounded like he was dealing with a hormonal adolescent in love, oh no. Unexpectedly, Shisui appeared to become slower and less bouncy as they turned onto a path where filtered sunlight was pouring through the thick sakura tree leaves overhead, producing a variety of strange patterns on the rough stone below. Sasuke looked up and saw that the striking flowers were gone, but the leaves were still soft and emerald green, glistening in the sunlight. For that, there was still time. As he looked down at the slightly melancholy tone, the boy said, "Hey Sasuke. Did you know that sakura blossoms are said to be the embodiment of fallen nameless warriors?" he asked. As Shisui slowed to a halt, Sasuke glanced up at the bright green shoots and pondered whether his parents, Itachi, and all the other people from his era were really the tiny buds hanging above him. "Really?" he said softly. The elder simply looked at the leaves for a few seconds before shaking his head and continuing on. For once, the somewhat flamboyant shinobi was silent and absorbed in his thoughts as they walked. This situation persisted for a few minutes, during which Sasuke lost all hope of hearing any stories, not even those ludicrously outrageous rumors, and began to become a little uneasy about this strange behavior. He was therefore somewhat taken aback, rightfully so, when Shisui finally spoke. Once there was a boy. The traditional opening would have made Sasuke squirm with excitement, but the older, more jaded version of himself heard the tone, which was slightly melancholic and wistful. A boy with the heart of vision and a head full of dreams. He was intelligent and bright and had all the world behind him. But there was one thing that scared him, for he was cursed. Cursed? Yes, he was cursed with the spell of hatred. Destined to fall to the dark hatred that twisted people and drove them mad and snuffed out their brightness. He went on, but as all children were, the fear was muffled between youth and life. And so he lived, happy and carefree, with the curse pushed to the back of his mind. Then one day he punched the living daylights out of another boy who returned the courtesy with even more vigor. With a laugh, Sasuke questioned, "What did they fight about?" "Ah, but you see, that was the point, neither boy knew." When asked, they replied that just felt like it was something set in stone and destined to happen. And really, fate's weird that way, because by the beginning of next day, they were best friends. Huh? This made Shisui laugh and bounce a little. Well, I guess it does sound weird, but to them it made all the sense in the world. People are strange, my dear Otuto, and the bonds we make even more still. His mind instantly conjured up a particular lip lock, and he couldn't help but agree while remorsefully smiling. The boys grew up side by side, throwing pebbles by the same river, fighting together, learning together, and dreaming together. They would sit under the same tree for hours talking like the world was going to end around them any moment. They were inseparable. What were their names? Ni-san. Although Sasuke was unable to see the other's face, he was aware that Shisui's lips were contorted into a wry smile that wasn't really there, similar to how Kakashi's had been when he had pursued Sasuke and Itachi's had been when he had pressed his blood-soaked fingers against his Oto's forehead. Names aren't nearly as important as the story, dear Sasu-chan. Ignoring the bait, Sasuke exclaimed, "But names are our identities." The elder merely sighed, his steps becoming barely noticeable. Identities are important, Sasuke, but never as much as the story, never. Sasuke started to object right away, but the other Uchiha interrupted him. His wistful tone softened slightly as he gleefully threatened, "Do you want to hear the story or not?" He stopped talking after that, at least for the time being. Then one day a monster attacked them and their precious worlds, threatening and roaring. With wide eyes, Sasuke questioned, "Who was that monster?" The monster was the worst kind of evil. It destroyed people all the while deceiving them in the name of victory and power. It was a creature of deceit, lulling men in the name of power and sweet vengeance. But the worst thing was that very few could recognize this monster. "What do you mean?" It disguised itself as a being of righteousness. Cloaked within lies and power, it destroyed without distinction. And sadly, the boy with the heart vision fell into its trap. As they walked, Sasuke leaned forward and allowed the words to drift through his head. But how? The monster was veiled. Remember, to him it appeared in the form of justice and peace, and he fell deep in it. The curse that had been pushed aside all these years, sprung back with a vengeance, enhancing his gift of vision but leaving it darkened and broken. The curse nearly crushed him. What happened then? Did the curse get him? Just when the curse nearly destroyed him by blinding his vision, and letting the monster kill him, the other boy, his comrade, stood before the monster. The monster, delighted to snare another prey, tried to woo the boy singing its sweetest tune. At this point, Shisui's voice became barely audible. But he couldn't. No matter how much the monster tried, the boy stood firm, because the boy too had a gift. The heart of compassion. The monster tried and tried but couldn't win. And so in a move of vengeance, it turned to attack his best friend who was helpless. With the wind whispering all around them, Shisui paused at this point before continuing. But he didn't allow it. As the boy with the heart of vision watched with his darkened and bleeding eyes, his friend stood and let his heart of love burn, bright and big, in every color of the world, in every range of the spectrum. The fire burned down the monster, and the colors of the flame shot through the darkness of the other boy's eyes, shattering the curse. He went on. When blood in his eyes stopped flowing, he opened his eyes and for the first time saw the true form of the monster in all its grotesque ugliness and hatred, and he reeled back and looked away and was astounded at his vision and looked around for his friend only to find him gone. This caused the toddler to gasp. Gone? But where? He burned away with his heart. It was the cost of love. Shisui responded with solemnity. The boy left behind screamed and screamed for him to come back. But he didn't, leaving the vision he restored forever tinged with grief. At this, Sasuke became quiet and then hesitantly inquired. What happened then? He lived. The boy, well, young man, really lived for the both of them. He smiled and cried and laughed and learned for the both of them. What about the monster? Did it leave forever? Monsters never die, Sasuke. They hide till the time of attack. But this time the boy with the gift of vision would be ready because he had his friend's heart of love now. And something else. A gift from his fallen friend. Though he was aware that the rest of the world would never hear his story, Sasuke smiled as he remembered his older brother who had passed away. He recalled his parents' love for their kids and their steely backs as they faced death. He pictured his two idiots, smiling brightly and with light eyes, standing on either side of him. He sensed that he already had this gift, and the corners of his lips lifted. What sort of a gift? The heart of insight. It gave his vision all the depth and perception it needed, but without the curse. He was forever free from its clutches. And never would the monster would be able to fool him again. After this, they both fell silent, the heavy overhanging branches blotting out the sunlight above their heads. Sasuke wondered about the story and the boy with the heart of vision as he looked back at the tiny buds that hung above him. After a few minutes of silence, Sasuke finally said, "So, that's the end. The story's over. But what about him? What happened next?" Shisui heard the loud, throaty bellow of a laugh that only Shisui could control, and surprisingly, this seemed to have snapped him back to his normal self. Even though they were still moving forward, Sasuke almost fell when the other twisted his neck to meet his eyes, head hunched at an odd angle. Shisui smiled at him, which appeared a little unsettling because it was upside down, and said, "As for our hero, who knows? His story isn't over yet. Who's to tell what his ending might be? Stories never really end, Sasu-chan. People are stories and the stories grow and entwine with other stories, never letting them die. No story ever ends, they keep living and spreading with people." As Shisui straightened and turned his neck slightly, Sasuke objected, "But they're just stories. All of Itachi.ne's stories end with happily ever after." "That's because he's an idiot." "No, he isn't. He's smarter than you." "Oh, my poor deluded Sasu-chan, it's Sasuke." "Hey, that's exactly how Naruto-chan responded. You two are really similar. Why, no." They were both startled out of their argument when they heard a noise and looked to their right to see a bright violet ball fall toward them and strike Shisui's feet. Shisui stopped talking and stooped to pick it up, easily maintaining Sasuke's balance in the process. However, before they could respond, a soft, high-pitched voice said, "Hey." Two pairs of obsidian eyes met jade-green ones as they looked toward the sound. Sasuke inhaled sharply as he saw a young girl his age run toward them, her cotton candy pink hair and pigtails, her large jade-green eyes, her weak, delicate knuckles, and all of her delicate ribbons and laces. Knuckles that had withstood the training from one of the Sanins herself, knuckles that would one day be capable of crushing mountains and boulders. They broke his nose for being a overdramatic emo idiot, and punched him in the face during a lag in the war. Sakura Haruno, his teammate and the future apprentice of one of the legendary Sanin, Tsunade, stopped in front of them, panting a little, and he watched with wide eyes. The tension that had left Sasuke at one point in the story exploded in his veins, causing his heart to pound against his ribs almost painfully and his blood to roar. Meeting his teammate was different from meeting everyone else in his life, which had been challenging and almost knocked him out. Even distinct from Itachi's. Because he never had the opportunity to compensate her. Sakura had followed him around indefinitely, and he had always cared for her as a comrade despite never having felt anything like that for her. By the time he left, that concern had developed into true friendship. However, he was never able to advise her to find a better partner, to have a better dream. His biggest failure had been Sakura. Sasuke loosened his fists, allowing his genjutsu training to help him relax. He had barely succeeded in doing so when Shisui knelt down and gave the young girl a kind smile. "Hey there, kiddo. "This yours?" The girl had been eyeing them with open curiosity and had said nothing but the earlier exclamation when he held out the violet ball. Sasuke remained silent, his pulse now somewhat calm, while Shisui simply smiled patiently at her. Sakura gave a tentative smile in return and tentatively raised her hands, but as soon as they were halfway there was a shout of "Sakura!" came from the direction she was coming from. In a matter of seconds, a middle-aged man rushed in their direction. He had very light blue eyes and a slightly pointed beard. The man was tall, easily towering over Shisui, but he exuded a gentle demeanor that made him seem smaller and happier. Sasuke blinked, taking in the flower-shaped, slightly pinkish hair. The man, who he realized was Sakura's father, approached her side and gave Shisui a menacing look as though he were about to abduct his beloved daughter. "Sakura, didn't I warn you not to flee like that?" His daughter merely grinned as he sighed and asked. Even as he looked at the two of them, observing the ball in Shisui's hands and realizing that they were only assisting, Sasuke attempted to place the name. "Like Kakashi, perhaps." His eyes crinkled as he gave them an apologetic smile. He rubbed his head and said, "I apologize for the previous time, I was just worried. This one just keeps disappearing and making me worry," he said, giving his daughter a playful glare that she returned with an unapologetic smile. "Kakashi. Believe me, I understand," Shisui said with ease as she rose back up and gave Sasuke a gentle shake. "Sasuke makes me want to tear my hair sometimes too. Sometimes his hair too, depending on the situation." "No, Kakashi?" After he laughed, the light-eyed man took the ball from him and gave it to his daughter. "No, it was." He introduced himself as, "I'm Kakashi Haruno," and gave his daughter a gentle prod. Dutifully, she chirped, "Sakura Haruno," while partially concealing her face. "And this brat is Sasuke Uchiha," Shisui said, pointing to Sasuke, who was still merely observing and appreciating rather than actively taking part. Before he grinned gleefully at Sasuke, his blue eyes widened a little as he probably made the connection between their names and the notorious clan, but to his credit, that was the only visible response to the name. "How about you two come to the park with us? Sakura is constantly whining about not having anyone to play with, even though it's only a few minutes away." "Sasu-chan, what are your thoughts?" Shisui asked, turning his head to look him in the eyes once more. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to say no. He had never really anticipated it happening when he had led them along the path that wound around Sakura's house. Sure, a part of his mind was ready for it, but the majority of him wasn't. "Yes, why not?" he replied with a radiant smile. A few minutes later, Shisui found a new victim to torture, and oddly enough, Sasuke was sitting on a swing next to his old teammate. "What would you like to play, then?" Sakura asked, swinging slightly and kicking lightly with her feet. Gazing straight ahead, Sasuke reflected on why he had consented to this, why they couldn't have let her grow up normally, let time do its thing, and so on, even though it was blatantly hypocritical of him to say so. Because she needs to grow up, he didn't want to deal with the sickeningly sweet weak Sakura who cared far too much about skin beauty to be considered a true shinobi, or even true in any way. Shika had, surprisingly, given that answer, and Sasuke was forced to agree, since Sakura had taken too long to develop into her strengths and dreams the last time. This time, they couldn't afford that. "What are your thoughts on dodgeball?" Resigning himself to his fate, he asked. The young girl looked uncertain as she wrinkled her nose. "However, won't my clothes get soiled?" He was 12 and complaining, leaning against a wooden bridge with a grumpy pink-haired girl who was loudly complaining about her clothes getting dirty during a mission, and a blonde who was equally obnoxious was fawning over her. Suddenly, he was no longer sitting on the swing or 3 years old. The emerald-eyed young shinobi was confidently punching through a mountain, grinning devilishly through the mud and dirt that covered her, while the same blonde idiot, except he wasn't, not anymore, was smiling and covering them both. He blinked and realized that he was 17 years old, not dark, and wielding a lean silver sword while his comrades ran with him, wild and strong. The same emerald-eyed girl was back with him when he blinked again, but not really. "What's a game without dirt?" Sasuke shrugged. After a few minutes, Sakura nodded and stood up, although she still appeared hesitant. Before grabbing the ball, Sasuke stood up as well and took in the vivid green leaves and buds. There was still time. The flowers had not yet appeared. Naruto was overflowing with joy. Few people were aware of Naruto's love of books. Of course, this wasn't always the case. As a child, he was hardly able to read anything, but that was to be expected because his teachers weren't particularly keen to notice him long enough to teach him proper pen technique. Oddly enough, Sai, The one person who had been attempting to escape that world, had introduced him to the wonderful world of books. When Naruto claimed that he had never read, the black-haired youth blinked at him before dragging him to the Konoha library. Naruto objected, of course, but eventually gave in to the rather eerie monotonous smiley pestering. By the end of the week, Naruto was hooked, and like a real addict, he wanted more. Sai was more than happy to oblige, taking it personally that Naruto's literary abilities were lacking, and he dragged the blonde for crash classes on his writing and reading. Naruto was even sure that Sai was responsible for nearly half of his success with the sealing art. Sai. As he traced the basic sketch of a specific seal design, the blonde sighed and wondered where his slightly eerie friend was. Had he met Shin yet? Had he started painting? Was he lonely? Was he happy? Had he smiled more? He was aware that pursuing Danzo was an unaffordable risk. There were too many potential disaster scenarios for even covert attacks or information gathering to be successful. He had thus consented to wait patiently, despite the fact that it broke his heart completely. For the time being, he added in his mind, since he would never, ever witness a friend's suffering. You're able to comprehend them? Though he was playing shogi against the slothful Nara, bright blue eyes blinked to see Neji, who had spoken, staring at him with a modicum of admiration. He was prone to lying when he said, "No, not really, but I really like looking at the diagrams." Shika smiled at the blonde from where he sat opposite Neji, looking right at home with the board of his favorite game in front of him. Shika had warned him explicitly not to be too smart with the books, and Sasuke had almost choked himself with his drink on the ensuing snort. Neji accepted his response with ease and smiled at him before going back to the game. As he sulked at the antics of his supposedly mature friends, Naruto shook his head and absently traced the containment seal on the book with his finger. He mentally noted the reduced thickness and the lack of adequate cross-ventilation, and he imagined a different seal with slanted perforated cuts to replace the original rigid, straight ones. The blonde was well aware that the books he was holding were only a small portion of the actual Hyuga collection and only included basic, albeit imperfect, containment and storage seals. He had no choice but to pretend to be fascinated by the mediocre work because he was aware that he was not supposed to know anything about the sealing art just yet. I wonder if Mom left me some kind of inheritance connected to Fuin. Kurama would know. The thought of his vixen friend clouded Sapphire's eyes. Kurama had not yet surfaced, and although he would never publicly acknowledge it, Naruto missed the fox terribly. After 17 years of taunts, jeers, and evil whispers, followed by gentle teasing, playful smacks, and loving insults, the ringing silence left him feeling terribly alone. Naruto. As he registered the call, the aforementioned individual jerked forward a little and looked at the Shika, who was smiling slightly. Want to assist me in defeating Neji here? Naruto was aware of Shika's actions, and in spite of himself, he was warmed by the somewhat awkward attempt at diversion. He smiled at Shika, closed the book, and left it behind in favor of jumping over to his two friends. With his lilac eyes narrowed and his arms folded across his chest, Neji said, "That's cheating, you know." Naruto flopped down between them and shot back, "Not if I help both of you." Neji appeared to think about this, glancing at Shika's response, who yawned and shrugged, his honey brown eyes sparkling with humor, and nodded, appearing comically solemn for a kid engaged in a board game. Neji mirrored Shika's expression as he sat on his haunches and considered his next move. Shika smiled to himself as he watched Naruto whoop with childish excitement before going silent and staring intently at the board pieces. When Naruto knocked a piece off the board, Neji would smile indulgently at him and say, "He was staring at me." Naruto would make them both act completely out of character and out of bounds, and Neji and Shika would talk about everything from how ugly the curtains looked in the room to who was smarter and whose hair was shinier. Naruto. Shikamaru wasn't sure how many times they played or who won the majority, but he found himself slipping into a long, forgotten pattern. The young genius gazed lovingly at his friends, his gaze fixed on the lilac-eyed boy who would one day rise above them and overcome his own iron shackled beliefs to become a model young shinobi with a dry sense of humor, stiff loyalty, and an iron will. At one point in the game, he looked up, his eyes automatically scanning the room, and then his deep brown eyes landed on the calendar hanging on the wall across from him, lying limp on the rose-colored wall, and he felt the familiar coil of dread that he had always felt. He suddenly felt as though there wasn't enough air in his lungs, and a chill pricked the back of his neck. December 27th. Breathe deeply, yawn, relax, yawn. It was a tactic he learned back when he had a war to fight. Yawning gave him more oxygen to work with and had the added benefit of giving the impression that he didn't care about the situation. It usually made the enemies so angry that they were completely dumbfounded. Shika occasionally questioned how his enemies had gotten this far given how foolish some of them were. He could feel the debilitating fear and anxiety gradually dissipating into a well-known barrier of nerves and controlled adrenaline. Take a breath and yawn. With a sigh, Shika ran his hand through his hair and pondered, not for the first time, the difficulties of time travel. Would Neji still develop into the formidable shinobi he knew if they had saved Hisashi Hyuga? Even though he detested it, the only reason any of his friends had grown stronger was because of the suffering they had gone through and overcome. Would their subsequent triumphs be jeopardized if they had avoided the tragedies? Shika's mind stopped when he heard footsteps approaching them. They were soft and low, but Shika could hear them clearly. He looked up in time to see a tall, brown-haired man enter the room and blink when he saw the three of them stretched out on the warm wooden floor. After giving the three kids some thought and focusing on Naruto and Shika for a while, Hisashi Hyuga grinned at them with light lavender eyes. "Well, it appears that my Neji has discovered a deserving opponent in shogi," he said, glancing at Naruto, who was lying on his stomach between them, holding Neji's silver knight in his right hand, and a cheerleader too it seems. Neji blushed a pale shade of pink, but Naruto simply smiled at him without shame. Neji snatched the piece back, but not rudely, and complained, "He's helping out both of us." With amusement dancing in his lavender eyes, the long-haired man gave a small laugh before entering the room. He nodded to the two boys and said, "So Naruto, Shikamaru, how are you finding our house?" "It's warm," Naruto said, his blue eyes shining. "Warm? Well, now that's an interesting description," Hisashi said with a frown and a contemplative expression on his face. "Oh, but it is, it's bright and sunny and warm," Naruto insisted, raising his hands to convey his final point. After blinking briefly, Hisashi turned to Shikamaru and grinned broadly at the little blonde. "Shikamaru, how about you?" the brunette said, "Thanks for allowing me to accompany Naruto, it's nice." The older man waved away his worries and said, "Now don't worry about that. After all, it's the first time Neji has brought friends home." Shikamaru grinned up at the father of one of his closest friends, his heart heavy with thoughts of what should and shouldn't happen the following week. "Now, Neji," he said, still grinning, "I came here to remind you of your fencing class." He paused, looking at his son, who was almost silent, and said, "What if we skipped it today since your friends are here?" However, Naruto interrupted with excitement before Neji could even think about responding, forcing himself to sit up straight and his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "You take fencing lessons? Really?" He was right in front of his new friend. Unable to comprehend the other's excitement, Neji blinked but responded, "Well, yes, I do. I've been learning it for a year now." This appeared to be the last straw for the blonde, who was now practically vibrating, hands clasped together, eyes literally glowing, to get to his feet. The young Hyuga heard his other friend sigh and pull himself up beside him. He offered the Hyuga present, who were observing the tornado that Naruto rushed about with an occasional overly enthusiastic shout and the hypermania of a bull on a sugar rush, the explanation that Naruto's been obsessed with anything with swords after he saw Itachi. Train one day. "Hey. Hello." The blonde was standing next to the elder Hyuga, yanking at his hands, when she said, "Can I use swords too? Would you please?" he begged, his eyes wide and dazzling. Shika smiled slightly and extended his hand to the younger Hyuga, who was still sitting on the floor and appeared somewhat disoriented. "It appears that our game will have to wait a little while longer." Neji took the Nara's hand and got himself up after finally waking up from his Naruto-induced coma and grinning at him. "Well, doesn't it appear that way? Looks like you escaped this time, Nara," he said, before a playful gleam came into his eyes. Shikamaru's jaw felt tight and his heart pounded as though Sakura's powerful knuckles had been used to slap him. For a brief moment, Shikamaru was in a different place with the same floor and walls, a less warm and bright setting, a place where everything had started and ended, and a place where he and his friend with the lilac eyes had sat across from the same board and spoken the same words. "Looks like you escaped this time, Nara." Even though his jaw ached and his stomach was knotted, he looked up suddenly when he felt a warm hand grab his and saw the same large lavender eyes. He smiled without thinking. Ignorant of his friend's suffering, Neji said, "Come on, they're waiting for us." Looking forward numbly, Shikamaru sees a laughing Hisashi and a still, excited Naruto enter the room while the elder motions for them to follow. "Come on," Neji pleaded again, then dragged his companion forward alongside him. After glancing down at the joined hands, Shikamaru suddenly feels the need to escape in order to protect himself from the echo of another lifetime. He wrenches his hand away from the young Hyuga, who has stopped and is now observing him with open curiosity. Take a few deep breaths. Yawn. He manages to say, and I'm really thirsty, I'll be fine you guys, in a high, odd voice that sounds like that of a stranger. I'm not really a fan of fencing. Neji scowled at him, clearly perplexed. Well, if then I can take you. No, Shika almost screams, but he controls it. He closes his eyes for a moment to clear his mind of the sudden flood of memories of blood, pain, and failure. I'll be fine on my own, I kind of like exploring, he says. In an attempt to control the flood of feelings that threatened to overtake him, he gave the long-haired boy a feeble smile. Neji nods his head, his lavender eyes a little clouded, but he still appears unsure. Are you certain? He uttered those words, albeit reluctantly. Before Neji had even finished speaking, Shikamaru was on the move, giving his friend a kind of backward wave before hurrying forward and ignoring the instructions to the kitchen that were shouted. He knew in the back of his mind that there would be questions for him when he finally calmed down, but for now, his mind felt numb and blank, and he knew he had to leave. He was unsure of how long he continued to walk on the warm verandas that encircled the main house, but after a while his pace slowed and his thoughts began to veer back in. When he eventually stopped and leaned against a wall, he thought, way to handle that, you idiot, as the afternoon sun warmed his face. Since Naruto was the one who had witnessed his death and had Madara mock and cruelly manipulated, Shikamaru knew that he was the least likely person to be fleeing from Neji. Even Sasuke, who still carried the guilt of leaving a friend behind and going rogue, was aware of this. Not Shikamaru. Although he and Neji were comrades, they never had a close relationship and were content to share knowing smirks and slack taunts. Now, however, the entire situation knocked him off balance and flung his reasoning across the continent. Leaning against the warm wood, he shuffled his feet and sighed. Guess I should be heading back, they'd start looking if I stay any longer. He mentally prepared to pretend to be normal and pushed himself off the wall after thinking that. He was about to turn around when he heard a faint rustle and looked around curiously, taking in his surroundings while also berating himself for not doing so sooner. He thought, I'm getting used to being relaxed. He stood on a veranda that stretched in both directions, with windows and doors jutting out. A few steps below, new grass glistened in the sunlight that streamed through the spaces between the branches of an impossible.to-size tree. After a few minutes of silence, he was about to turn back when he heard the sound again, and he waited for it again, thinking it strange that this area of the house was so isolated and silent. It sounded like it came from over there. His feet made no sound as he moved silently toward the tree in the middle, reaching out with his hands to grasp the tree's rough bark before slowly putting his head around the girth. When he looked down, he saw a familiar little raven head sitting in the shade. Before he could even stop himself, his breath caught, and the raven head looked up. Shika forced a stammered breath and gave her a feeble smile as his large lavender eyes, which were even larger than Neji's, looked up to meet his honey-brown ones. There was a moment of silence as they stared at one another. Hey there. Without a shred of fear or hesitation, Hanata Hyuga kept staring at him with her inquisitive, unblinking eyes, and Shika started to fidget under her intense gaze, his hands becoming clammy and slippery from perspiration. The little heiress's face brightened in recognition and she smiled at him just as he was wondering if it would be possible to make a run for it. Oh. Neji.Ni-san's new pals must be you, she chirped. Did you make that cake? Well, yeah, Naruto made the cake, but we're both Neji's friends, Shika said with a feeble smile, blinking at the abrupt change in circumstances. My name is Shikamaru. The raven head smiled brightly at him and said, nice to meet you, seemingly unaffected by his clumsy response. My name is Hanata. Feeling totally out of place with this new, bold Hanata, Shika kept blinking at her foolishly. Considering the young boy before her, the young heiress wrinkled her nose thoughtfully and said, you're not very bright, are you? It was just what he required. I have been called many things but stupid. Now that's a new one, Shika said, dropping beside the brightly smiling raven head as he laughed out loud, feeling all of his hesitation turn to laughter at the declaration. Hanata looked incredibly proud of herself as she shrugged and giggled at him. He smiled at her and discovered that he preferred this version without stuttering. What were you doing outside, then? With a smile replacing the giggles, Hanata asked. Shika thought about his response before settling on the truth, or at least part of it. He shrugged sheepishly and said, your house is huge. I was feeling a little overwhelmed and I got lost. Even before he had completed his sentence, The young girl was nodding her head, saying, I get lost all the time too. But maybe I can help you, she said with a smile. Where did you want to go? Shika answered, where does Neji take his fencing lessons? Her shoulders drooped visibly as the words, seemingly like a switch, transformed her once bright smile into a kind of resigned fear. I take it you don't enjoy fencing? Leaning back against the rough bark and enjoying the filtered sunlight on his face, Shika asked. Shika briefly thought he was with his time's Hanata, the Hanata who never looked at him or spoke loudly, as she played with a blade of grass close to her feet, lavender eyes downcast. No, it's not that. It's nothing, she said at last, grinning a little and getting to her feet while holding out her hand. I'll take you there, she said quietly. A breeze blew through the dandelions in front of him, and he felt the soft grass tickle his feet as he accepted the offered hand after staring at her for a moment. This is a great place, he thought, makes me want to stay here forever. At this, Hanata became more alert and regained some of her brightness. Is it? Correct. I come here all the time, it's so warm and quiet, she said, smiling as she surveyed the area as though for the first time. But father is allergic to pollen, so he never comes here. Shika noticed the tall lavenders, the fragrant roses, the vivid tulips, the wild hydrangeas, the violet irises, and numerous other flowers dancing in the sunlight. He smiled and said, I can see that happening. With a gentle giggle, Hanata started to walk while the bright sunlight bounced off her shiny head. Hanata walked quietly, her posture drawn inward, her shoulders hunched, and for a few minutes they walked side by side, the only sound between them being the whisper of the wind in their footsteps, but Shika could tell the other was not very happy. Sasuke was all monosyllables, and Naruto was the one with loud declarations, spontaneous speeches, and heartfelt confessions that left people wondering if they'd survived a storm. Shika didn't try to participate. He had never been a fan of forced conversations and he understood and valued the importance of a comfortable silence. That way, he assumed, they formed a very strong team. After a few more minutes of walking, Shika noticed that the lawn to their left had no flowers. More people started to pass by, some of them smiling warmly at them and many bowing to Hanata, who was just nodding shyly and exactly like the Hanata he knew. After a few more minutes, Shika could hear Naruto's loud yelling, laughter, and the monotonous sound of wood on wood. He also saw how his companion's steps slowed, clearly indicating hesitation. At last, Shika stopped by the corner that he assumed led to the training courtyard and said, You don't have to come with me, you know. With a start, Hanata raised her head and looked into his wide, thoughtful eyes. Obviously you don't like fencing, I won't ask you to come with me, he said. I don't hate fencing or fighting, the lilac-eyed girl said with a regretful smile and a shake of her head. I just don't want to hurt anyone, she said, clasping her hands together with a worried expression. In that moment, he realized that this small, frail girl was the Hanata of his time, a fierce, compassionate soul hidden beneath layers of uncertainty and fear. But since they use wooden swords, nobody is harmed, correct? He frowned as he asked. Yes, but still. Hanata said, nodding. She took a deep breath and turned to face him. I don't want to hurt people, she said. The 17-year-old in him was impressed by the statement, but he was also aware of the price of love and peace, and that some sacrifices could not be undone. However, what about dreams and protection? He asked, fully aware of the effect his words would have. The pale girl furrowed her brows in perplexity. Do you not want to defend your own and pursue your goals? He repeated his question. Hanata looked a little unsure as he answered, Yes, I do. Shika didn't blame her. After all, normal 3-year-olds didn't have to think about dreams or self-defense, but he knew Hanata had to because she was a member of the team and they were literally here to change time. Then you have to learn to fight, he responded, so that your voice never gets lost. When Shika saw his future teammate about to object, he interrupted, saying, You don't have to hurt. You just have to learn to protect. He wanted the young child to know the difference between strength and power, between fight and protect. Are you not interested in dreaming? He inquired quietly. He realized that their crazy wish to change the world might be a little closer to reality when he saw the young girl straighten her back and smile brightly at him. Let's go then, she said, but this time she didn't hesitate or tremble. He thought that two men, Heishi and Hizashi, were watching with similar amused expressions, and they walked straight over while Shika waited. The courtyard was huge, with Naruto and Neji occupying only a small corner. Neji and Naruto were doing what he thought was supposed to be fencing, but it actually looked like a kind of chicken dance. In a matter of minutes, he heard the well-known yell, Shika. He smiled back, letting him know that everything was alright, and glanced ahead to see glistening blue eyes observing him with a glimmer of worry. "Ah, you must be Shikamaru." Shika turned to his right and saw Heishi Hyuga, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother, grinning at him. He thought, apart from the curse seal, Shikamaru Nara, he returned the man's smile. "Who are you?" Naruto had now dropped the wooden sword entirely and was looking at the girl with the raven hair standing next to him with interest. Heishi appeared particularly taken aback by the young girl. "Hanata." She smiled back at him. "I take it you're Naruto? Did you make that cake?" Shika suppressed a smile of his own when Naruto blinked a little at Hanata's actions, but to his credit, he recovered quickly and was nodding his head enthusiastically, even as Neji joined them, grimaced a little at the mention of the cake, and touched his head gingerly for some reason. After a few more minutes, Naruto jumped and said, "Let's start playing." His blue eyes were glowing as he grabbed Shika with one hand and his sword with the other. "Come on, Shika." "How about Neji?" Heishi spoke, and the four of them turned to look at him. His nearly white eyes glistened with concealed surprise and were oddly speculative. Shika stifled a smile at the expression on the man's face as, "Hanata." Naruto gazed at him as though he were a moron. "Hanata, would you?" He looked over at his daughter. "Yes," Hanata said, her eyes hardening as she looked up at him. Neji threw his cousin a sword and smiled at her, saying, "Let's show the newbies how it's done, cousin," while Heishi blinked as Naruto applauded and Shika grumbled. All day long, Shika was surrounded by taunts, laughter, and complaints. At one point, even Heishi and Hisashi joined in, and Shika wasn't sure what they were doing. Between meals, they played shogi, ran around a lot, and fenced, danced like chickens, a little more. They even joined the alphabets class that the two young Hyuga were enrolled in. Eventually, they broke into the kitchen and prepared something Naruto called GJs, and Neji attested to its deliciousness. Even though the day was fulfilling, Naruto and Shika finally received what they had been waiting for at the gate. "May I invite them, father?" The four of them were at the gates, just about to turn, when Hanata asked. Neji, who appeared equally disheveled and hopeful, leapt in between and said, "Yes, can we, father?" He begged his father to do this. Even as the two non-3-year-olds held their breath, the two men looked at one another, thinking. Finally, with a smile, Heishi remarked, "I don't see why not." His brother turned to the two toddlers and said, "It would definitely be a first in our house. Would you like to join us on December 27th for Hinata's birthday?" Even as he nodded and grinned broadly, Naruto was practically crushing Shika's arm. "Yeah. Can we bring friends, I wonder?" With puppy dog eyes, he added with hope. "Brother, I don't see how we can refuse that. Not at all like the ruthless leader he would soon become," Heishi laughed. Shika was painfully aware of Naruto's crushing hold on his arm and his own thoughts, wondering what would happen to Hisashi Hyuga, even as the four kids cheered and the sun set behind them, bathing everything in a dark red hue. Neji Hyuga as well. The woman with the scarlet eyes gazed at the shadowy space before her. The room that used to have blood red and gold carpets that were always warm and soft, even in the coldest winters. Bright emerald drapes with silver trimmings that were always pushed aside to let the sun shine through. And a room that used to resound with loud laughter, muffled lullabies, and boisterous songs. Time had taken its toll. The room now stood gray and faded, emerald and red torn and dull, tinged with fungus and dust, echoing with a dull echo of its past and silence. With her eyes closed, her brow furrowed, and her fingers tracing every smiling face, Kohaku Seimei stepped forward and laid her head on a cracked portrait on the once midnight blue and sunny yellow walls. "It's frightening, isn't it?" a baritone voice inquired. Instead of responding, Kohaku straightened her back and turned to face the man who had spoken, not even showing signs of intimidation. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Everything falls. That's just the way it is, isn't it, Fugaku?" "Maybe," Fugaku said, staring back at her with unwavering, hard eyes, "perhaps not." Cool and misty, her eyes seemed to be seeing something other than this dusty old room with the faded curtains as she thought about what he had said. She turned back to the portrait, her features pale and soft, and said, "I never imagined I'd return here." Uchiha's head remained silent as he gazed at the vivid portrait that time had failed to dim and pondered whether everything was doomed to end or whether nothing could withstand the effects of time. "No, not everything," he bowed to the young woman and said, "I, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, welcome you back, Kohaku Seimei, Uchiha."
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.